So I'll probably wait for 5 minutes or so, let people start trickling in.
Yeah.
All that good shit.
To be honest, if I was a bit better prepared, I would have gone and gotten something to eat before it started, but fuck that noise.
I got a Cliff Bar, a box of crackers, 2 Gatorades, and a smoothie.
Nah, I can go the whole duration without needing anything to eat.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. Alright, we are up and running.
Nice.
Oh, they changed the Twitch dashboard. This is kind of weird looking. I guess it looks nice, but looks kind of okay. You know what I should do now is probably tweet all this shit.
Oh, I can see myself.
Majestic Buttermaster and Rigby. How's it going, guys?
Yeah, fuck you guys.
We're just gonna give it a few minutes and let people trickle in. Trickle in economics. Yo, 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 what's up, Dark Blood Souls?
Oh, Dark Blood. I should put my glasses on because I cannot read for shit right now. I look like an idiot.
Have I spotted a rare 60 FPS camera? Indeed you have. I come to you live from the Duke's archives. Because technology.
Hey Jake, did you upload your video yet?
Yes, I did. A show did.
Oh shit, it's up.
I actually did a thing.
You actually managed to do it.
Got an anti-smoking ad, but what else would you expect from a hippie channel? Hell yeah.
Right, then what I need to do is...
Yeah, Twitch puts ads on my fucking channel, but won't fucking partner me. Those assholes. That seems like... I don't know. That seems like a one-sided relationship to me. Oh yeah, I also need to open Twitch alerts just in case. Yeah, a lot of people aren't getting videos in their sub box. It's kind of it's quite frustrating. It really is quite frustrating.
I'm just going to sit here and do this. Oh, Rigby, that sucks.
That is quite unfortunate.
Oh, fuck.
I feel like I just...
Okay, that was not... Yeah, I kind of just, like, hurt myself.
That's weird. If you capitalize the H in HTTP when you're, like, putting a website up, it doesn't actually post a link.
Holy shit. Genius.
A real stickler.
The new Ashen emoji? No.
Wait, what's an Ashen emoji?
I don't fucking know. I don't internet.
Alright. Alright, so we're officially 1 minute from go time. And then we're gonna... Oh, never mind. We are officially go time. So I have a smaller list that I'm going to add to as day goes on. Because we're gonna have a lot of opportunities to talk about a lot of topics. We're gonna have quite a few guests on here. So far, The confirmed list as of right now will be Aegon of Astora, Bob the Hollow, DaveControl, Judas, Mitch L, Mr. I Won't Forget, and Paragon. So, I don't know what time they're going to be going on throughout the day. It may be a little random. Dark Blood. I put a link to the charity donation, like in, I don't know if it's the description of my Twitch channel, but you know, like where all the little things are. I put a link to directly donate, and I put a link to straight to the website if you want to read a little bit more about what exactly it is that they do and all that. So, and they're right at the top, so you'll see them right there. But yes, donate to the charity rather than to me.
Basically, they give your money to people who need it. That's how charity works.
Yeah. Okay. So, who's ready for some juicy Dark Souls lore then? Like I said, I got a list of a few things to talk about that I'm going to probably bring up more than once throughout the day because the crowd's destined to change. And then, of course, I'll be taking questions from chat as well. Gandalf the Dank, this guy. Haven't met. I tried to get Vadi.
I'm glad he's not going to be here because I'm pretty sure things would not go well with me and him here together.
Yeah, he doesn't like doing live events. So
he's afraid he'll get called out.
But let's see.
Okay, I'm going to stop. I'm just not going to engage with any conversation about Vadi. It's not going to go well.
Hell yeah. Okay. All right. So, some of you may or may not know Leo if you are native to our Discord. He's kind of my right-hand man. And so he will be helping me co-host today because it's hard. Like when there's a bunch of different content creators from a bunch of different time zones and everyone else has different schedules, it's hard to have made a schedule where everyone comes in at a certain time. So instead of just having periods where it's just me sitting here twiddling my fucking thumbs, I was like, you know what? Let's get a fucking co-host in this thing. And so that's what we're doing here today. Odds Darva, thank you for the host, man. I appreciate that, dude. You're a fucking sweetheart. But okay. So, anyways, if you know Leo, you may know he has quite a few theories about Astora, as Astora is one of his favorite places in the game. And he is kind of working on a theory, and
would have had a fucking done if I didn't keep deleting my shit by accident.
Yeah. So I'm gonna let him kind of take over and tell you guys a little bit about Astora.
Well, the main thing about the theory is trying to tie Lothric and Astora together because, I mean, why the fuck not? Basically, I mean, the only place we find a Lothric weapon, or I believe anything related to, or not Lothric, the only place we find anything related to Astora in a chest that I can think of is in the High Wall of Lothric. We find the Astora Straight Sword. But further than that, like the land being referred to as in ruins, I mean, if there was a civil war in Lothric, which is heavily implied by the game, if not directly told to us, well, I mean, that would give us cause to say, yeah, well, the country would be in ruins. It doesn't necessarily have to be a catastrophic event that wiped out all life for a place to be in ruins. Mm-hmm. The covenants, the coloring, I mean, we get the Way of the Blue off of Emma, who's, we know is from Lothric, but we get the partner covenant to it from, what's his name? Horace, who is going along with Henri, so we can assume because she's from the store that he's also from there because they seem to be childhood friends. So that, to me, just suggests that they could be, if not directly like part of the same country or the same country, that they're at least like close to each other in culture. A lot of similarities between weapons and stuff, you know. There's a whole lot of stuff and it originally started off as a simple theory, and then the more I looked into it, the more I was like, oh shit, I need to talk about the covenants, I need to talk about the people, I need to talk about items.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, the other theories spun off of it. I mean, the thing that I was talking about, how the Warriors of Sunlight are not an original covenant, they were essentially a rebranding of a covenant that was dead, that died off when the Nameless King was exiled. My brain is slowly dying because of this one. The story of the US versus the future. While Donald Trump is still president-elect here, he's been president for 2 years. There, on his 3rd year, he used the codes. What the fuck?
I mean, that seems solid to me.
I mean, I'm pretty sure there'd be more Chinese people there if that's what happens.
Yeah,
Maybe some
also...
Russians.
Yeah, also, real quickly, I just wanted to say, thou who art undead, art chosen indeed. Go Damus. Thank you for the follow, friend, and welcome to the Ashholes. Anyway, kind of a question about Astora that I know I've posed to you several times, but I'll ask again because we have people tuning in, is... So we know from Dark Souls when we look at the Ring of the Evil Eye, it talks about a beast that ravaged Astora and was kind of played, you know, like a role in its downfall or whatever. Yeah. Which, when we started playing Dark Souls 3, I thought it was curious that we see the Pontiff is kind of this guy who, like, at least we know right outside Anne Orlando and, like, Irithyll, is a guy who comes in and takes control through force and all that shit. So I thought it was curious that he has the Pontiff beasts drop these rings that are their eyes. It's the eyes of these beasts. So I thought it was curious that the same ring from the Beast of Astora was also made up of his eye. So I thought maybe could there be a connection there? Could Pontiff have ever played any role in the downfall of Astora, or you know, somewhere similar, maybe from where the Pontiff learned whatever he learned and all that shit?
See, I think he could have either directly had influence on it, but I don't think he necessarily did because the story predates the appearance of him. But he could have learned the art of creating the beasts from what happened in Astora and the study of the eye. Because, I mean, if you look what the Evil Eye Ring does, it's every time you kill something you gain health back, and that in itself is a kind of beastly trait.
Yeah.
Yeah, Calamity Ring is also made out of the eye.
Yeah, that's right. So I wonder if maybe it's just
it's
more so just a theme of things. Yeah,
well, the eyes in a lot of things are used as a symbol of power because they're seen as gateways to the soul and all that kind of shit. But it could be a variety of things, and I'm not super able to say. Like, I mean, I think a lot of it comes down to interpretation. Because I can't remember what the left and right eye rings do. One of them is health on consecutive attacks, isn't it? And then the other one is FP off consecutive attacks. Or is it critical attacks?
Yeah.
So many fucking rings in Dark Souls 3.
What the hell is my... Wait a second. Where is it? I don't know what my... fuck, I can't think. My Discord number is.
Discord number?
Yeah, because it has like your username and then like it's like the hashtag and then your number.
Let's see if I find it for you.
Yeah, I think it's like 7197 or some shit like that. Hell yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Paragon just hit me up. He said, give me 10 minutes, so we should be seeing Paragon shortly.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to talk to him in a while.
Sephiroth, how's it going? Mr. Hornby. Hey, thanks for coming out, man. Yeah, I love doing events like this, so I'm going to try to do them once or twice a month. So I'm glad you were looking forward to it, man. That makes me happy. Makes me quite happy. Okay, so I'm going to give you guys a little sneak peek into something that I've been looking into and gonna be doing a theory or a lore video on it soonish if I can acquire enough evidence, but it's something I think is quite interesting. So let me pull up the, oops, spelling it wrong. Let me pull up the exact description for us so I can read that. Well, I'll show you. So here is an image of the Morian blade. And just the first line of the sword says, a twisted sword resembling the towers of Londor's Sable Church. So this sword was created to be symbolic of the Sable Church. So I think it's more so, like, obviously it works as an actual sword because, I mean,
obviously
it's a fucking sword. But I think it's more so along the lines of some sort of ceremonial sword or just kind of like an heirloom type sword, because it is symbolic of the tower. So I was thinking of something. Okay, so I've turned the sword straight. So if we kind of, I'm pointing at the screen like you guys can see that. I do this shit all the fucking time.
Hey, Dansk.
Niels, what's up, dude? Okay, so if we're looking at the sword like it's a tower, I'm still pointing, but just pretend that I'm not.
I'll point too.
Yeah. So we see this sword as a tower, obviously goes straight up. So we have each of these thorns on the side, that's 2, 4, 6, 8. And then up even further, we have the, I don't know what that's actually called on a sword. The two things that come out, I guess they're like to protect your hand if the sword slides down. The what?
Quillins.
Quillins?
Yeah, you can just call them a guard.
Okay, yeah. Then we have the two sides of the guard, and then we have the top part of the tower, which makes 11 points of interest, right? So, I was replaying Dark Souls 1, and I did the dark ending. And when you do the dark ending, you walk out of Firelink, or not Firelink, you walk out of the Kiln of the First Flame, and all the primordial serpents, except for Frampt, obviously, kind of sit there and they bow down to you and shit. And the narrator's talking, and he talks about Frampt and Koth, and it seems very indicative that he's talking as if they aren't there, which means that there are 10 other serpents that were with Koth in his, scheme of bringing about the Age of Man. So that would make 11 total, which is interesting because we know that Koth absolutely is a driving force behind the Sable Church. And if him and all the other primordial serpents were with it, that makes 11. That's interesting that this kind of depicts 11 points, which could be like symbolic of some kind of hierarchy between the primordial serpents and the Sable Church. So that's just something I'm digging up, and when we have more guests on later and shit, we'll talk about it and all that good shit. Paragon, yeah, let me send you a...
Well, I mean, if he just jumps in, I can just pull him in.
Yeah, I'm going to send you a link right now. If you just hop into any channel, we'll drag you down.
You accidentally pull him, like, everyone in, because people just jump in.
Right.
Just leave a link directly to this one. Alright, there we go. Hello.
What's up, dude?
What's up, dude?
Hey, baby.
Wait, hold on, you guys are hella loud.
Oh. I mean...
Oh my god, I want to see an Onion Army too.
Oh, what?
Mr. Hornby was like, anyone else want to visit Katarina in the DLC? I want to see an Onion Army, and I would love to see an Onion Army.
Oh, you know what's interesting? So, a lot of the cut content will actually show up in Cheat Engine when you're going through, like, items and, like, debugging shit. And there was actually, like, when you're going through, like, flags and shit, world flags, you can have, like, certain doors open, and one of the doors that's in there was called the Gates to Katarina. So I just thought that was interesting. Don't know what the fuck it means, just curious.
That might be from, like, Dark Souls 1, because there's so much fucking...
Yeah.
Like, content that's just bleeding over from other games in that stupid... Listen, right? I talk about how much I hate Dark Souls, even though I love it.
Yeah.
But fuck me, that engine sucks balls.
Well,
yeah. Yeah.
It's
There is
just so
something
dirty.
about that one though. That door though. What? There was something I'd said about it to you, Jake. Remember I was saying one of the locations and how one of the areas that we visit in Dark Souls 3 could be from Katarina.
Mm-hmm.
What area was it I was saying that about?
Fuck. I do not remember.
Because I'm pretty sure it was when we were shooting in our service, wasn't it?
Was it? Why did they remove some armors, Jake?
Because
To
they're assholes who
to
don't want
fuck
me to
with
have
us,
my
I guess.
Hungarian armor.
Design decisions.
I want that goddamn Hungarian armor. It's so dumb. I want it.
Hell yeah.
I want the fall-on armor. Give me the fall-on armor, and I'll like the game again.
I just really
I
want the
swear it's
Silver Knight weapons. If they give me the Silver Knight straight sword, I'll be happy because that is the most beautiful sword they've ever made in that series.
It is quite a good sword.
I don't even care if it's like a shitty weapon when they put it in. I just want to be able to use it because it's my favorite sword. Like, just physically.
Yeah. Hell yeah. So, while I have you here, Paragon, I was actually, since we got a few people in here, was going to talk to you about Hope. And if you wanted to kind of plug it and talk about it and all that good shit.
Hope might be the most pretentious Dark Souls project you've ever heard of in your life. Basically, what it is, I'm trying to completely just write my own separate story for Dark Souls that takes place before like the fire starts to fade, and it's about these two characters, and there's other stuff going on, there's like psychological stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, it's like, I think it's pretty cool, but it's not easy to consume as content.
Yeah.
Like, because I know it's like, if you want to be successful on YouTube, you have to pander to a lot of like the biggest, easiest audience.
Yeah.
Whereas I don't want to sound too what's the word? See, now I know what like directors feel when they try and like advertise their own stuff and how pretentious they sound. But Hope is really, you have to like watch it a few times to understand what's going on, and I don't know, it's cool. It took me forever to write it though, and it's I don't know how to describe it without giving too much away.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I liked the first episode. I quite enjoyed it. I think it's gonna be pretty neat. So yeah, I was gonna talk to you about that too, because we're talking about the Dark Souls engine again when it comes to making cinematics like that, because I recently did one as well. The process of doing it is quite difficult because you can't really get exactly what you want, because there's like 4 different things you can do with your character. So how do you go about like getting the shots that you need and having it still convey the story that you want it to portray?
I think if you are doing cinematic stuff, there's a certain set of rules within, I think, any machinima that confine you to what is available in the game. And if you base your story and your visual like aesthetics around those rules, then you can pretty much do whatever you want. Like, for example, I know that I can have custom animations if I want them. I can play. There is a method to play cutscenes anywhere in the world in real time.
Oh, nice.
I know how to do that, but like I said, there's these set rules, and if you just have to follow those rules, and then the only limit is your imagination.
True.
Which is, and then I think because it's very easy to make, cinematic-esque shots in Dark Souls 3.
Mm-hmm.
It's more difficult to make them look good.
Yeah.
Because anybody can, if you just film something and then, hey, I did it. I used a free cam and I filmed something.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
Someone as anal as me will be like, that doesn't look very good.
Yeah, that's my philosophy. Turn free
Yeah,
camera
Jake,
on and
your
you did
cinematics
it.
sucked, Jake.
Roasted, dude.
Roasted. No, yeah, that's cool though. I didn't know you could actually do that with the engine. I should probably
Yeah, you
Google
can do
that
it in
sometime.
DS1 as well.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's
But
cool.
it's, cool.
Yeah, I think another thing with kind of creating your own story within Dark Souls, and this wasn't what I created because I did just a cinematic on In Her Service, which is the Lord Running Beyond comic. A lot of people mistook it for like lore. They were like, "Wait, when did this happen in the story? Man, like this went way over my head." So I think it's another thing that happens often. Has it? Did it happen with you at all?
No, but I feel as though you got that because you used existing characters.
True.
Which is, I think that's a kind of subject to how well you did your thing. If people can go away and interpret that as actual lore, then I think you did a good job. But with Hope, it was a little bit different because I introduced two brand new characters, and
Yeah.
who didn't have anything to do with this, like the base game. So.
True. And of course I liked it because you used "Thou who art undead art chosen," so that's my favorite line in the game. So
Yeah, it's a good one, and it has some story elements to it.
oh yeah,
ties in.
absolutely. And it sounds sexy, so you really can't go wrong.
God, that voice, because obviously I did a voice in that. It's my first like venture into voice acting.
Oh, nice.
And God, it was like 4 a.m. and obviously, us lads know when it gets like late, our voices go like fucking deep as balls.
Yeah.
So I was messing around in my audio software, and I just said this word, and I was tired. I was like, "Fuck this! I'm just gonna do this," and then I just like built onto that. But then I got kind of comments how it sounds like what's his Wilhelm?
Yeah, it did quite a bit.
His voice is weird.
Yeah.
like really weird.
So if you want to do an impression of Wilhelm, just stay up really late.
Pretty much, yeah.
Is that the moral of the story?
So does that mean that I just always sound like Wilhelm because I don't sleep?
Basically, I guess.
Unfortunately, Leo, I'm gonna have to bust your balls right now. No.
Damn, I thought I could be a cool guy.
You've ruined him.
I mean, wait, sorry, I need to be taking a puff on my vape when I said I thought I could be a cool guy.
Oh yeah. So one question that I'm asking everybody comes in here. Who is the best Dark Souls waifu?
Lady Maria.
Lady Maria.
It's
And
not
Leo?
Dark Souls.
Damn
Jake,
it!
you know my answer.
I know, but I want to hear you say it with shame.
Shanala.
Emo.
Fuck you.
Actually, just a quick plug. One of my patrons / mods is a cosplayer, and she does fucking fantastic Shanalot cosplay. You should
Oh,
check her
yeah.
out. Her name is
Yes.
Arkar. Arkar is oh
yeah. Ellie's
What a
really
gal.
fucking good.
Shanalot, best waifu. Anyone who disagrees with that is just wrong.
Yeah. She's doing what? She's doing Trist right now, right?
yeah.
Oh yeah. That'll be fucking good.
Did I tell you guys about my Demon Souls thing?
Oh no. Let's hear it.
I'm starting my blind playthrough of Demon Souls next week, and I'm excited. I'm scared because
Nice.
I have a feeling
Alright.
that when I play it, I'm gonna hate every other Dark Souls.
No. You will like them better because you will see how much better they got. It's a good game, but it's way too easy.
Are you telling me Dark Souls 3 is the best Dark Souls?
No, fucking no, because that's also easy. Dark Souls 2 is obviously the best Dark Souls.
Ugh.
I love Dark Souls 2, but bruh, come on now. That is a statement and a half. I don't believe that.
Oh no, I'm saying it. I'm saying it. Dark Souls 2 is the best Dark Souls. Am I saying that because it pisses other people off? Maybe. Am I saying it because I have an opinion? Maybe. Figure that out for yourself.
I think
You are like a Dark Souls hipster almost.
Oh, fuck yeah. I only like it because nobody else does. Somebody needs to give it some love.
I thought that Bloodborne was the best Dark Souls.
Oh my god.
Lords of the Fallen is the best Dark Souls.
Bloodborne? Oh my god. Listen, right. If you don't think Bloodborne is the best Souls game, then get the fuck out of my life right now.
No, you fuck off. It's clearly Lords of the Fallen.
It's so good, dude. It's so fucking good.
No.
Yeah, I haven't even beat it yet, and I like it a lot better.
Oh, also, side note, Paragon, have you got a PS4?
Yeah, I play on PS4.
There's a game called Let It Die that's out,
yeah,
free to play.
It's pretty fucking cool.
I'm trying to get as many people to like play that as possible, so when I finally get a PS4, it'll still be alive and not a dead game.
Tansk is my best waifu.
Tansk is the ultimate waifu.
It really is.
Like, he's also the guy who donated the most money to you, like ever.
Can we get a ban on Majestic Butter, please, because of that statement?
No, Bloodborne does literally suck because you're sucking the blood up and, you know, you use to heal.
I mean, I guess. I don't know if it's as vampiric as that, though.
Did you see Mitch's video?
The what?
No, what the fuck's
Did you see Mitch's video about Cold Blood?
I have not, because I've not watched any Bloodborne videos ever.
Fucking Mitch, man. He's crazy.
But if I do know Mitch, I know it's gonna be fucking good.
I love Mitch, but what's a Mitch? I thought that was just Discount Batty.
Isn't everyone Discount Batty?
Only if they're Australian. Only if they're Australian.
But it only counts if you're Aussie.
Yeah. Although I do love it when we got him to do an impression of Batty. That was fucking hilarious.
Throw another shrimp on the barbie. I'm sorry. I really just woke up, okay?
You put like no energy into that. Try harder.
Try again.
Try again next time. Fuck.
Yeah, Bloodborne's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm anxious to beat it.
Neat.
I really like doing a blind playthrough to and like uploading it so I can interact with people. I fucking love it, but at the same time I hate it because I can only play it when I'm recording. And like when I'm not able to record and I want to play it, it's very frustrating. Doing
a blind playthrough on a like a Souls game or a Souls-like game is the worst thing you can do on Twitch. Especially if it's like a late blind playthrough, like on release it's okay, but if you're late to the party and you do a blind playthrough, oh my god, like for my Demon Souls one, I'm gonna have to batten down the hatches and because I'm so used to playing it alone in my bedroom with the lights turned off, not saying anything, like literally saying nothing for 6 hours on end.
Right.
Hands off, dick out, playing game, yeah. That's how we all do, right?
See, yeah, I kind of made that mistake because I was uploading my videos like one a day, and then like the fourth one I was like, this is going really well, I'm gonna involve the community, let's do a live stream of Bloodborne and I'm gonna get some summons and we're gonna have fun. And it was going pretty well. Like the chat was actually being pretty respectful of the like spoilers and shit. And some of these two guys, I don't remember their name, but they're like, oh shit, we're like live on fucking YouTube right now. And I got to a boss I didn't know was there. I was like, oh shit, it's a boss, this is cool. And so there was kind of a little bit of a spoiler. They were like, play the music box, but I was like, okay, I'm gonna go in there and play the music box, see what the fuck happens, get as much lore from this as I can. I don't even pull the music box all the way out, and the two summons one-shot the fuck out of Gascoigne.
They both had whirly gigs.
Oh, the fucking pizza cutter. Bro.
Yeah. Two of them on him at the same time. We didn't even see him go into a second stage. He just died.
That's a shame. Yeah, for blind playthroughs, I didn't summon. But
yeah. No, yeah, I learned my lesson quite quickly. I did summon Albert for the Bloodletted Beast fight though yesterday.
Who?
Alfred. I said Albert. Alfred, right?
Fucking Albert.
Fat Albert.
Hey, hey, hey. Yeah, Dark Blood. I didn't quite know how to react, so I just kind of reacted with a little bit of every emotion on the human spectrum.
I was just reacting with anger in the comments.
Yeah, there was a lot. Yeah, there was a bunch of different emotions in the comments for sure.
Most people were just pissed about it, and then some people found it funny.
I mean, it was funny a little bit.
Yeah, but it ruins the experience for the person playing when they don't even get to fight the boss.
Yeah, yeah.
My chat experience. My Bloodborne experience. I would have just told him to fuck off, honestly. I mean, when it comes to Twitch, if someone like fucking does something stupid, just fuck off, dude.
Hey, Paragon, will I just start dropping spoilers for Demon's Souls for you?
That's cool. Mister, I love Dark Souls 2.
Dark Souls 2 is... Okay, Dark Souls 2 is the best because it has the ultimate waifu in it. How about that?
Yes.
I don't know.
No, but not really.
Fuck you guys. Fuck both you guys.
Listen, Dark Souls 2 is pretty neat, but it's not the best. Maybe in terms of PvP, but PvE, fuck that noise, dude.
Well, have you played the original version or just Scholar the First Sin edition?
Listen, I've platinumed that game. I've platinumed the vanilla game twice, and then I platinum scored the First Sin. And arguably, the vanilla game is better
Yes, definitely.
because of the Hide Knights.
Oh, fuck. Like, the enemy placements, like, it's like, oh, better enemy placement in Scholar the First Sin. I'm just there like, how the fuck is this better?
I'm swimming in context, so.
The enemy placement was the main thing that they changed for Scholar the First Sin, and they basically made it go from being reasonable to now fight a bunch more shit at a time.
I gotcha. I will admit, when I bought Dark Souls 2 on PS4, that it plays a lot better on PS4, I think. I don't know if it's like an FPS problem with PC or whatnot, but every time I play it on PC, the controls feel like super fucking clunky. And that was always one of my biggest trifles with it, is it just felt like shit to play, so I didn't want to play it. But on PS4, it does not have that problem. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's more enjoyable. I'll give it that.
Yeah, you also now know to put into the adaptability stat.
Yeah, that as well.
Dude, if you get your agility, which you get from adaptability and attunement, if you get that up to like max, you get half a second of invincibility.
Yeah, that's not bad.
It's insane. Like, it's so dumb.
The concept was cool, but the delivery was piss poor.
Oh no, like, I mean, reasonably, you're only ever going to go to like 15 adaptability on most builds. Like, more than that, unless you're a spellcaster, there's not much point.
Why don't you just parry? Oh my god, I get that in my chat all the fucking time. It triggers the fuck
Who the
out
fuck
of me.
parries? People who parry
I'm
are
on
just
about
show-offs.
DS3 PvP. Oh my
Oh, I fucking hate
god.
DS3 PvP.
Triggered,
Dark Souls 3
dude.
PvP is trash.
It's all about the parries.
Paragon.
Paragon.
It's tanks all the time as well. Fuck you, tanks.
Yeah.
Tanks, please.
That's
Tansk
awesome.
is my favorite, though.
Tansk is a classy motherfucker. There's no doubt.
Bitch.
There's no
Twiggy, you can keep saying DS2 is trash. It just means you're wrong every time you say it.
No,
I mean,
but why? Okay,
Bloodborne
so
is trash.
right, hold on, hold the fucking phone, because this is a common thing within the Dark Souls community. All right.
Yeah.
DS2 is trash. Explain why, bro. Explain why, and then I'll be able to fucking counterplay your explanation. All right, you bitch. I'm sorry.
Now, Dark Souls 2 is one of those games, I think if it was a spin-off game, it would have been way better received, but being a mainline game, it doesn't fit.
Yeah.
But hey, the DLC was fucking awesome.
Fuck yeah. Oh my god, the Ivory King boss fight is so good.
Dark Souls 1 netcode is trash. I can agree with that.
Yeah, Dark Souls 1 netcode was like the worst thing ever. It's like, oh, I'm fighting. Oh, he's behind me somehow.
That was fun though. Like the reason people enjoyed DS1 PvP was just because of how broken it was. Like
It was
the
just
amount
like
of tech
gambling.
that was in, the amount of tech that was in the Dark Souls 1 PvP scene was fucking incredible.
Yeah, but the problem
Compared
was
to-
by the time I started playing, it was just a bunch of people invading low-level areas, so it wasn't very fun to try and do it. I just played it in offline mode for my first playthrough because you couldn't go through an area without getting invaded by dickheads.
I mean,
Yeah, filthy
yeah.
casual.
I think the summoning was really bad when you were trying to play with a friend as well.
Oh, yeah, it took like 3 days to get someone in your world.
Yeah.
Dark Souls 2 was better with the netcode and stuff. Dark Souls 3 having the password system from Bloodborne is the best.
Nice. So Dark Souls 2 didn't have the password then?
No, it didn't.
Hmm.
Which
had
it
this
was a real
weird
shame.
thing.
Yeah, the ring.
The ring thing, yeah.
Yeah. But Dark
Fuck
Souls
that,
2 or Dark Souls 1 was giant dad time. He does have a point.
Dark Souls 1 was just, oh, look, another giant dad or another Havel Mage.
Yeah, you might be edgy,
fuck.
but you'll never be as edgy as fucking giant dad.
Oh, come on now. You're talking about me now, right?
It's still giant dad.
I'm so
What about
edgy, I cut
Havelins?
myself shaving.
Wait, what?
Havelins from DS2 gives me conniptions.
Wait, you had problems with that?
Bruh, you didn't?
No?
What didn't wait? On the the first month of the game where lightning was broken as fuck, you could get one shot by Havelins.
I wasn't playing at that time.
Oh yeah, lightning was crazy on Dark Souls 2's release. Like so much so
Oh,
they
dude, it's
nerfed
still
the shit
crazy.
out of it.
They nerfed it, but it's still one of the best elements to use because there's so many things that just don't have resistance.
Unlike Dark Souls 3. Listen, right, hold on, let me just fucking go for a little mini rant. Why the fuck, right? Why the fuck do you gain lightning resistance when you level endurance in Dark Souls 3?
Huh.
Science.
It doesn't. I don't. Oh god.
You're just gaining a rubbery skin that allows you to be less conductive.
I mean... Huh.
What's the law behind that, Jake? What's the law behind
Okay,
It's
so...
fun.
Gwyn was actually a triathlon runner. He put he was really into just maxing out endurance so he could run for as long as he can and compete in all these Ironman events. And so naturally, he commanded lightning. So the more endurance he had, the more he was resistant to it. So that's where that comes from.
I mean, let's face it, Dark Souls 3, there's no reason to enchant a weapon with an elemental enchantment.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Give me one example of a weapon that's good with it.
Carthus Rouge.
That's not an elemental enchantment.
Fucking Darkblade.
Once again, that's not an elemental enchantment.
Fucking, oh yeah, the elemental one. Shit. Yeah, I get what you
That I'm not. Spells are fine. Using items are fine. I'm talking about actually enchanting the weapon with an element. There's no point.
Was it just lightning, fire, or frost?
Lightning, fire, frost, dark, or blessed, or any of them. They're basically all just worthless.
Well,
Poison and
Blessestus
bleed.
will disagree.
Who the fuck uses that?
Every single Dark Souls 3 PvP.
Well, that's maybe why I fucking hate Dark Souls 3 PvP. Everyone does
You
the same
always have
shit.
the Blessestus in your offhand.
No!
That's just the meta, bruh.
Who cares about the meta? That's what I hate about it. Dark Souls 2, at least there wasn't just a set, you have to play like this.
Well, hold on. Are you telling me that there was no meta in Dark Souls 2? Did you
Yeah.
ever play a mundane Santia spear build?
No, I didn't.
Bruh.
I'm not a loser who
That
needs to
shit
rely on
was
crutches. See, unlike some of the people in here, I was actually good at the Dark Souls 2 PvP.
Oh shit, fucking shots fired, dude.
But not at 3 though.
Oh no, I'm trash at the Dark Souls 3 PvP. I am probably one of the worst people in here.
We were
I mean, including all the people in the chat.
Leo was helping me record in her service, and there's a bunch of scenes where I was like, oh dude, like jump off of this and like plunge attack me and kill me so I can get like some cool shots of this. He's like, man, now I finally have killed you more in PvP.
I had to kill you like 10 times just for that one fucking shot.
Yeah, that's funny.
Although it was also fun fucking with Pillow when we were trying to get that shot just because I kept getting to kill him.
Yeah. So, I actually haven't PvP'd on Dark Souls 3 in a very fucking long time. Mostly because all of my accounts are banned. But, have they added any new maps to the arena yet?
Nope.
No.
They're not going to until the next DLC, I'd say. Or one of the big updates.
Because wasn't there, like, supposed to be, like, 3 or 4 more different maps?
Yeah, but they're probably going to release it as a fucking separate DLC from the season pass and be like, oh, do you want more maps here? And then you can only play it with the other 3 dudes who paid for it.
Yeah, that would be...
It's kind of annoying me how they're handling the DLC because I think the DLC we got was good, but it was way too short. And I think the reason it was so short was because the arena, which I don't give a fuck about.
Yeah.
Like, at least I didn't have to pay for it.
Yeah, I mean... Tis true, tis true. Alright, let me take a look at my list real quick.
Where are these hard-hitting questions where I joined for, Jake? All right.
Okay, we want to go straight to the hard hitters?
Where are these hard-hitting questions?
Okay,
right.
where did you hide the
Test
bodies,
us, bro.
Paragon?
In my app.
Here we go. Here we go. Why do Gwyn and the Soul of Cinder defend the First Flame if their intentions, like yours, are to continue the Age of Fire? And if it isn't, why would they still defend you if you wanted to put an end to the Age of Fire? Or not defend you, but defend it.
That is a good question. I'm going to hand that off to Leo.
I can give not a definite answer or anything, but it was something that me and somebody else in the Discord were discussing. They pointed out that the first time you see the Soul of Cinder in Dark Souls 3, he's actually dragging a corpse.
Mm-hmm.
And we kind of speculated that if he is killing people that are trying to either link or put out the fire, and then using their bodies kind of like a Sublime Bone Dust or whatever to keep the fire going at least a little bit longer, it wouldn't be the same as linking the fire, but just give it a little bit of a top up. That then you have the thing of, okay, that cycle of now just having to keep killing people and sacrificing them to it is a safer bet than maybe this guy, you know, if we let this guy fuck with it, maybe he'll link it, maybe he won't, you know? So it's just a kind of thing that we're discussing. So in theory, if that is how it works, there is now not just a 50-50 chance that you'll either link the fire or not. It's now like you have to win to be able to get to that 50-50 chance. So if you lose, like at the beginning, it's a 50-50 chance as to whether or not you'll die and be used to continue the length of the fire for a little bit longer, or you will succeed and then be able to choose, you know?
Yeah.
So it was just something that me and somebody else were talking about, discussing a little bit, and it's, I mean...
What if... I've just thought of this right now. This is how good I am. What? Because, right, was Gwyn classed as royalty?
Yeah. Right?
Yes, pretty much.
He was a monarch.
I don't know if it says it in so many words.
We know that in the Lothic family, linking the fire was to do with being of royalty.
Yeah.
Of royal blood.
Maybe those, like, the dudes think, listen, this bitch-ass peasant wants to come link this fire that's only for royalty dudes. Fuck that noise. I don't know.
Huh.
Dude.
Yeah.
Well, the term royal blood, which is one that we see in the description of the Astora Straight Sword, which is part of the reason I think Astora and Lothric are related. Royal blood in Dark Souls, the term only seems to be used in regards to the bloodline of Gwyn. So, I mean, we see royalty, but we don't see the term royal blood used much in, like, outside of that context. So, maybe then again, it could just be that it's gameplay mechanics and they just needed a gold boss.
Yeah. See, I think Someone earlier had said they were hollow, which is a good observation, but I don't think that the soul of Cinder would be hollow, right? Because it's just like an amalgamation of those who have linked the flame.
I still think
Soul of
it's Dark
Cinder is
Souls
not
3
like-
Dream.
I think isn't Soul of Cinder like the first of his kind that we've seen?
Yeah,
The Soul
I
of
believe so.
Cinder is an embodiment of the flame itself.
Yeah.
He is the avatar of the flame, the will of the flame, which to me doesn't make sense unless he is. I don't know. It's Dark Souls 3 lore, to be honest. It gives us some really cool shit, and then just so much shit that's just like, wait, what?
Wait, are you telling me that the Soul of Cinder is a furtive pygmy?
No.
Brum, brum,
Hey-o.
How even did you get to that?
Thou who art undead
We
art
all know
chosen.
Velka is
Friggin'
the furtive. Although maybe Velka is the Soul of Cinder, and the furtive pygmy, and the Witch of Izalith,
and Solaire.
and the mother of the Sable Church, and wife of Kath.
And Solaire.
Yes.
Since Celeste that worm, everybody knows, dude.
Yeah.
Oh,
That is-
clearly, yeah, obviously,
that is
100%
fact.
definite. I mean, there's no denying it, right?
Yeah. The thing is funny that is it actually kind of makes a little bit of sense though.
I know, right? That's what pisses me off. Because it's so, like, retarded sounding, but it actually does make sense.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell.
It's one of those
Solaire
things that's
wore
really
white,
dumb, but you cannot prove it wrong.
But Solaire wore white, and that bone skeleton worm thing has white bones. Solaire confirmed.
Wasn't it like, I haven't watched the video, but was it something like, he got infected by one of those maggots, and then it had a bunch of humanity in it, and I don't even know if humanity is a fucking thing anymore, because that was like, oh yeah, this creature is all fucked up
yes, it
because it
is.
consumed a shitload of humanity.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not really well, I think actually it might be referencing Dark Souls 3.
And it's like down in Izalith where he got it as well, and
Yeah, exactly.
Humanity is referenced directly in the Drags, I believe. Human Drags, I believe.
yeah, human drugs.
Oh yeah, it's kind of like the spiel with the whole deep, isn't it? Like it's the weight of humanity holds it down.
Fucking hate the deep so much.
Yeah.
I hate
Rolling
it so much.
in the deep.
I hate it almost as much as I hate Aldia.
No, the deep is definitely fucking interesting though.
I don't hate Aldia because he has an English accent.
Aldi is cool, dude. He's a giant blob that teleports. Okay, actually, I wanted to ask you guys this because you've probably talked about it. I don't fucking know, but okay, right, okay. So, in the fucking DLC, in Dark Souls 3 DLC, Ariandel disappears, doesn't he? He doesn't die. Like when we kill him, he doesn't die.
He does.
Really?
Yeah, he falls to the ground and
Does
gives
he
up.
not have a soul then?
No, he gives up the last of his life to Freyja, whatever, to bring her back one last time.
Because I thought it was kind of like a similar situation to Aldia, where he like, because he like disappears and then speaks, and then Aldia disappears and then speaks. Listen, right? It's fucked, dude.
So Aldia,
Aldia is Sister Frida.
Ariandel, and Allfather Lloyd are all the same person.
Yes.
Also, I fucking hate Ariandel.
Frida. I hate
Why
the
didn't he
fucking
have his
voice.
whip?
I hate the voice. I hate it.
Yeah.
It was
He
the-
also scared the shit out of me the first time I had to fight him.
He didn't me. Like I was intimidated until he started speaking, and then I was no longer scared.
No, well, okay, I didn't realize that he was chasing me when I was trying to fight the other bitch.
Yeah, I guess that
So,
could be scary.
didn't turn out well for me.
It's like a Dark Souls version of Santa Claus.
Yeah.
All right, we're about to have
Souls,
another
souls.
guest hop on in just a moment.
Oh shit, who's coming in now?
Bob the Hollow.
Bob Dotto. Bob is a great fun name to say, just
When he pops in, can you drag him down to?
Yeah.
I'm gonna add his name.
Well, I can't believe your mods actually listen to you. Mine do.
I'm more than a mod. Hello, Bob.
Hello,
Hey, how's it going, man?
I'm fine. Can you hear me well enough?
Yes, sir.
No, not at all.
Don't listen to
Okay.
him.
No, I can hear you.
Okay, you're just trolling me.
Yeah.
Alright,
Yes.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, dude, thanks for coming out. We're jumping into some juicy lore right now.
Okay, what are we talking about?
Wait, what were we talking about?
Ariandel's not dead. He just disappeared into this weird nether place.
Okay. Yeah, that.
Wait, so you're saying he gave his life to Frida to keep her alive, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of people who have done that in the past, just to get some like comparisons.
No, I'm
Actually,
just saying that's what I
don't-
see from it.
I don't think he brought her back, just the fire from the vessel.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah,
I
but
mean-
I think that he used his essence to actually give it the push that it needed to revive her.
Okay, if I may disagree,
Oh yeah, that's
I
fine.
think he was just holding back the fire from the vessel that was supposed to come out and burn everything, and he just stopped holding it back, so the fire came out the way it was supposed to, and since she's enkindled like us, then the fire brought her back, like embers, you know.
Yeah, that's what I think.
So it's not him. He didn't do anything. He didn't bring her back. He just stopped pushing back the fire from the vessel.
Well, why was he pushing it back anyway?
To let
Because
Rob.
Because he was
fire-
influenced.
Yeah.
Even though he was actually talking about how he wanted to bring about the fire when you first talked to him.
No,
Wait.
he didn't say he wanted the
No, he
fire.
didn't.
Said he wanted to suppress the fire.
Yeah,
He
that's
wants
why he
his-
wants his flail, because he wants to
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of bleed into
Yeah.
the fire to...
The blood
Douse it.
satiates the fire.
God damn it, Leo, do you even listen?
To be honest,
Do
to
you
be honest,
even
by
play
the
the
time-
game?
by the time I got to that, I was so pissed off at the DLC and with the fact that this is all just fan wank that I was like, I don't even give a shit. This stuff is not important anymore.
Wait, are you confusing Gale's dialogue with Ariandel?
Possibly. Look, here's the thing, Ariandel, I fucking hate him. He reminds me too much of Aldia. I hate Aldia too.
What's that
Also,
accent
I'm
he has?
bad at
It's
lore.
Scottish, right?
Scottish, yeah.
Yeah, a weird
Okay,
shitty Scottish
so
accent.
Ariandel is Laura's fault then.
Okay, so
yeah.
how do you guys pronounce it? Ariandel or Ariandel?
Ariandel?
I pronounce it Franklin.
I think.
Ariandel.
Franklin.
Okay.
Now I'm
I do
self-conscious
have the
about
worst
how I pronounce
accent. I have the worst accent in the English language. though.
Ariando.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's just
Right.
one of those potato things.
Potato.
About him disappearing into the nether or something, I think maybe because he's the restorer of the painting, as long as the painting doesn't get destroyed, he gets to be there. So once this current installment is over, he just vanishes with the painting.
That makes sense. Yeah. Because he's the one, right, that after he dies, he talks about, and now the fucking ashes were too, or some shit, right? That's his voice.
Yep.
Whatever the fuck it is he says, I forget. But
Yeah, that's him. That's his voice,
yeah.
and it's coming from everywhere. So he's in the world now.
I mean, it's not the first time, or even the second time, that when you kill somebody, we can hear their voice echo.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find an interesting picture from the DLC that I can put on screen. And I'll link it in Discord so you guys can be able to look at it as well. Let me find it.
I was gonna ask, who do you think Frida got a mission from then? Because in one of my videos, I talked about how Yuria got a mission from Karth. Do you think Karth also gave Frida the mission to go and stop the fire in the painted world?
I think she took that mission on her own.
Yeah, I don't think so. Because it's not... I mean, the painted world, I guess, is a big deal to the people who are there, but it's not a big picture thing. And I think Koth was very much a big picture kind of guy.
Okay. So, where do you think the painting is? Not the word, the actual painting, the physical painting. It used to be in Underlando, but where is it now?
I don't... Okay, this might sound a bit weird, but I actually don't think it exists anymore. I think it's just in scraps now.
Okay, but Londor is using, like, Velka's miracles, and Yuria dresses up as a crow, so I think maybe they have the painting now. And
possibly
they're using, like, they are the Hollow Realm, and Velka's powers can control the hollowing, right? You use the statue to reverse hollowing, and they use the Virgin Stones to reverse hollowing. So maybe they're using the powers from the painting to their goals, to help improve their hollow society, and controlling the painting, controlling the cycle of the painting would be important for Londor. So you have that.
Maybe.
Yeah. So, this picture I'm talking about is actually the mural we see painted inside the chapel. That's the boss room where you fight Ariandel and Frida. And it depicts the two figures in black with two things most people say it's snake, some people say it's like a broken thread, but let me try to zoom in here on stream.
Why does it look like a heart to me? Like the background looks like a heart.
Because it's a very similar shape to a heart.
It does kind of look like a heart.
It looks very like the symbol for Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, if I zoom in here, and if you just kind of look at the screen on stream.
They have heads, like they're snakes, right? They have heads.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do look very like.
So Minnow Barton is the one who pulled the actual texture file to get like a clearer look at this mural, and at the bottom is Japanese lettering, which may have been like a note from the artist to like the other people who are working on the game and all that. So I emailed Vadi about it, and because I didn't have anybody that could translate Japanese, so I thought if anybody in the Souls community has somebody who can translate Japanese, it's probably Vadi. So I hit him up, and after a little bit, he got his guy. His name is Lore Master Noja, is the guy who translated it, and basically he said it basically means stabber and crusher, in short, which kind of correlates with this one snake on the left being stabbed by the sword, and the snake on the right is being held, so that would be the crusher.
You know, I've just noticed as well. The two like wraith-looking dudes are wearing similar garb to the statue we find behind Ariandel.
If you also look at the stabber's hand, it's wearing a metal gauntlet.
Yeah, I've kind of deducted that I think the one on the left, I think, is Freda. Or
Fredo.
And the one on the right, I think, is kind of the more mysterious
petrification
one.
Still in like Dark Souls, like in the Dark Souls universe? I know it was a big deal in DS2.
Dark Souls 1 and 2 definitely have it. Can you get petrified in Dark Souls 3?
I don't think the curse works like that in 3, does it?
I don't think so.
I mean, you do get curse and you do do all that crazy stuff, but I'm on about, you know, like in DS2 you had to use, I can't remember what the item was called, but to like unfreeze petrified dudes.
Fragrant Branch of Yore.
Yeah. Is it? I wonder if that's still a thing, because I know the statue behind it has some like wooden elements to it, like in the broken tail and stuff like that. But looking at that picture's face, like the one on the left,
Yeah.
it looks so much like the statue, like face wise, kind of. I don't know.
Yes, I see what you're getting at for sure. Yeah.
Well, it's a mural. It's not a photo. It's not a. They didn't have a camera, so it looks artificial, but
it's the depiction of something that happened, probably done by somebody who wasn't actually there to witness it. So it could be a metaphorical depiction rather than a.
Perhaps it was done by the painter.
Well, it was probably done by a painter, considering it looks like it was painted.
Maybe the nameless painter did it.
okay. The way I see it. Okay, sorry. Frida comes from Londor. Londor is backed by the serpents, by Kaf, right?
Yes.
So, in the chapel, in the painted world, you have snakes again, like in the door, in the mural, and in the statue behind Father Ariandel. So, a lot of people think that Frida has renounced Londor and the Sable Church. I think not.
Yeah, nah.
Nah, what exactly?
I'm agreeing. She hasn't renounced. I don't think.
Yeah, but a lot of people think she did. But yeah, we agreed she didn't. So this cannot be against the snakes. So the mirror is depicting the other sisters, the one with the sword and the iron gauntlet, something. I think it's Yuria, because Yuria is the swordswoman. She's described as such. And I think the other one is Liliane, the other sister, because she's described as recounting tales. She's kind of a cleric. And I don't think she's stabbing the snake. She's just, like, it's a pose for a picture. And the other one is handling the snake. She's giving the snake to the hollows that are burning down below. She's giving the teachings of the snakes to the hollows. Because she's the cleric, she recounts tales. And the statue behind Father Yandel. Okay, if you zoom in the tail, so the snake skin has holes. It's made of several parts. And on the sides of the arena, after he burns everything down, there are a couple of altars made of wood, but the altars are empty. So I think they have removed the statues from there and assembled the snake body and just put fabric around it to resemble snakes, which are the symbol of Londor.
Well, the sections that you can see in the tail of the snake seem to actually be articulated. They seem to be sections of what looks like wood tied together.
Yeah, so they have chopped the statue of whomever was on those altars. That actually I think it was Velka, because it's the painted word. And so now they're trying to change the system of belief of the painting. They used to revere Velka, but now they're revering the snakes of Londor.
Yeah.
I still think the sisters of Londor are children of the primordial serpents.
What?
I think the children of Londor are children of primordial serpents. Kath's children. Half-breeds, well, crossbreeds like Priscilla, but made off of primordial serpents instead of dragons.
Oh, that's gross, dude. I don't even want to think about that.
Oh yeah, no, just think about that. Think about Kath getting frisky with a woman.
With his
Nobody wants to think about that.
I think,
hey, it's a Japanese game. Would you really be surprised if a Japanese dude came up with that idea?
I think.
Just saying.
Okay, do you have something to? I accept that it's a possibility, but do you have something to, like a connection, something, a reference?
Not really, but I mean, it's just entertaining to me to think about Kath like just ramming the shit out of a
So that's the kind of thing you spend your time thinking about?
Oh,
yeah.
Leo
Oh,
getting
yeah.
fucking roasted, dude. I like.
Hey,
I'm not the only one roasting him now.
If you're trying to insult me, I don't see where the insult is coming in. You saying there's something wrong about thinking about a giant, creepy penis snake monster having sex with a woman?
God.
No, I mean you can think about whatever you want. I'm not.
I'm thinking about it right now.
Evidently,
Okay.
you've never been on Rule 34.
All right. Okay, so it has been an hour. Let me real quick pull up this email. And all right. So Teresa Jones and Ollie Sleek, thank you guys for the donations. That's very much appreciated. And God bless you. God bless your souls.
You pushed the button. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you guys very much. Yeah. Oh, so something interesting I did want to talk about this mural is the figure on the right. And I actually didn't notice this till like 2 days ago randomly. So we can't, like, obviously it's not certain, nothing's certain in Dark Souls really, but because we don't see the arm of the figure on the left, the one on the right is like a blackened arm with like some fleshy red spots throughout it. And I actually noticed that that looks slight or like very familiar to what the Pilgrims of Londor's arms look like. So I just thought that was curious.
Spin on its head. It could be Frida when she was embered.
Yeah, that as well, yeah.
Fun fact, did you know that snakes have two-headed penises?
I mean...
Okay, I think we've... You know what? Conversations evolve, Leo, and we move on.
So we're not still talking about snake porn?
No, we left that 5 minutes ago.
Fine then.
Yeah, so
well,
like...
we had a good conversation going there.
Here, I'm gonna copy and paste this in chat. This is exactly the... I'll put it in Discord for you guys too. This is exactly what the guy translated. Yeah,
Have you seen some of the other literal translations for Dark Souls 3?
Some of them.
They're cool as well. Like, it gives Aldrich a completely new meaning. Like,
which one's that?
So, if I remember rightly, Aldrich is referred to as the Devourer of Gods.
Yes.
Right? That's what his name is in the game. If I remember rightly, the literal Japanese translation is Aldrich, the Consumer of a God. Like, plural. So, that kind of signifies that he actually didn't eat gods, he just... Well, we find him eating, one.
Yeah.
And, the profane capital isn't even called the profane capital. It's the literal translation is the city of sin, which is cool. Trying to think of something else now, and I can't because I'm stupid.
You're not stupid. You're just English.
Thou who art undead,
The one
art
for
chosen.
Aldrich, it's in Japanese. It's actually not specified if it's either plural or not, so it could be either way. Actually, I think that subject is very frustrating because I live in Japan, but I don't speak Japanese very well, so I don't know that many Japanese players, and they don't speak English very well, so it's very hard to communicate with them. I wanted somebody to help me translate this stuff, but I can't find anybody.
Just approach random Asian people and hope that they'll help.
Actually, they might. They're so polite here, but I don't know.
But, there was this kind of drama surrounding Dark Souls 3 where the like people who could speak Japanese were kind of pissed off at the English translators of Dark Souls 3 for getting it so wrong.
It can't be as bad as Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2's translation was a fucking clusterfuck of just mistranslations of that completely fucked it a bit.
Nice. Yeah. So, while I have you here, Bob the Hollow, I have a question I'm asking everybody that comes in, and that is, who is the best Dark Souls waifu?
The doll.
That's not in Dark Souls.
That's technically what I said because I said Lady Maria. Listen, Bob, me and you are gonna get along.
All right.
Still not Dark Souls.
No, but it's a Souls game.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, but Dark Souls was specified.
Dark Souls sucks dick.
Okay,
So,
Jake.
yeah,
can you
Bloodborne's
beat
a
it all
terrible
or not?
game. And you feel that.
Oh, come
I'll
on.
allow it. I'll allow it.
Fuck you, Jake.
Okay, so it's the dog.
Let me rephrase it. Who's the best waifu influence from the mind of Miyazaki?
The dog.
There we go.
Pontiff
the
Sullivan.
Giant.
Pontiff Sullivan. I like that one too.
Yorm the Giant.
I have to go with Rhea, just because I like a girl in distress.
Oh God, Jake, that can be taken so out of context.
Well, I mean, no, not like that.
Well,
gosh
guys,
damn
that's
it.
gonna be me done for the podcast. See you next time.
Oh my God.
You know, like the... What do they fucking call it? Gosh damn it.
I did not know Ashen Hollow was into rape culture.
No,
Exactly.
no. I just saw this the other day because my children were watching Scooby-Doo. The
What fuck?
damsel in
Scooby-Doo's a rape
distress.
culture?
There you go. You know, like Princess Peach and shit. Not fucking
So
rape
you
culture.
don't like strong, independent women? Dude, that's so unprogressive. I'm appalled, dude.
Jake likes his women fetal position.
Hey, don't assume their gender either. Okay?
Oh, God. Hey, the only thing I want to assume is the position.
I suppose. Okay, let's get on to a lore
Welcome to
question.
the Law Podcast, ladies and gentlemen. Where we talk about
Thou who art undead,
who, which, like, character we wanted.
Okay,
Apparently, it was a good idea to have me as a co-host.
so let's talk about the identity of Leonard and if he could be a part of a or the royal family.
I don't know fuck all about Leonhard because I didn't find him very interesting.
He's got the best armor set because it's swag as fuck.
No, Creighton has the best armor set, dude.
I like his armor set, but I rather.
Apart from his helmet.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, fuck that. Just put on Leonhardt's helmet. because
Yeah, his
it's
chest
still a-
piece is
yeah,
fucking awesome.
It is. I love.
Also,
that.
the what is it called? The sunset. So sorry to completely ignore your question, Jake, but fashion souls is far more important than law, I'm afraid. The sunset armor is like what's his face drops?
Hodrick?
Hodrick.
Oh, hobo
That-
armor.
oh my god, that's cool as fuck.
You
That,
you like
that
hobo
looks
armor?
cool as fuck. I do.
Ooh, I
but
saw-
apart from Fallen Knight.
I saw somebody on
Okay,
Imager.
about Leonhard.
wait, say what?
Original question?
About Leonhard.
Yeah, you
Okay,
might like
I
this.
think it's implied by his set that he is from a royal family, right? But I think maybe his lineage predates the story of Dark Souls 3 because his weapon actually has moonlight, right? Actual moonlight.
Mhm.
Yes, but he inherited that from Rosaria, the weapon from Rosaria.
That's interesting.
Alright, so we're gonna have another guest in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Redgrave.
Redgrave. Yeah, go ahead and drag him down. Oh, I guess it's right now. Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, basically it's because in Leonard's set, it talks about it being embroidered with gold thread, betraying its purpose as military wear designed for a noble.
Yeah, but it doesn't make any reference to what royal family it might be. I think
Mhm.
I don't remember any in-game
Well-
references to that, so it could be any royal family.
But noble also doesn't necessarily mean royal.
Yeah,
yeah.
like a duke or something.
Well, it doesn't even have to be like a really big honorable title because it's just nobility. Like, I mean, if you look at Japanese culture, for example, the samurai were essentially nobles. In Europe, the upper class knights were nobles. They didn't necessarily have to have a big fancy title with them. So it could just be that he's from an aristocratic background that has nobility tied to it. I mean, it's kind of a pain in the ass trying to discuss characters that are boring.
Yeah, true. Anyway, what's
Yo,
up,
he's the
Redgrave?
best character because he looks like he's from Yarnum, and that's
Yeah.
what's up.
Yeah.
I know, I love the design of him, but he just hasn't got much story to him.
Leo, if you say Bloodborne is a shit game one more time.
Paragon, I haven't played
Oh,
it yet.
actually.
I actually refuse to make an actual judgment about it until I play it.
I did.
Wait, I thought you said
Yeah.
it was shit.
I'm not gonna be here long,
to
but
trigger you, dumbass.
yo, I'm not gonna be here long. But I just popped in and I heard you motherfuckers talking about snake penises and shit, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, you heard
What's
Leo
your opinion
talking
on
about snake penises.
Your opinion
We
on
dropped
snake
that
penis,
subject, you're bringing it back.
Hey, this is an important subject.
Yo, I heard that shit in the chat, and I was like, what the fuck? I gotta get in on this.
See, there you go. Yeah, did you know
Okay.
snakes have two-headed penises?
I did know that actually.
Yeah. It's fascinating. I've actually, like, my brother used to keep snakes, and it was probably the most terrifying thing ever seeing two of them mate. So, Dark Souls.
Anyway, I forgot to mention the actual first line of Leonard's armor, which says he was born into royalty,
Oh, okay. Yeah,
which
then
is
he's royal.
believed to be the reason for his skill in both sorcery and swordsmanship.
I guess
So,
that settles it.
But wouldn't that... Huh.
We can take that one off, lads. Next one.
next one. All right. Pyromancer Dunnel. And
Who the fuck is
who
that?
could best fit his wife?
I remember that
From the
in
DLC.
the DLC.
What?
In the Priscilla's thing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, if you ask Dano who's the best waifu, the answer is Priscilla.
Oh shit! What up?
Who doesn't want to fuck some furries?
Listen, there's a Leo. There's a bar. All right.
Bro, you got
And you
some
keep
kind of
going over
obsession
that
going
bar.
on over there. Like,
Yeah. What's-
yeah,
hey,
I'm just
don't
pointing it
kink
out, bro.
shame
What's
me.
up?
Don't kink shame me. We
Yo,
are
your
in a
your
progressive
kink is not my
society.
kink, and that's okay. It's all good.
No, to be honest, I just don't like her as a character. She's overrated.
Who, Priscilla?
Yeah.
I mean, she's only like half finished, so.
Yeah.
Listen, she was gonna be a waifu in Dark Souls 1, like Firekeeper style. How can she be? To be honest, yeah, she's a bit lackluster. I'll be honest.
She's a cool design. I actually think her design is pretty cool, and the idea behind her is cool, but she just has no personality.
Yeah.
She's a dragon.
I'm a dragon, mommy!
Anyway, let me look up exactly what Dunnel's
I wish
description
the
is.
crossbreeds were cooler, because I mean, you gotta admit, Priscilla's a pretty cool fucking crossbreed, but then we have Yoshka, who just sits in a chair and says like, hey, you should be a Blade of the Dark Moon, which doesn't fucking work, and you should fucking go do some shit. I don't know. Yoshka was kind of disappointing.
If you really don't like Blades of the Dark Moon, I can kind of justify the existence of two covenants that do the same thing.
What, every single
Um,
covenant in Dark Souls 3?
No, but I mean...
The fucking covenants in Dark Souls 3 are a fucking disaster.
Oh yeah, no, they're a complete joke, but the Blue Sentinels and the Dark Moon Blades, they have the same... It's weird, because they're doing the same thing, but for different reasons. One's there to protect the person whose world they're summoned into, the other one is there to kill the invader. You know what I mean? Like, it's a weird little differentiating thing, even though, like, it's, you know, you achieve it through the same means. You just gotta go and kill the motherfucker who invaded. It still is kind of interesting that one of them is there to protect the host. Like, that's lore-wise what they're supposed to be doing, is the Blue Sentinels are supposed to protect the way the Blue members. Whereas the Blades of the Dark Moon, they're not there to protect the...
They're there to punish. It's a different intent, which is
It's
from a
fucking
roleplay
lazy. It's just
perspective.
lazy.
But from a gameplay perspective, it's
Oh,
a
from
fucking
gameplay
joke.
perspective, it's a fucking joke. It's a huge joke. And then there's like two covenants which are just, oh, if people go into this area, you get summoned in to fight them.
If you had told me that the covenants in Dark Souls 3 would be worse than the covenants in Dark Souls 1, I would have thought you were a fucking lunatic.
Well, I feel as though they
Because-
kind of, they said, oh, what do people like doing in Dark Souls 1? Oh, they really like the forest. Let's fucking base, like, 50% of our covenants around the forest. And it doesn't fucking work. And when the game's dying out, which it is, it's not going to work. It just isn't going to work. It's stupid and it's lazy.
I'm just waiting for Dark Souls 3 Scholar of the First Yorshka edition.
Yeah.
Like, did you guys see the
Now
like?
undead
You know,
are
I
chosen.
mean, I bash on Dark Souls 3 all the time, and I still love it. Okay, but did you see the fucking player drop on PC when the DLC came out, and then the next day? It was
that
fucking
makes sense.
massive.
Like, why wouldn't there be?
But I
People
mean,
finish
like,
the content. It's about 3 hours long.
It's not even 3 hours long if you know what you're doing. It's actually only about an hour and a half.
Well, I didn't know what I was doing. It took me about 3 hours.
Yes, and that's the thing. Like, that's where the problem is. They shorthanded us on the content for the DLC, and they
Yeah,
gave
it
us
was-
an arena that nobody gives a fuck about.
Yeah, it was a bad DLC, like just straight up. Like I enjoyed it, but like
Yeah.
it's only half finished.
yeah, like,
it was not value for
longevity-wise,
money.
it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Like compare that shit to the last Souls DLC we got, which was the Old Hunters, which is like one of
Oh,
it's fantastic.
Wasn't that like half the size of their base game?
No, it wasn't half the size of the base game, but it was like 3 giant areas, 5 bosses, a ton of new weapons, new spells. It was huge.
So it was the biggest DLC we've gotten. It's actually the size of like a Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2 DLC put together.
I'd say it was way bigger than Artorias of the Abyss.
Oh yeah, that was a small DLC, but it was like if you took that and then put it together with something like the Ivory King DLC.
Yeah, I'd say that's fair.
to give it
Ivory
credit,
King
though,
DLC is still my favorite DLC.
Ivory
Old
King's
Hunters
fucking
was supposed to be
awesome.
2 DLCs.
They should not be like, oh yeah, we're going to do 2. If the next DLC is as short as that one, I'm going to be pissed.
Nah, it won't be. I can guarantee it.
I don't know at this point because I was not expecting the first DLC to be that.
I mean,
fucking short.
they've already moved on to like 4 new projects.
Yeah.
Like, you really think they're putting together a whole new Dark Souls experience? No. They have some junior programmers whipping up a couple bosses for you. I'm sorry,
just
am I Mr. Buzzkill over here?
No,
Oh
dude,
no, dude.
No,
Like,
no.
none of us
I'm
actually
all about
like
that
Dark
life.
Souls.
We need the truth.
Just do this for the attention.
Alright,
None of
well,
us here like the Souls.
I got
series.
a jet, but this was fun. I could only be here for like 5-10 minutes, and I told Jake that. But
Yeah. But
this was fun. I just popped in, say hello.
before you leave, real quick,
What's up?
best Soulsborne waifu.
Maiden in Black. That's not even a fucking contest.
Okay.
Oh fuck you!
That's our first Maiden in Black.
That's not even a fucking contest.
No, it is. That's the wrong.
No, it's
answer.
not. You're just wrong.
It is.
No, you're
No.
just wrong.
Shanalot is the best. Fuck you.
Wow.
Jake, just make a vote
Really?
on the chat and
Wait. Everybody shut the fuck up for a second. The Emerald nobody gives a shit about Maiden is your favorite?
She's a
What
redhead
the
with an
fuck?
Irish accent. I'm an Irishman. Of course, I'm going to go for her.
Whoa, dude.
Yes.
Well, I guess you
She's
like your
blessed.
women empty and full of nothing, just like the rest of
Yes!
the Irish.
Yes, of course.
He's been talking about penis, like snake penises, for the past 30 minutes. Of course, he likes his women empty and dead on the inside.
They need to have enough room
Jesus
for all the
Christ,
snake
dude.
penis.
She's not even she's a golem.
Yes.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I like my women like I
God,
like my
she's so fucking
conversations.
boring. And they push her so fucking hard, too. They're like, don't you care about this character? Nobody cares about the Emerald Maiden.
I love her with all my heart because
God,
she's the
fucking
only
fuck
character in the series that is
Oh
as
my
hated
god,
as I am
bear,
in real life.
seek less. Bear, seek less. Seek the fucking king. Shut the fuck up.
At least she's better than the Maiden in Black.
Okay, dude. You know what? This is not even worth a response. Thanks for having me on,
Oh,
Jake.
shit.
Hey man, thanks for hanging out, dude.
All right, take
Bye,
care, brother.
Redgrave.
Take care.
Bye bye. Take care.
hey Jake,
How's it going? Or what's up? I mean,
make a poll, a voting on the chat, so they can decide which of our waifus is the best.
that's a great idea. I'm gonna go do that right now.
Hey Jake, I told you I'd be able to piss off Redgrave in like 5 minutes, didn't I?
Wait, what's the best
Hey, do you
poll?
know
Is it
what's
still
pretty
straw
cool?
poll?
Yeah.
What's up?
I was doing some research about the Shanalot.
Yeah.
And I was looking at some kind of like Japanese old culture, kind of folktale kind of stuff. And what I found out, and I say you guys might know this, but the single feather that she gives you, like towards the end of the game, is actually in Japanese culture, a single feather means cowardice.
Yeah.
Which is pretty funny.
I mean, it's a reusable Homer bone as well, which you use to escape situations and shit. So.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool.
But there is also something in Japanese culture about the two different colored eyes, isn't there? Because her eyes are two different colors.
I don't know. Maybe.
No idea.
Japanese, man.
Trying to type in as many options as I can here.
I mean, I'm afraid to Google anything relating to Japan because I just know I'm going to find tentacle porn.
Dude, Japan's so cool, dude.
It is, but it's
If I
also
could-
a terrifying place.
It's because
Have
they've
you
just
ever
been
been
on
to
their
Japan?
own.
Dude, they
Yeah.
produce the creepiest porn.
Yeah,
really
but
wanna go to
people
Japan,
consume
though.
that in the West as well, so it's not their fault. There's a market
Yeah.
for it.
I would say it's more popular in the West, honestly.
Oh, probably. I mean, have you been to Tumblr?
No.
So yeah, case closed. It's not the Japanese fault.
Well, it's kind of the Japanese fault. Their culture's a bit weird as well.
They're just more open about sexuality.
Yeah, which I'm all cool for that. That's not why I'm saying it's weird.
They're
They're-
progressive.
Yeah, but they're progressive in some ways, and then in other ways they're not. It's just kind of weird.
Stop being racist, Leo, please.
Alright, straw
I'm
polls
not
up.
being racist. I haven't said one word which I should definitely not say, which I'm trying to hold back saying this entire time.
Okay, what's the word?
I'm not saying it.
You're talking about sex with snakes? You can say anything, I guess.
Hey, look, sex with snakes is perfectly fine. Why are you having a problem with that? Don't
I'm not
kink
having
shame
a
me.
problem with that. I'm saying it's fine, so it's fine for her to say anything.
I don't see Smo. I did
Hey,
forget
Ray
to
has only got
leave.
one vote.
Yeah, that's me.
Shanlot's in second place. One vote behind.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this on stream then real quick.
I have
Wait.
it auto-updating.
I was gonna say,
Thou who art
Why
undead
don't
art chosen.
Mr. Ashen Hollow, you tell us a little bit why we're here today. What's the cause? I'm
Alright.
doing your fucking job.
Okay, so today we are raising money for Project Yesu, and it is an organization that provides funds for the food, education, and medicine for children in Uganda. It's actually run by a good friend of mine's sister, and she makes she's been doing it since 2012 or 2013, I believe, and she goes over to Uganda every summer for a month or so, and brings supplies, helps with all the duties. I don't know exactly what the duties are, but obviously places in extreme poverty like that can at any point in time use a lot of help, and so she does it through that. And she also through the organization you can sponsor a child, and I believe it's like $25 a month, I think, or 25 or 35 bucks a month will pay for that child's food, home, and schooling for that entire month. So if you're not able to do that, though, just making like a regular donation does definitely help. And yeah, it's just a really good cause.
Just to add on to that, I know being a type 1 diabetic, I am so fucking privileged where I am. Being a type 1 diabetic in places such as this fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Because they have to pay for everything and kids die when they shouldn't die. It's just awful. So you guys, every little helps.
Yes.
Save the kids, bro.
If you have the
Absolutely.
means to support this, do it as a Christmas gift to Jake.
Yes.
He doesn't want anything for Christmas
In
other
fact,
than
you
all
know
these
what?
poor children to survive.
If you donate, Leah will stop talking about snake penises.
If you don't donate, I will possibly continue. you.
Your call. Your call.
Yeah, good job advertising that, bro. That was prime.
Yeah, I think.
Tracy came in, by the way. Messaging her on Skype, and she's like, "Yeah, I came in. You were talking about sex with snakes." I'm like, "Yeah."
That's what you're
pretty
gonna
much
be
what I'm
known
gonna be known
for the
now.
rest of your life. Yeah.
Hey, it's better than the shit I've been known for in the past.
Alright, apparently I can't put this on the stream because OBS Studio, for whatever reason, will not capture a web page.
Fantastic.
So, but right now we got Lady Maria in the lead. No one else likes Rhea except me.
Yeah.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. In a minute, after this one slows down, we're gonna have a round 2, and I'm gonna add some of the ones I missed. Like people really want Gwendolyn. I'm gonna put Gwendolyn on there, and I put a few more, and then whoever wins that one, we're gonna have, tiebreaker between the winner of the 2 polls.
Gwendolyn is a wife.
Gwendolyn, I guess, can technically be a waifu, right?
I mean, I'd fuck him.
He was raised as a waifu, at least.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have this thing, right? You know, Aldrich uses the scythe thing. Is it like the Great Life? Something like that? I can't remember what it's called. But one of his attacks is the Life on the Scythe, that's the one. And we know Pontiff came from the Painted World. Do you think Pontiff met Priscilla, learned about her, and then passed on information to Aldrich? Do you think there's a possibility that
Doesn't it say in the spell that he had visions of her?
But yeah, like for example, I know it's a stretch, but if you are like thinking about someone and let's say for example his visions were a dream.
Your thing makes more sense.
Mm-hmm.
Your thing makes a lot more sense than just he dreamed of it and now he can do it.
Yeah, but he must have known. What I'm saying is he must have known about this Priscilla character to have had visions, like because we very rarely dream about someone we don't know or we haven't seen like visually, or you know what I mean.
Can I say something about that?
What? Yeah, sure.
Okay, so he was consuming Gwendolyn, right?
Yeah.
And so the painting was originally in Orlando with Priscilla inside. I think he was dreaming through Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn knew about Priscilla, right? So, and he learned about those spells through Gwendolyn. I don't think Sullivan would have to teach him anything.
So, like, what is it? It was kind of like, there's a thing, isn't there, where I can't remember what story it's in, but it's like when you eat someone's brain, you kind of know all their thoughts and stuff like that. I can't remember where that was in, but it was.
Oh, that's just real life.
Oh, wow.
Have you ever tried it?
Yes.
Okay, what did you learn?
Not a whole lot because you know, unfortunately, all I got was mad cow disease.
Okay. I guess we should eat Miyazaki then.
Oh, dude, I want to eat Miyazaki all day.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, round
Then
2
you get
is up.
snake penises involved.
Okay, so does that theory satisfy you?
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, I think they're both kind of like they're not as so far-fetched where it's like, no, that's impossible, that could not have happened.
Yeah.
I think they're both kind of stand on their own 2 feet. Like, yes, it is a possibility that Pontiff could have relayed information from what he learned in the paint world, and there is a very high possibility that, in fact, because he was consuming Gwendolyn, he learned of his stuff.
I think, regardless, I think it's like very likely that Sullivan did know Priscilla, in some degree.
I'd like to think so.
They're probably best friends.
In fact, because we don't. I mean, I'm not gonna say Priscilla's dead because we don't know, but we don't know what the fuck happened to Priscilla. You know.
I know I killed her.
Is she classed as the mother of the painting?
See, okay, that's another thing that we can talk about. So just to preface that question you just asked, when we first meet Gale, he's praying to the Mother of the Forlorn, and that has been like up for debate for a long time as to who he's actually praying to. Some people say Priscilla, some people
Velka.
even say Velka, and some people say Katha. And so we can talk about that. I personally think he's talking about Velka. One being, he says, mentions that she's a goddess, and because the painted world is so quintessentially Velka to begin with, it will, like, she's never referenced directly as the Mother of the Forlorn, but it just makes a lot of sense for her to be the Mother of the Forlorn. But
I kind of agree. Yeah, I think it's Velka.
I mean, we knew Jake was going to go the Velka route.
no, absolutely.
Velka fanboy 69 up in this bitch.
No, but it just makes sense.
No, it
Thou
does.
art undead art chosen.
I mean, everyone agree?
So is that the nameless painter references her mother, doesn't she? When you go back to her after killing.
Yes.
Are you saying, because what I took from it was the nameless painter was the daughter of Priscilla, but what I'm hearing from you guys, are you saying that the daughter is Velka's?
No, I still think it's
I think it's
Priscilla's
Velka's.
daughter. Oh, you think it's Velka's? Interesting.
I think it's Velka's.
I think it's the daughter of the Phalanx that you fight.
Wait, what?
What?
in Ariana.
Oh, come on.
Um,
We're not
So
exactly
if
sure which one of those blobs is the father.
If that was the case, then if the nameless painter was the daughter of Velka, then when and if we do meet Velka, she's gonna have some crossbreed traits, I'm guessing.
I think
Unless she
Velka
is
is dead.
Somebody else who believes Velka's dead.
Thou who art
Yeah, me.
undead art
Yes! I'm not the only one.
I refuse to believe it, damn it. No matter how plausible it is, leave me alone.
No matter if it's most likely the only reasonable scenario, I don't care. Jake, I'm not the only one.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
yeah, go ahead. No, you can go ahead. I was
So,
gonna bullshit.
there are the statues of Velka.
Yeah.
And even in the painted world of Ariane from Dark Souls 1, she had a child with her, right? But, okay. So, she's the goddess of sin, right? And she delivers justice, punishment. She's never referenced as a guardian of the forlorn. I don't think she cares about the forlorn, about innocent people. That's not in her job description. So I think she created the painted world in order to protect her own children, her daughter from the statue, which is the nameless painter. Because there's no reason for her statue to have a child there. You know, it's the goddess of sin. It doesn't make sense. But if the painter is her daughter, then she's the one on the statue. And there is the ring of sacrifice. It's created through a sacrifice of ritual of Velka, right? And in Dark Souls 3, it was added a little bit at the end of the description. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, I can look it up real quick.
A sacrifice is only worth as much as the life as it spares, something like that.
Yeah.
So I think, and the painted world is painted with blood, right?
Yeah.
It's some description, I don't remember which item, but it's on a description. So I think she sacrificed herself in order to create the painted world. That's her blood, you know, the original painting.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, so she's kind of like the original creator then.
Yeah.
She's
A lot more evidence.
the equivalent
than
of
what
the
I have.
Big Bang.
I was basically just going to say the only reason I think Velka's dead is to piss off Jake.
Okay.
No, that actually does
That's
make
really
quite a bit of
insightful.
sense. What Bob said, not Leo.
Okay, if I can
Yeah.
make some shameless propaganda, just go watch my channel.
Yeah, go
There's
check
a
out.
video talking about that. So,
Yeah, yeah,
and thanks for the compliment.
yeah. Definitely did like. See, a lot of people think that there should only be like one continuous like fan lore canon, but I love fucking. I think there should be all kinds of different fucking, you know,
Yep.
things, even if like they directly contradict with mine. I mean, that's the point. That's the fun of it, right? It's just
That's the point of the game. Yeah.
yeah. And
Thou
people,
who art undead art
some people think
chosen.
it should just be one linear line, but that would make Dark Souls incredibly fucking boring.
I do have kind of like a stigma when it comes to theories. I mean, theories are fucking great. I fucking love theories, like movies, games. I fucking love them. But the amount of detail that our community especially goes into, I always think there isn't a cat in hell's chance that the developers and the writers thought about this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's so detailed, and this is kind of like a compliment to the content creators. It's so detailed, it's so well thought out, and I just don't believe that the writers of the Dark Souls games even thought about this shit.
So wait, are you trying to say that Velka is not also the Witch of Izalith and the Furtive Pygmy and Jesus?
I just think that the way FromSoft do their like lore is they have 2 points and then some gray area in between, and they don't really know. They have some semi like loose connections, and then they're like, okay, yeah, this will start a conversation. Let's put that in, but then this conversation spirals out of control, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's true for other games. Like, there's a lot of theories about Five Nights
Oh
Five Nights at
god.
Freddy's, and I think it's true for that kind of game. But in Dark Souls, there are way too many details everywhere.
Yeah, but the thing is, with Dark Souls, there is no definitive answers because you'll have set like facts that you'll find, and then it's filling in the context of the information you have a lot of the
No.
time.
I
There
agree
is
with that.
different,
I mean,
different
there
theories.
there isn't just one definitive theory, but for his point, like the developers didn't think about it. I think they did. They have their own canon, but they don't share that. So we
I think
never
they
know.
did until Dark Souls 3, and then they just gave the fuck up on the lore and just like started throwing darts at random boards with like, hey, look, there's something from Dark Souls 1, let's throw that in.
Mm-hmm.
Throw more darts.
Like if you think about it, Dark Souls 1 was supposed to be just that. There wasn't supposed to be any other ones.
yeah, yeah.
So, and I felt personally, as the games have progressed, and we've got Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3, the story has become a lot more finicky. It has a lot more grey areas compared to. I mean, obviously, there's giant grey areas in Dark Souls 1 where theories can span for miles and miles and miles. But I felt as though, as we've got more games, there is this more of the hey, you can figure this out. We have this connection, you figure it out.
One of their trailers actually said, everything will be revealed, something like that.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they're going for. They're giving all the details. We will never know for sure, but we can make like very comprehensive theories now.
But that like begs the question: and I asked this in one of my videos. Do we as the community want a definitive answer to the Dark Souls story?
No.
And a lot of people were saying no. I don't.
It ruins the fun.
So
Yep.
here's what I've said a lot. Like, we definitely don't want a definitive answer, but I think at some point, especially with the new DLC coming out and the one we just had, we need not definitive answers, but more solid evidence for things. Because like I've said, Dark Souls gives us a finite amount of facts, and that's kind of the foundation that we build all of our theories off of. It's what comes out. And the more questions they ask without providing enough evidence to like support actual answers that make sense, the more and more this like foundation we have becomes eroded and begins falling apart. So if they come in this DLC and they do it just like this last DLC, where it just opens up a whole new can of fucking worms without really giving much substance to the actual foundation of the game, then we're gonna be in trouble, like lore-wise.
I think all Souls DLCs have always done that. I mean, they don't answer the questions from the main game.
Yeah.
They ask new questions and they answer their own questions.
Dude, real life Cathedral of the Deep.
What?
The Deacons of the Deep, real life. Link that was just posted in chat on the stream.
My
The middle of
internet's going slow.
Cool.
So apparently the middle is the placement of Jesus. That's actually cool.
Oh shit.
It's guarded by
Yeah.
2 Christian families, so they can't be doing a very good job because they're probably off making more kids.
That's actually very interesting. Why the fuck do I keep coughing?
It's kind of like this this situation where, yeah, I would really love to know like more definitive answers, but then that's kind of taking the fun out of it.
Yeah.
So it's like this double-edged sword where, like I said, I want to know more,
Yeah.
but and I don't know how I'd react. Like I'm really looking forward to the final DLC, just because I know that is the final DLC, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm really looking forward to the reaction from the community, especially the law dudes, who are going to be like,
Yeah.
either, oh my god, this kind of answers so many stuff and it ties up all of these connections, or there's going to be, oh, they've just asked more questions and there's not much to go on. That's going to be an interest. That's what I'm looking forward to. I don't even like
Mm-hmm.
care where we go. I'm just looking forward to the community response to it, because it's going to be
Yeah.
either raining hellfire or a good thing.
Yeah. But if I can backtrack a little bit, go back to talking about what we were talking about with the Painted World and Priscilla and Velka and shit. I did want to bring up because we were talking about, Bob was talking about the painter being Velka's daughter, and I had said that I thought it was Priscilla's, and I wanted to mention that I do think, because the community's kind of had this thing where they've always been like, Priscilla is Guinevere and Seath's child, which I never really understood where they got Guinevere from, but I've always thought it more likely to be that Priscilla would be Velka's daughter, if anybody's daughter. So with that being the case, I would think with that, I would believe that the painter would be Velka's granddaughter, because I don't know if you've seen close-up pictures of the painter.
Yeah, but they could be sisters.
Yeah, or they could be sisters. That's definitely
Going back
possible.
onto the royalty thing.
The Sisters of Londor are also crossbreeds with Velka and Kath. Back on the snake sex.
So, like we mentioned earlier about the linking of the First Flame being tied to royalty.
Mm-hmm.
What?
And
What?
it could be like the Gwyn was classed as royalty, and then the Lothric family was classed as royalty, and linking the five was like their Solomon duty as members of
Hell,
royalty.
even Dark Souls 2, it's Vendrick, the King Vendrick
Yeah.
is the one who was supposed to do it.
So, if we go back onto, I mean, this is kind of like supporting what you said, is if Priscilla is Velka's daughter, do you say?
Yeah.
I think the person who created the original painting would be classed as royalty.
Why?
So that kind of ties to the keeping of the painted world alongside what we depict as the real world.
But why would he be classified as royalty?
I don't know. I mean, people class God as royalty, and he apparently, some people believe he created the world.
You know what's great when it starts off with, I don't know.
Okay, first things first. Like, Aldrich isn't royalty, and the Abyss Watchers aren't royalty,
Mm-hmm.
and they linked the flame, and the protagonist isn't royalty, like, ever. So it's not a royalty thing.
Yeah.
And Gwyn didn't do it because he was royalty. He did it because he was like the all-father of all gods, and he wanted to protect the world that he had created and his kids.
Yeah. Well,
There
where that
is
thought.
something-
Go ahead.
there is something to support what Paragon is saying, though, which is the fact that Osiris was so desperate for a royal to be the one to link the fire. He would go to any lengths to get his child able to be the one to link the fire.
Okay, but that's just for Lothric. That's just for Osiris. That's not for the linking itself. The linking of the flame is not linked to royalty. Osiris wanted.
No. I'm saying that it's another link to the whole royalty and the linking of the flame ties. I think it's more of a
it's a stigma
rite of passage kind of thing. Yeah, it's like, oh, you're the royals, you're supposed to do this.
Yeah, because it stemmed from the question that was asked as to why do Gwyn and the Soul of Cinder try to defend the First Flame if you plan on like linking it and prolonging the Rage of Fire and shit. And then he suggested because it's like, so we see like it's a theme with royalty to like create the perfect air for the flame, that it could be they defended from people who aren't royalty because they think that they aren't worthy to link the flame.
Okay, I can go back to the Soul of Cinder later, but like I said, Aldrich isn't royalty and the Abyss Watchers aren't royalty.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's that. They wouldn't be Lords of Cinder otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that they were royalty, but in an ideal world, they want people of royalty to link it, and like obviously, we as the play character, we're not. But like Lothric, especially, I think this is how we learn the information. Lothric especially wanted someone of like a royal dude, because he thought it was a very important task that only royal blood could do. So
yeah, it's not necessarily something that only royals can do. It's something that the royals are meant to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. I think you're
kind of a royal duty, because it's your duty to protect your people.
Yeah, but I don't think he thinks it's a royal duty. I think he thinks his blood, his particular blood, not any royal. His blood has to be a Lord of Cinder. You know, it doesn't have to be a royal thing. It has to be a Osiris thing. Osiris bloodline, at least. So it's
Possibly.
not.
Oh yeah. Alright, so to transfer over to Osiris, a question I have is why, or maybe not why is exactly it there, but the untended graves we know are directly behind Osiris, and you know, people will disagree on whether it's like the past, future, alternate dimension, but we know it's not where we've been. So why is it behind Osiris specifically?
What is cool, and this is a slight tangent, is if I remember rightly, if you die in the Untended Graves, you can pick up your souls back in Firelink Shrine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which is pretty fucking cool. That's a nice little
The
attention
messages
to detail.
also, if you leave on the floor, you can read them.
Oh really? That's cool.
Yeah.
Also, in correlation to the Dark Firelink Shrine, or whatever, like the Untended Grave and all that shit, if you look at the location that you access it from, it actually makes more sense for the Untended Graves to be the real version than Firelink Shrine that you go to as like your rest area. It's directly attached to Lothric Castle, and when you actually go to Lothric Castle and then go to the garden and then go out through there, then you're in Untended Graves.
I was messing around with the free camera in Untended Graves, and it's not much, but I thought it was pretty cool. If you go under the map with the free camera and you look straight down, there is something that looks like a moon. Under the map, but I don't know if that is just an engine thing as a light source for the map, but I thought because it looks just like a moon. So
that is interesting.
It's like the day and night cycle kind of thing.
Yeah. That
Okay.
is.
there was one of your other podcasts. You talked about Archdragon Peak, right?
Yes.
Okay, so in the room behind Osiris and before the Intended Graves, you get the Path of the Dragon gesture from a Dragon Knight, right?
Yeah.
So Archdragon Peak, I think it's kind of a mental state, but more like the dreams of Bloodborne. It's not just inside your head, it's an actual place, but it's not affected by you physically.
Yeah,
It's just your projection affects that word. And I think it works both ways. That's why we can pick up our souls in Parting Shrine, because that particular place is affected by our world and is also affecting the real world at the same time. And you have all those slabs and things and the main serpents and the Dragon Knight. So I think maybe they were trying to replicate the process they used to go to Archdragon Peak and create the Untamed Graves, which is a representation of the past, but at the same time affects the present and is affected by the present. So
What I think is cool is, again, this is me breaking the game, but if you are at the Anorlando Bonfire and you no-clip, you can actually physically go to the Archdragon Peak. If you no-clip up there. Like, it's actually rendered.
With, like, Bonfire and all? The enemies?
Not Bonfire, but, like, model-wise.
Yeah.
You can actually go there, and it's not just, like, a backdrop.
That's cool.
But, yeah.
Yeah, because that's what I thought that was interesting because when you're at Archdragon Peak, when you're there, it's like fucking sunny with a high of 75, like fucking perfect looking weather.
Yeah.
You know, like you want to go
75 would be so hot you'd probably die.
Yeah. Or, you know, Fahrenheit, dude. Get America up in this bitch.
America, land of exaggerated temperatures.
We're not going to start about the stupid calendars, but
fuck off, your calendars are wrong.
No, yours are wrong. But
No,
when we
yours are
actually
wrong.
go there, if we were to no clip there from Anne Orlando, the sky is not the same as we see it, which is kind of like a selling point for it. Is whether we believe it's some sort of meditative state or some dreamlike state or alternate dimension, whatever, it's not the Archdragon Peak of our world.
Yeah, there's still a
you will.
physical version of it.
Because even if you have the dark sign in the sky, and you go to Archdragon Peak, you would think that the dark sign would affect, because obviously you get this massive red like tint across the skybox. You would think that because you were so high in the sky, and I think the sun is visible. I can't remember off the top of my head.
I believe it is.
But
I believe
yeah,
so.
it's just a completely separate, it's its own entity kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I still think that the entirety of Dark Souls 3 takes place in a dreamscape, so that's all in the head of the Soul of Cinder.
Or if you're going to think that way, you can just think the protagonist is going hollow and he's mad, and we're like...
Well, the thing I'm talking about is if the Soul of Cinder is actually an amalgamation of all those who've linked the flame beforehand, what the Ashen one is, like the character that you're playing through, it's kind of like taking the recollections of everyone who's linked the fire and overlapping them on top of each other into a new memories, which is what you're living through. And that's the reason that there's so many callbacks to things like Dark Souls 1, where there's just straight up things that don't make sense to be there, but they are. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's why there's like lands from all over the place now amalgamated together is because the people are remembering these lands because they had an influence on their life, and they're all just kind of being smashed together into this one new kind of metaphysical world within the Soul of Cinder's head.
Yeah,
That's pretty interesting.
kind of makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so wait. What if we have these other dimensions, these pockets of reality, like Archdragon Peak and Untainted Graves? What if the world that we're playing in is also a pocket of reality of another reality?
Very possible. We know that multiple dimensions exist in Dark Souls. It's actually canonical since Dark Souls 1.
Yep. So somebody's dreaming us up.
Not necessarily someone, but the idea being that this is what you're seeing when you're traveling
it's not
through the world.
from somebody, but
Yeah, it's the mind of like it's a portion of the mind of like the last person, for example, who linked the
Like
fire.
Inception.
Kind of, but it's like the last person who linked the fire coming to terms with what's going on, because they've lost their sense of being. Like the Ashen One has no self, like they are not a self, you know what I mean? Like your character doesn't have a personality attributed to them. They are just kind of like a blank slate. So you're going through on this big adventure, kind of reliving your journey, but as not just your own journey, everyone's journey who's on fire.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it's the only way that a lot of the stuff that doesn't make sense to me in Dark Souls 3 can make sense is if it's in a dreamscape where things don't necessarily need to make sense. You know, you're taking things from different times, different locations, and you're bringing them all together. And the reason that it starts making sense is because it's just the memories of all the different people who've done this, and they're merging into one entity.
I can see that. I can see that it's possible. I just don't like that kind of explanation because it kind of throws the canon out of the window. Like,
It works in Bloodborne, but not in
Dark
Dark Souls.
Souls 3 already threw the cannon out the window.
really?
Oh, come on.
Kind of. Why exactly?
Dark Souls 3, the problem that I have with Dark Souls 3, one of the big
What
reasons
doesn't
that
make
it annoys
sense?
me. The problem that I don't like Dark Souls 3 lore-wise is because it just, too much of it is just nudging you in the ribs with its elbow and reminding you of Dark Souls 1. And a lot of the time, the stuff that they're using to remind you of Dark Souls 1 doesn't need to be there. Like, it's just there for the sake of reminding you of Dark Souls 1.
For instance?
The entirety of going through the Anorlando section. Any character from Dark Souls 1, anything from Dark Souls 1, basically. The fact that Henri represents a character who's very similar to Oscar in certain ways, and Oscar was a character that was loved by the community for no real reason other than he's the first character you meet who's friendly.
You know what gets overlooked a lot? Sorry to bring
No,
up
go ahead.
again tangent. The demons, they're dead.
Yeah.
Like the Chaos Flame is just gone.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I mean, to be fair, I haven't really searched for it, but I haven't seen any like major lore creators come out and talk about the demon. And the demons played a huge role in Dark Souls 1.
I uploaded a video 2 days ago about that. Sorry.
Yeah, well, go. Let's go ahead and.
I don't have a lot of reach in the internet, so
That's good.
yeah,
You can-
sorry about that.
Why don't you go ahead and talk about it right now? We can discuss that now.
Okay.
This way people
I
won't
think-
have to watch your video.
Yeah.
Plug your video. Just say it. Just plug your video.
Just post the link.
I set you up, bro.
Okay, just one thing that I think is interesting is that we see the demons as bad guys, like kind of villains. They're the enemy,
Mm-hmm.
like a staple of enemies in the series, but they never give us a reason to actually think that. No, we think they're bad because they're demons, because that's
Mhm.
their name. And the gods told us that they're the enemy. But they never actually did anything wrong, right?
Yeah.
So they're just chilling in their place, and Gwyn went on a rampage and brought his knights and tried to kill them. That didn't work. He just confined them in the underground realm of Ezelius,
Mm-hmm.
and they're just trying to survive, you know.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we
Yeah.
kind of get evidence of kind of like demons have their own civilization. We see they have statues of demons erected.
They have art, architecture.
Mhm.
They have
They even arguably have like a language that we see these like runic text-looking things
yeah.
coming from like the fires of chaos and shit.
Yeah.
I mean, the demons, we've never actually heard of them really doing anything bad. All we know is that Gwyn decided to fucking go to war with them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like,
I think
if
Queen
anything,
goes to
they're
war with a lot of people.
yeah. But if anything, like, they're actually an innocent party who are just being taken advantage of by Gwyn, because he's like, well, we've got to go and deal with these guys now because they're powerful, and I don't like other people being powerful.
So do you think that's why the Chaos Flame is like dead? Because
No, the
It had
Chaos
no
Flame is
reason.
dead because we killed the fucking Bed of Chaos. It's our fault.
oh,
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean that was the source of life for demons.
Yeah.
You
You
can
killed
blame
Yggdrasil.
The
Oh, holy
users, you
shit!
can blame the gamers.
Dude, think about it. The Bed of Chaos is a tree. The demon language is based off of Nordic runes. In Nordic mythology, the Tree of Life, Yggdrasil, is literally what all of creation exists because of. And you kill it. Like, in that sense, yeah, it makes a lot of sense that they're dying out now because the Tree of Life is
You
gone.
killed the Tree of Life, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I love how
I mean, hell-
Miyazaki apologized for the Bed of Chaos.
The Titanite slabs, the translation on that actually directly says Yggdrasil as well.
Oh
Yeah.
shit, that's interesting. Just really quick, I want to intervene and thank Brian Goldsmith, aka Redgraves, for the donation. Appreciate that, man, and a bunch of children will appreciate that too. So God bless your sweet ass heart.
Thanks for the help.
Donation hype.
Let me change my text down here.
All the other people
Anyway.
need to stop being stingy and start donating more money.
With that said, folks, I need to go because I'm gonna get insanely drunk tonight.
Oh, yeah,
Do that on stream. That'd be more entertaining.
No, dude. But yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, dude, thanks for coming
I've
out, man.
enjoyed myself.
Nice meeting you. Have fun.
Take care,
Nice
man.
meeting you too, fellow Bloodborne lover. It's always nice to
Yup.
meet you, fellow Bloodborne lover.
Someday I will play it and you can
Best
stop
Souls
being
game.
mean to me.
Best
Souls
Souls game, hands
game.
down. Fact. Anyway.
Second place
I'll
to Dark
speak you
Souls 2.
lovely folks later.
Alright, dude, take care, man.
Take care.
Bye.
See ya.
Alright.
Oh, I think that asshole's gone.
God damn it.
No.
I like it.
Yeah, I still have no indication on when everyone else will be here. I know Mitch said he would be here in like 4 to 5 hours after I started the stream because he's in Australia, so it was like 3 a.m. a few hours ago for him, so he's probably sound asleep at the moment. As for everyone else, I'm not entirely sure.
So
Can I
just
give
come
a
back
real
to-
quickie about the demons? Another thing?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. What do you think about the demon prince?
The one that Lorien killed.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
Huh. That's interesting. I haven't thought too much about it, but I did wonder when exactly, because, I mean, that would kind of indicate there being either like an ongoing war between the demons and kind of like the royal family,
Or that he existed
or
at the time of Gwyn.
that it. Well, go ahead.
I think he was summoned by the scholars of the Green Archives.
Oh,
Okay,
So
so
Jim-
you. What?
Wait, could the demons have been rebuilding their civilization? Like, kind of trying to reestablish themselves? Because, like, Dark Souls 1, they are pretty much in ruins. Like, they don't seem to have a hierarchy at that point.
I don't think so because they can't spawn anymore.
yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, what I mean is reorganizing so that they actually have a figurehead and stuff. Because in Dark Souls 1, they don't seem to have anything other than the Bed of Chaos, which is just a symbol of town life itself, and they don't really have like people in charge.
Well, you have like sub bosses and you have bigger demons, like the big Capra demon, the big Bull demon, whatever.
Yeah.
And we don't actually speak their language. We never asked anybody, so we don't know who's in charge of what.
Yeah.
And right now, they can't rebuild anything. Their inner flame is dying, like the old Demon King. And even the younger demons will eventually die out. And they can't respawn anymore.
What about the lightning demons, though? The ones that are from Anor Londo / now Lothric, which is interesting to me. They don't seem to be suffering any
Lightning
negative
demons?
effects. Yeah, the winged demons with lightning spears. The ones that take you to Anor Londo and the ones that take you to the High Wall.
The ones from Dark Souls 1, right?
The ones that will take you to Anor Londo that you can also fight in Anor Londo, and the ones that take you from the High Wall in Dark Souls 3. They don't seem to be suffering any ill effects, even though they are supposedly created by the Chaos Flame. They were just taken onto the side of Gwyn's people somehow and still not explained properly, which annoys the shit out of me.
Yeah, but they don't seem to have, like, inner flame, like the Chaos Flame inside of them. Plus, we don't, even if they do, we don't know how long they still have.
Yeah.
You know, they would eventually die out as well. I think maybe I think their presence in Lothric is kind of the last strike against their former enemies, which would be anyone who sides with the gods.
Yeah.
And the what are they called? The Grus in the Demon Ruins. They're like passing on the torch. Okay, so here's the house, here's the keys. You take care of it.
Well, the Gru are interesting because they do seem to be another form of demon, but they don't seem to be a demon of the Chaos Flame.
No, I don't think they're demons at all.
I'm not there. But I think they're demons of the Abyss, not of the Chaos.
No, I think they're twisted by the Dark, and I think the Dark was introduced into their ranks by the Crystal Sages.
Yeah, but this is what I mean. Like, human form that's been twisted is exactly what the demons were.
No, the demons.
They were humans that were twisted.
No. The demons spawned from the Chaos Flame. They weren't humans that were twisted. They were malformed creatures that spawned from the flame. They didn't exist before that. And the Grus are kind of like the people from Ulasil, you know? They are... Yeah, those guys.
So, I hate those guys.
They are former humans that were twisted, but the demons are not.
Interesting.
And I think the scholars summoned them because, you know, like, there's a room behind a bookshelf, you pull a lever, and there's power within, inside there, and
yeah. Okay,
so why would they have that? So outside that room there's a chaos gem, inside that room there's power within and something else.
There's the pyromancy whip as well.
Yeah, we also get the chaos witches locks.
Yeah, witches locks, yeah, exactly. So these are all things related to Izalith, and and there's a body there holding power within, and he's like in front of
the Chaos Witches are also the first mention we have of sorcery, though, because before there was pyromancy, there was flame sorcery.
Yeah,
there's even though a lot of people like to say that, oh, but Gwyn is the origin of sorceries, I don't believe that's the case. I believe he took them from humans and adapted them with his crystals and shit.
How would Gwyn be related to sorcerers?
Well, not Gwyn, sorry, Seath. My brain is not working.
Oh, no, okay.
Seath being the one that was behind sorceries one. I don't think he is the father of them, because it doesn't make sense to me, because why wouldn't it have demonstrated him using his amazing sorceries to fight the dragons? It makes no mention of it.
I think, I think that as well. I mean, the Witches of Izalith using sorceries predate Sith using
sorceries. Yeah, but they were specifically flame sorceries, though, which evolved into pyromancy and
Yeah.
the soul sorceries, I think, is what we can refer to them as. Because I mean, soul arrow and all that shit. That stuff seems to be a kind of a different path that was taken with sorcery, and is what I believe was actually man created and Seath borrowed from to try and gain his immortality.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think man created. I think Sith gave man the way to use that kind of power.
Yeah.
Possibly.
That's a that is an interesting question from Twiggy. He says, so why does chaos weaponry still work if the chaos flame is fading / has died?
For the same reason that some of the demons still have all their power. The chaos weapons will eventually stop working, but not just yet.
Well, that's if the chaos weapons need an actual flame to still be in them. Like, once it's infused, it might not ever need to be topped up or anything. It might just be the trait of the weapon that it now has, kind of like with like a bleed infusion or lightning infusion or any of those. Like, it could just be that it changes how the weapon is. Like, it doesn't rely on an outside source to keep its power going.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I mean, we don't know enough about how the infusions actually work to really say a logical, reasonable answer that isn't going to be massive speculation.
Yeah, but I think your version is better than mine.
Well, I mean, I think yours also makes sense, because if you're using an infusion that is directly linking it to the Chaos Flame, it would make sense as well that eventually they could, like, we don't know how long it could take or whatever, that it could end up just being the Chaos Flame is completely gone, all remnants, all traces of it are gone. And even the weapons, like, now their energy is dissipated. So either are both like logical, sane answers. They're not stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, I have plenty of stupid lore ideas.
Okay, do you guys know any stupid lore theories out there?
Anything by Vadi Vidya.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. We can kind of like debunk and talk about some dumb theories. Aldrich is Smo.
That's
What?
stupid.
That's what I've heard.
Stupid.
Aldrich is Smo.
Why?
I think
Why would it be Smo?
the only basis it's on is that they both aid people,
Alright.
and
Okay,
they're
so-
both in Anne Orlando.
I think there's a connection, but not that they're
Yeah.
person. Come on. I mean, Jesus.
The Nameless King being Gwyn's brother.
What? Why?
I feel bad about making fun of this one. It's a 13-year-old kid in the Discord. Like,
Okay.
the first time he was in there, he started talking about it. And I'm like, okay, can you just try and get some actual evidence for it? It's all, like, heavy speculation. And I've been making fun of it ever since. But I don't want to discourage the guy from trying with lore, but
No.
it's so well understood that he is.
Absolutely. If you have a theory of your own, just come forth and share with the community. But please get some references, some descriptions,
Yeah.
anything.
Like, I mean, the thing I'm working on at the moment, which is Lothric and Astora being, like, Lothric being part of Astora, there's enough there that can kind of help the argument. There's also a lot there that people can use to counter it. And one of the big things is, I think, if you're going to enter into putting out a lore theory, you need to be willing to accept that people, first off, a lot of people aren't going to like it, and second off, that people are going to be really mean about it. I'm an asshole, so I can take people being an asshole back.
Okay, dumb theories. Velka is the Witch of Izalith.
Velka is the furtive pygmy.
And
Velka
the
is
Witch of
Jesus.
Izalith. And Velka is
Name
Jesus.
Jesus.
See, I didn't exactly tie. I didn't mean for it to be Velka is Jesus. I tried to
I know.
Ornstein is the Stormtrooper.
Oh, Sigvard is Yarm's child.
Oh, I
Wait,
haven't actually
what?
heard that one.
Yeah, I've seen it around in the forums.
I don't go on forums for the exact reason I'm just going to have an aneurysm from the stupidity.
Doesn't Siegward specifically refer to him as old friend, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well
Yes.
They
then
fought together
debunked.
at one.
I don't think
Yeah,
I've ever
like-
called my dad old friend.
Well, I mean, it'd be kind of weird if you did. Like, just referring to a father as old friend is a weird thing to do.
Yeah. Ooh, another one. Yorm is Wolnir's son.
I don't like that one.
Yeah, I don't think that's stupid, but I think it doesn't. I don't think it works. No.
Yeah, I don't have anything to straight up counter it. I just don't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of theories that people put out that, oh, it could be, but you have no evidence for it. And we cannot disprove it because there's no reason to.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Like, if you can't prove or disprove something, it's better to just ignore it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think another one involving Wolnir that makes a little more sense than Yorm being his son is Prince Ricard.
Yes.
Being related to Lord Wolnir, possibly his son, because we know Ricard was a prince of a conqueror, and we know Wolnir was a conqueror. And I mean,
Wolnir
we
may
see
also be a representation of the protagonist from Dark Souls 2, seeing as he may have conquered the lands of Drangleic and the DLC areas.
Yeah, and then plus we see the NPC that's I'm believing is supposed to represent Ricard, summoned by the Serpent Summoner in Archdragon Peak with Ricard's rapier, and he's wearing Wolnir's crown, and he's only wearing a pair of bracelets as well. So,
oh yeah, he's wearing bracelets, isn't he?
Yeah.
I completely forgot about that.
Yeah,
that's actually Wolnir's crown. I never.
Yeah.
Yep.
Whoa, that's new to me. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I mean, it's like not a whole bunch to go off of, obviously, but it's definitely enough to peak.
It's more than nothing.
Yeah.
Less than conclusive.
Okay.
Definitely interesting, for sure.
Yeah. Like, whoever came up with that, I commend them, because it's an interesting one that I wouldn't necessarily get behind, but I'm willing to say is a possibility that isn't stupid.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Like a lot of people who come up with lore in the Dark Souls community, it's either wild speculation where they have nothing at all to back it up, which I do as a joke, or there is solid stuff that's overanalyzed to the point of thinking that Velka is Jesus.
Yeah, basically. I mean, I don't know if I've read anywhere else, but I think that I was the one to say it first, right?
Because
because I was actually looking into Yorm being Wolnir's son in that Encyclopedia of Curiosities video I did in like mid-July or some shit, and then that's when I was like, wait, it's probably Ricard.
I haven't seen anyone else do it, but I'm not sure. I don't watch every lore video out there because there's so many of them, and a lot of them trigger me. It's hard not to get triggered by some of them.
Yeah. Oh, for sure, for sure.
I mean, just look at that Mitch guy.
That
He doesn't do
Mitch,
bad content,
that
but he's got an
Australian
Australian accent.
guy.
Yeah, with that filthy Australian accent.
Those Aussies over there.
Land.
Is Mitch the one who does his lore videos like Let's Plays with lore?
No, that's Aegon.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Aegon's a cool guy. He's got some cool insight.
Aegon's
Plus,
a
me and
gentleman and a
him-
scholar.
Astora bros, we're both big fans of Astora.
Oh yeah. Okay. Another question I have that's interesting. So, game mechanics aside, because we know the game mechanic is we need to go get all the cinders of the lords, and return them to have the power to link the flame, yada yada yada. But do you think that for each Lord of Cinder there was an unkindled that rised specifically for them? Like for Yorm, we have Siegward. For the Abyss Watchers, we have Hawkwood. For Aldrich, we have Henri. And for Prince Lothric, we have us.
Yeah, we were discussing this before, Jake, and it actually kind of makes sense, because remember what I was saying about Dark Souls 1 and having the 2 Bells of Awakening, yet you're only ever told about 1 initially?
Yeah.
When Oscar tells you initially about the prophecy, he says, ring the Bell of Awakening, which kind of suggests to me maybe he was supposed to be the one who was supposed to ring the other bell.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think there is something to what you're saying.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously, like game mechanic wise, like there wouldn't be much to the game if we just sat in Firelink Shrine and waited for the other three to show up with their ashes or whatever.
Oh yeah, no, everyone else has to be shit here.
Okay. Regarding the Lords of Cinder and the Enkindled Ones, do you have like a broader theory about that? Like, why do we have Lords of Cinders now and the Thrones and the Enkindled Ones?
Because
I think it's because the flame's getting like weaker and weaker, right? So every time we recycle the Age of Fire, we have to put even more and more into it, and just continuing to make things more and more catastrophic.
More of what?
more sacrifices have to be made to continue the Age of Fire.
It's why, like, in this cycle, we need so much power, we need so big a sacrifice that we have to reawaken the old Lords of Cinder, take their power for our own.
Actually, I think I just realized something that I've never heard mentioned before, which is, you know, there's like 3 different versions of Firelink Shrine, because after you get the Lords of Cinder souls, you get them, you get transported to the other version of Firelink Shrine that you head out to the boss fight of, right?
Yeah.
Your power is not being used to link the fire. The power that you gain from all them is not being used to link the fire. It's literally just being used to break reality and get you into the real world.
Yeah. And you're not even using their souls. Their souls are used for transposition.
You're using them as a catalyst to allow you to access the real world, to get out and be able to fight the Soul of Cinder.
Okay, so
interesting. Yeah.
The only time we're in the real world is at the end of the game.
What?
The only time we're ever in the real world is at the very end of the game. All the rest of it is
I didn't see that
dimensions.
one coming. I didn't see that one coming.
So well, we were talking about the idea of the different dimensions and stuff earlier, right? And
right.
The land that you're in does not look nearly as fucked up as where you are at the last boss fight, right? You go and you walk out and all the buildings and all are crushed together. And
don't you think it's more plausible for that world to be a separate pocket of reality?
Even if it is, it's the house of the first flame. It is the place that is holding the first flame. That is, in essence, reality itself. Because without the first flame, you have nothing. The cycle ends, it goes into a new cycle.
No, but you have the world without the first flame.
Yes, but what I'm saying is I think that everything that's happening is kind of like, to try and isolate the effects of the first flame dying, this world was created. This artificial realm was created in which you have now got, like, way more time, you know, because time is convoluted. Time may be passing differently in the different realms.
Okay, so when I talked earlier about the Untainted Graves, do you think it's possible for the separate pockets of reality to be affected by the general reality?
Yes, 100%. I think that you're dead on there, because like you can see it in game affecting Untainted Graves will affect the Firelink Shrine and vice versa. And if there is essentially 3 pockets of reality, and the fire is in one, Firelink Shrine that is used as a hub is in another, and then the game world is in another, what's the point in just manipulating one of them? You know, you need them to all be interacting somewhere.
But the first flame is not like a simple thing. It's the first flame. So if it's being held in one particular pocket of reality, then you just need to manipulate the first flame there in order for that pocket of reality to affect all the other ones.
Well, that's why I think that the where the first flame is the real one, and everything else is a offshoot of the real universe, of the real dimension. Because it would be easier to affect inward than it would be outward. Because affecting outward from a pocket dimension would be a lot harder than affecting inwards from the real dimension into that pocket.
Maybe. Unless you have the first flame, because the first flame is like the most powerful thing in the Souls universe.
Oh yeah, it could still influence out through it, but I'm just saying, like, I personally think like it would also make sense if the influence of the first flame is causing the world to collapse in on itself, that the location at which it is collapsing in on itself would probably, like, I can't really see the first flame being able to be moved from the main reality. Oh shit, somebody agrees with me. Hype.
What?
People agree with me.
No, I see that it's possible. Yeah.
Hell yeah. So
What's the end? It's all theory.
I think
Game theory.
I think that well, I think we kind of completely skipped over the Pyromancer O'Donnell and who his wife could be question, didn't we?
Yes.
Maybe we could
It's very clearly Velka.
no, she is not hideous. His wife was hideous.
Velka is not hideous, I refuse.
I do refuse.
Do you have a mental picture of Velka?
Yeah, sort of.
What does she look like?
Tiggle bitties.
I can show you right now in Discord. Yeah, I commissioned fan art. That's about as close as I get. Actually, I'll show the stream momentarily. This is a patron-only wallpaper, so you won't actually be able to get it unless you're already a patron. But I will show you on here very briefly. Where is it? There we are. Boom. And there she blows. It was commissioned by Mitch L. I think he's pretty fairly known throughout the Souls community. It is really fucking good.
And everyone screenshots it.
Right. I mean, if they want to do it the dirty way, I can't stop them. But yeah, basically, like, I mean, so we see the statue of Velka obviously in the undead sewers, and while we only see like the bottom half of her face, like, I think I mean, it looks like she has really delicate features, I guess, and doesn't look like she would be hideous, at least from the nose down anyways. But
I have a counterpoint to that, which is that there was art done of like queens and nobility and stuff in like the Renaissance era of women who were, by all accounts, ugly, and the pictures make them look beautiful.
yeah, but that would be a lie. And Velka
Yeah.
is the goddess of sin.
Hey, sins in the Dark Souls universe are not necessarily the same as in our universe. So lying is not necessarily a sin in the Dark Souls universe.
No, it is.
Only if it's in an item description is it a sin.
Right, yeah.
Two necks,
So
two
who-
beards.
Who do you think it's his wife?
Quelaag.
Yeah, a daughter of chaos is more likely
Because
in
he
my opinion.
wields the Chaos Blade, and the Chaos Blade is born from Quelaag's soul.
Wait, did he have chaos blade?
Yes.
I never paid attention. I usually kill him too fast to see what he's using.
No. Got the
Fucking hate
Chaos
fighting that
Blade.
dude.
Yeah, but see, the Chaos Blade is also found in Untended Graves, right where the Swordmaster was. So it's quite interesting.
Dun dun dun.
It's quite interesting.
Well, that makes sense.
What if the Swordmaster is the undead merchant from Dark Souls 1?
What?
I don't know. I was trying to go back to the dumb theories thing.
Jake, put that back in your ass and stop pulling it out of your ass.
What if the Swordmaster is little Yulia?
Yes, no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, holy shit, I completely forgot about that.
My little
Yulia,
Yulia.
Yulia, Yuria, Katana. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know where to go with that, but
Guinevere, Gwendolyn.
Who's that boss from Dark Souls 2 DLC from the Samurai?
Alon.
Yeah. Maybe it's him.
who? Elon?
Wait,
Musk?
Alon is... No, Alon is the swordmaster in Dark Souls 2 who uses a unusual sword. I cannot remember the name, but now even though I was looking at a video on them yesterday, but the handle's like almost as long as the blade. And he trained up the Iron King's army, which is why there's the Alon Knights in Dark Souls 2, and he is renowned as like an amazing swordmaster. And there's a theory about how he was the one who trained up that army, and then Yuria was a guest, or I think Yuria was referred to as being in this theory that she was a guest of his or of the Iron King and learned her swordsmanship from them.
Yeah. So.
But he's straight up a samurai, so
yeah. What are your thoughts on? Okay, so there's a theory I'm kind of working on. I don't even know if I would call it a theory yet, because I haven't gotten to like look at it as much as I want to. It's more of just an idea, and I haven't been able to really like come up with good evidence or like solid counter evidence. So it's more so just brewing. And it's basically the idea of fuck, I just lost it. Like primordial serpents. So we see when we see the primordial serpents, they both have these like the slit eyes that we see Priscilla and the painter have, but we don't see Yorshka have them. Which I thought was kind of curious because she's crossbreed, Priscilla's crossbreed. We can't be certain that the painter is crossbreed, but it seems very, very likely. And what else was it? Then there's the serpent statue in the back of the boss fight. The
Jake.
God dang it, dude! I'm tired. Gosh damn it.
Hey Jake.
Yeah.
I just looked at the Discord. Redgrave's still at his computer, but he's playing Overwatch instead of in here.
Nice. Oh yeah. Oh, it's good. It's good. But so we know it says Freyda took a form, but it doesn't describe like what the extent of her being able to take a form was. Whether taking a form was dressing similar, or whether taking the form was like full on like shape shifting, or if it was just altering, you know, fairly minor things. It doesn't really specify. So I was looking into it because we know the primordial serpents, or at least Koth, is kind of a big factor in the Sable Church. So what if there are more primordial serpents? I mean, we know there's more according to the Dark Ending in Dark Souls 1. But what if they aren't always primordial serpents? Like they have the ability to change form, kind of like Freyda does, because we have the statues in Lothric that we see that are the body of a man on the head of, or yeah, the body of a man with the head of a primordial serpent, which is kind of almost the exact opposite of the statue we see in Ariandel. Of we can see the humanoid face with the body of a snake. And so what if there are more characters that are actually primordial serpents, but they've taken the form of different things, and like they've like that could be how they've procreated with humans, and shit like that. Basically is the gist of it. Like I said, I haven't really gotten to poke around with it too much. But
honestly, I think it's kind of a stretch.
Yeah.
I'm still going to go back to the snake penis thing. Okay, hang on. does it sound so unreasonable that they could, in theory, be crossbreeds between potentially like Velka and Kath?
No, it's totally possible.
Like,
Thou who art undead,
not
I
necessarily
will choose
anything
thee.
to support it, but hey, that's what the best lore is. Wild speculation.
We just don't want to picture that.
Because also I'm going to compile an image inside of Photoshop real quick. Leo knows how much I like to make images.
You fucking do this all the time. You're like, I need to express something that I could use words for, but I'm making a picture instead. New follower, Paragon.
Okay, about your shape-shifting theory.
Mhm.
We don't actually see Frida changing forms or anything.
Yeah.
I think that maybe when they are saying that she assumed the form that they longed for, it was more figurative, like a maternal form.
Mm-hmm.
You know, assuming the same role as Priscilla once did. She doesn't have to be changing her body or anything.
Okay. Oh, so you think that the kind of the form or figure that they yearned for was Priscilla rather than Velka?
No, both maybe. I mean, Priscilla kind of assumed. I mean, we know that they revered Velka, and if we are accepting that she created that word, then Priscilla kind of filled those shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Velka was dead, and Priscilla became like she became the mother of the Forlorn for that time, and now Frida is assuming the same role, so that's how she's changing, you know?
Okay. I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, that could make sense for sure. I've always just thought it was Velka rather than Priscilla. Just because, I mean, like, the dark hair I think is a pretty good giveaway. The kind of being like, I don't think Velka was the founder of the Painted World per se, but at least we know when we visit the Painted World of Ariamis, we know that like she has a great deal to do with it, and I think being a goddess, kind of being the figurehead of that, would make her one of the more, if not the most prominent figure in terms of the Painted World. So I think that like Mother of the Forlorn and stuff like fit with her perfectly, and she's referenced as like a merciful goddess of the Mother of the Forlorn, etc. So like I've always thought that would be really what they yearn for. And then I've had people say, well, there's the scythe and the bare feet that more represent Priscilla, which, like, yes, like Priscilla does have a scythe and bare feet, but the statue of Velka is also depicted to have bare feet as well, which like at that point could go for both of them. But here is the image that I did want to show real quick. I'm going on all kinds of fucking tangents. Let me add it.
Here, that makes me think you have a foot fetish.
No, that's Miyazaki. Miyazaki has the foot fetish. Okay, so here's the image. I'm gonna put it on stream.
Okay, where are you going with this picture?
Hey, Jake.
What's up? Wait, what? Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep pointing at my penguin.
Ah, yeah, the penguin. The primordial serpent theory that I was talking about earlier was another like small piece of evidence I was putting towards it. In terms of hold on, I'm choking on spit. In terms of them being able to like change their forms, perhaps it's not like let me cast a spell and shapeshift into a human. That it might be like a more long-term thing, because we see like the statue portrayed as a human emerging from snake skin, so maybe it's some sort of like longer-term metamorphosis type thing. And if we know that the Sable Church of Londor has to do with Koth, and we know it has to do with the Dark, and it has to do with Velka, and those things also have to do with the Painted World, and in the Painted World we find Xanthus King Jeremiah. And we actually see there's like blood coming out of the bandages, right? And it's coming from like the top of the head. And like if we wear it, like if a human wears it, the head is gonna cut off like right near the bottom. So bleeding from up top wouldn't really make biological sense, right? So I was just kind of curious to me that these statues, like if you were to wrap that statue in a turban, it would look a hell of a lot like Xanthus King. And then also notice the wings that come off the statue, and then there's like golden wings that come off the shoulder of the statue of Xanthus King as well.
Jake, you should show us your basement where you have all the like whiteboards and corkboards and stuff and all this stuff pinned onto them and all.
I had the red string tying all the newspaper articles together and shit.
Yeah.
That's funny. I got labeled as the conspiracy theorist of Dark Souls again this week on Reddit. I fucking love it. You should check out this guy. He's like the conspiracy theorist of Dark Souls.
Wait, what about what? Dark Souls 1 egg parasites, maybe. What the hell has that got to do? Yeah, you got the egg head, but it doesn't grow that big. At full maturity, you just have one of those weird things coming out of your head. I'm really tempted to just have my penguin sitting in front of my camera instead of me, so people can look at that instead of me.
The penguin's talking. Yeah, I was trying to relook at the description of the Xanthus crown, but it doesn't actually say anything about why it's like the way it is.
Maybe he just has a bunch of dead babies balled up inside of it.
You know what else is curious that I just noticed? It's not much to go on, but it's kind of curious when you start piling all the things together. In Dark Souls 3, we find the notched whip right behind Gale, right? Where Gale is. And in Dark Souls 1, we get the notched whip from Xanthus King Jeremiah. Obviously, it's like not much, but just slightly curious at least.
Okay. About the head, about the whole thing, I still think it's kind of a stretch, but the bloodstain actually makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And the notched whip, I think they were using it on the sacrifices to draw blood. It's in the description somewhere.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
The evangelists, I think they have the notched whip on their belt, something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think it's just a tool. I don't think it's related to Xanthus King.
True. Fair enough.
But now I'm curious about the bloodstain.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty interesting thing.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, that headpiece, unfortunately, is also just it's like the Gundyr armor. It's a throwback to Demon Souls.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they might have just really wanted to put it in and kind of put a little bit of like lore around it.
Yeah. I see. It's weird that in Dark Souls 3, the Xanthus set is completely different.
Yes and no, because it is a completely different idea of the Xanthus. It's something that spawned from Xanthus King Jeremiah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's definitely got its inspiration from the Xanthus set, but yeah. Not as bright yellow, obviously. Different shaped head.
Yeah, it's a flat top. It looks like fucking Dolph Lundgren in Dark Souls 3.
Yeah, it was supposed to represent Elizabeth, right? Mushroom?
Probably. In Dark Souls 1, it's based off of a Demon Souls boss. Really cool boss mechanic where if people are invading in the area at the time, like, they can actually be playing as the boss, and you see like this kingly dude sitting on the throne of like books or whatever. I haven't played in a while, but I think it's like his robes that he's wearing. shoot off and latch on around somebody and like wrap his head. I need to look at the cutscene again, but
Yeah. Well, yeah, the Xanthus crown in Dark Souls 3 says crown made in imitation of a divine creature of Ulusil.
Yeah,
So
which would mean that that's probably based off that, and they do the Xanthus stuff in Dark Souls 3. It explains that's like a particular school of sorcery, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep, the land of ancient golden sorceries. Okay,
or as I like to call it, Mexico.
What about the theory about Jeremiah being the former king to the Witch of Izalith and got deformed at the creation of the Chaos Flame like Quelaag and Quelana? Is what Elam Knight asked. Yeah, I mean, that definitely would have its merit as well.
Yeah.
Okay, just for something about the bloodstain.
Yeah.
What if it's somebody else's bloodstain? Doesn't have to be his blood.
Possible.
He just used his notched whip on somebody and the blood splattered all over his huge turban.
Yeah.
Now, I'm curious, how the fuck are you supposed to tie that turban up? Like, how are you supposed to actually wrap that turban around your own neck? You need at least another person to help you with that. And if you're only getting one person, it would take a lot of time and you have to be lying on your back while they do it. Or they'd have to be on a ladder.
Or tall like Priscilla.
Oh, Priscilla.
I think it could be, but actually, while I'm looking at it, it looks like it's seeping from the bandage because, like, it's like kind of make a circle shape, and in the middle is where it's like concentrated the most, and it's the darkest amount of blood. And as it expands, it gets like lighter and lighter. And I think that's like indicative of like what a wound would do if you wrapped it, right? Like as the blood spread, it would get kind of thinner and thinner. And
yeah, because if there's just one bit of blood, it'll just spread out and it'll be roughly even all the way around as it dries in. Whereas if the wound is still seeping, the center will stay wet and dark, whereas the outside of it, where it spreads out, won't be as dark. Yeah. I see what you mean.
Nice.
Well, as much sense as Jake can make, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I can only make so much sense.
Yeah. You can make like 5% sense. You're no Vadi after all.
Okay, if I can speculate about the Xanthus scholars in Dark Souls 3.
Yeah.
Yes.
Would you mind just waiting 1 second? We're gonna get our next guest in here in just a moment. Let me get this. All right.
By the way, I'm just going to say that 98 Beowulf on the Discord is a very mean person. Is that Dave that you want me to bring in?
All right. Hey, how's it going, man? Can you hear us?
I don't know if you can. Yeah, there we go. You put the picture in of the guy I was talking about. It's actually a guy's robes that became the crown.
Wait, it's a what?
The link there that was put in, it's an image representing the guy from Demon Souls. He has this giant cloth robe thing on, and it shoots off and wraps around the person that you have to fight. Okay, so Dave is not talking or Canvas or something.
Yeah, hold on 1 second.
I've never actually played Demon Souls. I really would like
it's decent
to,
game.
but
Yeah,
I've been
haven't gotten
told
to play it either.
that it's better than Dark Souls.
I don't think it is personally, but that's because I played Dark Souls 1 and 2 to completion before playing Demon Souls. It's a very good game with some interesting lore. It's more like Bloodborne lore, where there's a lot less to kind of speculate on. There's more actual solid information that you get.
Okay.
Alright, he's trying to get his mic working. It's
Okay, I think this should be working now. Can you hear me?
there
Yes.
we go.
Okay.
Yes,
Hello.
science. Science
I'm
prevails.
new to Discord,
No,
so
no,
I
no, no,
apologize
no.
to everybody.
It's all good. How's it going, though, man?
It's going well. How you doing?
Doing pretty well, doing pretty well. It's kind of hot in my room, but other than that, can't complain.
Take your shirt off, Jake.
Well, you got that red beanie on. That's why.
Yeah, that's true. My hair, I don't feel like doing my hair. My wife's like, grow it out long. I like it long. And I'm like, no. I'm just going to keep it
Yeah, I
under
was
a hat.
surprised when I saw you because I was like, "Why? The beard's so majestically long. That's not what the picture is."
Yeah. Jake makes me look shitty because he can actually grow a beard.
Man,
Fuck you, Jake.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't eat my vegetables, so maybe that's it.
I don't eat vegetables either.
Oh, well then, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm just Irish. Irish people have difficulty growing beards.
I
Using that as an
suppose
excuse
so.
at the very least.
Oh, so since Dave's new in here, we got to ask the standard question, and that is, who is the best Soulsborne waifu?
Oh, I mean that's easy. Obviously, it's Lotric.
Nice.
Fuck you.
I just want to
wrong
go
answer.
someone random.
Nope.
Guinevere, come on, come on.
No,
Guinevere.
wrong,
That is
So
the first
obvious.
Guinevere. That's the
So
first
obvious.
Guinevere we got.
wrong answer. Everyone who doesn't agree with me is wrong.
Not the entire world is not wrong.
Hey, Shyamalan came in second place in that first poll. Fuck you,
Who?
Shyamalan.
Oh, Shanalot.
Yeah.
I Shanalot's cute.
She's emo.
Did the dog get any votes at all?
Did who?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the
no.
tiebreaker
One.
came down to Velka and Lady Maria, and they both tied in the tiebreaker. So I don't really know
Okay.
where to go from there.
You know what? If it weren't for Guinevere, I would go with Shanalot.
There we go.
Hell
See.
yeah, hell
Fuck you, Jake.
yeah. Hey man, you like emo chicks? That's fine. I get it. That's cool.
You know what?
Dude,
It's
I-
the fact that there's like 18,000 of them.
Yeah. I mean, you can have a three-way with just two people.
I mean,
There's also the fact that she's got an Irish accent and has red hair, which, you know, I'm an Irishman, so.
yeah. I guess. Yeah. That. Sure. I don't know really what to say about that. As long as he's not talking about snake penises again.
Hey, don't bring that up, otherwise I will start talking about animal penises.
All right. Now, so now we
Oh
got
boy. Oh boy, that's what I joined up on.
It got a little out of control earlier. We won't lie.
That wasn't my fault. Don't blame me for that shit.
How was
So,
that not your fault? You were the one
Look.
talking about it.
Hey, look, nobody stopped me, okay?
We tried.
You didn't do a very good job, did you?
Okay, so it's our fault.
All right.
Exactly.
Yeah, we can kind of go over a few of the lore things we were talking about earlier again, and get some of Dave's perspective on some of the things we've talked about, and
Yes, I agree with
all
this.
that good shit. Where,
Sure.
which question should we start on? What's the more interesting thing we've talked about so far?
What was the one that we all just decided we weren't talking about? Leonhardt?
Leonard. Okay, sure. We can go back to talking about Leonard. Kind of. I mean, it was more of a vague question, which was describe Leonard's identity, and do you think that he was a part of the Lothric royal family?
I honestly, I have no clue. It's so vague with Leonard.
Mhm.
I mean, like I don't like to do too much extra speculation, honestly, with characters if they're not too fleshed out, just because,
Yeah.
like, you could say anything at the point with the character with like Leonard. You know, there's like you could literally say anything you want, and it could be true.
Leonhardt is the furtive pygmy's wife.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
Could be.
Prove it wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Like, prove it wrong. There's no way you could prove it wrong. So, I mean, like, there's no way you could prove it right either. So, it's just one of those things where I usually stay away from that sort of stuff.
True.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, like, there's certain things that, like, you guys were talking about a little bit earlier because I was creeping on you guys before I joined since I just woke up.
Nice.
And I was too tired to start talking. But like you're talking about Xanthus, like that's the sort of stuff that you can like be like, okay, well, you know, the item set says in Dark Souls 3 that it's from Ulusil. So you can start to like speculate a little further based off of those sorts of tidbits, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for like Leonard, there's really not anything to go on. It's like, I don't know, he's a fucking dick. That's what we
Well,
get. He likes
there
killing
is the-
people.
No, there is. We know he's royalty, and that he inherited his weapon from Rosaria.
Sure.
Which that in itself is interesting because it means Rosaria seems to have some ties to the moon because it's imbued with moon magic.
So, what I think about Leonard, and I said it like a long time ago in one of my videos, I think that it's possible that he's part of the royal family because, so we know that it talks about like the bloodline to linking the flame is cursed or whatever. It's their family curse, and they've resorted to unspeakable means to try to produce the perfect heir.
Right.
And we know, according to Leonard's mask, that he's suffered grave burns to his entire body. And I slightly contributed that to the fact, or not the fact, but to the thought that that could be what the unspeakable means were. And Rosaria is likely some descendant of the royal family, but
Most
doesn't
likely
seem,
descendant of one,
yeah,
whatever.
but doesn't likely seem to be very interested in being a part of the royal family anymore. Whether
Like
it's,
Guinevere.
yeah, so it makes me think that because he serves her, and it just kind of makes me think that they're kind of like the two wayward children. They were like, fuck daddy, I don't like his shit, and started, and he decided to serve her as his goddess and all that. But I mean, like you said, David, it can go anywhere when you're talking about characters like that. But that's just kind of my headcanon, at least.
Sure. Yeah, which I mean, that's cool. But I like personally, I'm not sure. Like I don't really have a set thought on him. I mean,
yeah.
like he inherited the weapon that he uses, right, and decided to serve the goddess as a knight and all that. But
Well, it seems he inherited it after choosing to serve her.
right, like he inherited it afterwards. That's why, like, I don't know if he was necessarily born into it. Like, it might have been he inherited it from Rosaria per se.
Well, he went on. He was looking for something in his quest, wasn't he? Like to. There's a reason that he met with Rosaria, the goddess of rebirth, wasn't there?
Well, let's say, like, okay, so he set out on a journey of rebirth. So, and then she is the goddess of rebirth. So that would make sense that he would meet up with her.
Yeah. Then he gave up his quest of rebirth and decided to just serve her, which suggests to me that if you are reborn, your personality would change as well. Because why not get reborn and serve her?
I don't know if he was, though, because it says that instead he decided to do this. So that would imply that he's still the same as he was before.
No, that's what I mean. Like to
Right.
keep his personality, to make sure that he would stay a loyal servant to her.
Yeah.
He chose not to go through the rite of rebirth.
Yeah,
I do think it's interesting what you're saying with the idea of, like, why did he get those burns? And maybe it was because of everything that was going on with the experimentation that we know about with Lothric.
Or he was trying to have a rap battle with Solaire, and Solaire was spitting hot fire.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, it's one of those things where it's just really hard to say. Where to me, it's a little too vague for me to go to specific speculations. But
I think
that unspeakable means is more likely talking about Ocelot.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a direct connection there.
Yeah, definitely.
so I think Ocelot, like, that was, and this is where it's really theory realm, right? When we start talking about that sort of stuff. But like for Ocelot, I tend to think of it as being, like, he was the third born child, so he was definitely after, and he's still an infant at this point, presumably by the way that he's being cradled. So I tend to think that Osiris turned to the dragons after Lothric did not work out, and Lorien did not work out. I think that that's when he switched his idealism and started going crazy and started really following the ways of the dragon, which, as we know, drives you insane because humans can't apparently handle that sort of knowledge. So he started going insane, and that's when the whole Ocelot incident happened. But I think that was a separate incident than the unspeakable means.
There is something I just noticed, though, which is the brothers are linked by a curse, right? Lothric and Lorien.
Mm-hmm.
And if they were trying to artificially boost the power of their sons, we could possibly speculate that it was through some means regarding the First Flame, because the First Flame is the source of all power in the world. Possibly, if we are going to go on the speculation that he's also a son of the royal line, Leonard is the son of the royal line. I mean, if they fucked up when they were messing around with fire, they could have ended up burning his body.
Yeah.
Just in theory.
I would like to see the Japanese translation of the Crescent Moon sword and see what specifically they mean by inherited. Inherited as in it was handed down to him through family inheritance, or
so is this specifically the fact that he inherited the weapon, that's where you're drawing that he was a royal knight at some point?
Or
no,
I mean, his garb
his
says
armor.
he was born into royalty.
Was it? Okay, because I'm trying to find his garb, because it's just something where I haven't looked at Leonard in so long.
Yeah,
I'm trying to find his garb.
I look at him every day. He is my waifu.
I know. I'm I just stare at into his eyes, and I'm like,
You just look at his vague, empty expression of a cold steel mask and just dream about it pressed against you.
That's more of the disfigured face. That's what.
Oh, it's even better because, in my head, it's still sticky. It's oozing still.
He hasn't put any ointment on it yet. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Just random shit. So we could get to another question. Let me look back at my little list.
Apparently, when you first meet him, he only has a normal shuttle.
Huh.
Yeah, because
So-
he only gets Moonsword after he gets your soul.
So it says that he had military wear designed for a noble.
Yeah.
So it doesn't mean that he was in the royal family per se. It means he was a noble. So it means that he came from Lothric, which makes sense because as we talked about before, and you mentioned, Jake, that Rosaria definitely has a royal connection.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
But I mean, basically, it brings him to nobility, but that doesn't necessarily mean he was in the royal family. It just means that he came from Lothric nobility.
Yeah.
I thought you said that there was something that said he was born into royalty, Jake.
I believe his garb. Let me go back to the wiki.
It says betraying its purpose as military wear designed for a noble.
Because I brought this up earlier about how nobles aren't necessarily royals, and Jake said that there was a part of it that says directly that he was born into royalty.
Let me see. Leonard's
Oh yeah, so yeah, it does say Leonard was born into royalty. You're right, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Never question Jake. He's always right, especially when he says that the fur of pygmy was Jesus.
So after all that, we just got back to the same conclusion as before.
Yes.
Basically.
There is
I
no
don't know,
other
it's weird because
conclusion to
I
draw.
still don't, I don't know, I still just don't see him as being a son
Important.
or of, he'd be mentioned in some form if he was a son of, the royal family, like Lothric and all of them.
But I mean, here's the thing, right? He's more than likely nothing to do with Lothric. He's probably born into a royal family somewhere else.
But it's also,
technically,
say-
he could be the son of a certain other boss.
right, I mean, something where, when you say royalty, though, that's a kind of, it can be vague when you look at medieval history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you were
I mean,
born into royalty, that doesn't necessarily mean you're the queen and king's son. It
you could be the
you're a
third
duke.
cousin twice removed.
Right, or you're like a duke's son. Even like a duke's son. Couldn't that be considered royalty? Because you're still high up in the chain?
I believe so. Yeah, and I mean, nobility and royalty being used interchangeably in his description is kind of irritating, but the fact that it does say nobility as well as royalty would suggest that it probably is a lower caste than actually directly king and queen.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't think he's in the royal family per se. And this is, again, speculation and stuff, but I wouldn't take it as being a royal family just because they're so specific. And the
Yeah,
way
if
they
any-
talk about the three other borns.
If anything, Hawkwood is the fourth son of Osiris, or Osiris.
Oh yeah, clearly.
No, there is actually stuff to back this up, because he has his own journey that you can see, and he seems to be seeking power. He tried to become a Abyss Watcher, he couldn't hack that, and he left. he went on the path of the dragon and he failed. And if you look at what his father was trying to do, his first thing that he was trying to do, right, which happens before the game, was to become a Abyss Watcher, to become a Lord of Cinder, which is what his father was trying to do, was get somebody to become a Lord of Cinder, to link the flame. He tried going down that route and failed. So when you come along and you show him that just a normal man can gain massive power, he goes off on the path of the dragon, which kind of happens to be very similar to the path that his father decided to take when it came to his next son, and in fact himself, of going with the path of dragon idea and becoming draconic himself. So there is actually something behind it. I'm not just throwing out a random out.
So I think it should be... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Actually, I think Hawkwood's path is kind of like ours. I mean, he can be summoned to help with Osiris, so I think he found the path of dragon the same way we did.
Oh yeah, but like, I mean, he's not necessarily trying to do it to make his dad accept him and be happy, but he's doing it kind of because he wants the acceptance of, even if he's willing to kill his father because he hates him for being rejected by him, he could still want to prove himself, you know what I mean? He's got daddy issues, basically.
See, like, again with Hawkwood, I guess as far as the dragon stuff goes,
there's not enough information there to definitively say, but it's just like, I'm just saying, I think that that's closer to being evidence for him being part of the royal line than Leonhardt.
I think it puts him in the same bucket as Leonhardt. It could be, but there's no reason to believe that it is.
Oh yeah, no, once again, I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, like, as far as the... this is, again, my interpretation, because it's all timeline stuff, but as far as him going for the Dragon Quest, I kind of took that to be something where he was already on that path, and when he discovered you were on the path, that's what sets him off, but he already had the stone. So it's not like... I think he already had the stone when he met him in the first place. I don't think he went on the quest of the dragon after meeting you. Sorry, after meeting you.
It could be like the thing with Solaire, where his journey is happening simultaneously to yours, and when like his only progresses as yours progresses, kind of thing. Because obviously time is convoluted in lore and blah blah. Fuck off, stupid scapegoat answer.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate that too.
So, I mean, he could be progressing along the path slightly faster than you are, because I mean, obviously the AI for some reason is always ahead of you. Like, we don't know how far ahead he is, or even if he is that far ahead of you when you do it, because he doesn't have the Shining Dragon Stones when you get them. He has one of them, I think. You have the other one. You have the Torso Stone, he has the Shining Dragon Headstone?
You have the Headstone, I believe.
Okay, it's one or the other. It's one or the other, it doesn't really matter which one. But...
yeah, they're interchangeable. But, I don't know, like, the way that I took his storyline to be, and this is my interpretation, was that he did Abyss Watcher stuff, right? And then at some point he decided to join up with the dragons, and he became involved in becoming a dragon and all that, which it does mirror Osiris. That's true. But I thought, like, okay, clearly he didn't fall with the Abyss Watchers because he meets up with you, and all the other Abyss Watchers have already fallen at this point.
You know, he already abandoned the Abyss Watchers at that point.
Right, so since he'd already abandoned the Abyss Watchers when you meet him, I think that could have been the reason. Might have been the turning point, was him deciding to follow the path of the dragon. That could have been a reason, so that's where I took it to be like, okay, when he discovered that you two are on the set for the dragon, you have the one thing he's missing, that's what sets him off. But I think, like, up until then, he doesn't really care, because you don't have that thing he needs to finish his quest.
But, like, the thing is, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, because he's not really that important anyway.
Nah, he's not.
He's such a dumb fucking character. He couldn't be an Abyss Watcher because he liked to use a shield. And then when you fight him, he doesn't use a shield.
That's funny. Real quick, I want to thank William Woolston for the donation. Thank you, man, and God bless your soul.
That's actually a friend of mine.
Thanks for helping.
That's one of the Hobbits.
Oh, is it? Hell yeah, Leah.
Yeah, that's one of the Hobbits. That's Tracy's boyfriend.
I had a question I was gonna bring up, but I've forgot it. Fuck.
Was it about snake penis?
It was not about snake penis, surprisingly.
Can we make it about snake penis?
Say what?
Can we make it about snake penis?
Probably not. But fuck. I'm the worst.
Okay. While you're looking for a question
Yeah.
about the Dragon Path, the Wyverns. So, do you think maybe the Wyverns are actually former knights?
Possibly.
When you kill the first, when you get to Archdragon Peak and you do the kill the Wyvern with the plunging attack and all, you get the headstone, I think.
Is there any?
They're trying to become dragons, right?
Yeah, but is there any armor sets that you find in Archdragon Peak other than Ornstein's?
Okay, first things first. That's not
Drakeblood.
Ornstein's armor.
No. I don't think so.
No, you know what I mean, though. I'm referring to it's the same design as Ornstein's. I'm just asking.
Okay.
Is there, the only other one I can think of is Drakeblood and.
You don't get that there though.
Oh yeah, you don't.
No, the Drakeblood, you get there, right?
No, you get it back.
You have
at
to go
the-
back after you've killed the Drakeblood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that's the only armor, unless you count technically getting the Nameless King's armor after you get him if you go buy it from the store, but it's not
No, I'm
actually
talking-
there.
I'm talking
Yeah,
about
that's the one I was,
collectible
I was thinking, like, technically, Nameless King. But
Yeah.
Not really.
Okay, why do you ask that?
Well, because I'm just thinking, if there was other armor sets, it would suggest that we know, like, we might learn more about the kind of knights that went there. So we currently know that Drakeblood Knights, Havel Knights, and obviously the Man Serpents are the only ones that we see there, as well as Prince Ricard, if it is even the real Prince Ricard, it might just be Degrees in his rapier. They're the only people that we see there. And both Havel Knights and Drakeblood Knights are Dragon Slayers. Even though Dark Souls 3 retcon Drakeblood Knights, I refuse to accept that. They're way cooler as Dragon Slayers. I was just curious, like, because if there was evidence of another faction being there, it could actually help strengthen that idea.
Yeah. So.
The
Yeah,
thing
go ahead.
that's weird though with the Drakeblood, and well, specifically them, because we find an actual warrior in a Havel set there.
Yes.
But the Drakeblood and Prince Ricard are specifically summoned.
Yes.
So it's not like we don't know if any of them actually were able to transcend essentially to or even get to Archdragon Peak, as they were summoned warriors. So that makes at least in my opinion, makes it a little bit harder to say specifically for them.
No, my point is just that the two factions of knights that we see would both be tied to dragon slaying, not dragon worship. Now, you could go with the idea... Well, I mean, the Drakeblood Knights in both Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3 do worship dragons, but in Dark Souls 2, which is where they originated,
Right.
so even if you don't want to take Dark Souls 2 canon and all that shit, their
Sure.
original intent was that they worship dragons through bathing in the blood of the dragons. So, they were worshippers in a very violent manner. And Havel Knights, I can't see them worshipping it if they worship Havel and his cause, unless it got twisted down the line, because, I mean, let's face it, he went and fucking hated dragons. He beat the fuck out of them, stole their teeth so he could make weapons because he's an evil bastard.
Right, but then Havel hated Seath, and then we find his set in the Ash Lake. Or not his set, sorry, his spell. Which talked about that he was finding any means he could to counter Seath.
Yeah,
So it
he
seemed
hated
to me
dragons.
like Havel, like similar to the Nameless King, Havel might have changed his mind at some point. After,
Yeah,
like
Seath
after
was
the
a
whole
dragon.
war, because he hated
think-
Seath so much.
I think you're giving Havel's memory too much credit. I mean, he's not a god or anything. He's like a minor figure, and a lot of the lore, of the knowledge of the people that the people of that world have of those times are forgotten. So Havel is probably completely forgotten from history. The Havel set on Dark Souls 3 you get on the bridge before Lothric,
Yeah.
and there's a dead wyvern there, so maybe that's why he's in Archdragon Peak. Like, we get summoned as well. After we kill the wyvern, we hear the bell, and we get summoned to the bonfire.
I'll
So-
back in a sec, guys.
Yeah.
Okay. in Dark Souls 2, the Dragon Covenant was like for fighting other people, right?
Yeah,
So
I think so.
I guess the main serpents, they are summoning us and Richard and the Evil Knight on the bridge, like as their champions.
I'm gonna be getting pizza.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And the Drake Blood Knights, I mean, there aren't any actual dragons there, so they can't be Dragon Slayers anymore. So that's why they changed.
I mean, I think we're supposed to be interpreted that the Havel Knight we fight just slain that dragon, right?
Yeah, he was involved in the fight with the Wyvern on the bridge, and then he got summoned to Archdragon Peak because his display of power or something like that. But it's not like he's following on the footsteps of the original Havel.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see where that's coming from. I think like one of the first videos I ever did was actually on Archdragon Peak, and it was about Ornstein becoming a dragon, and like the Sacred Oath miracle mentions the tales of the Firstborn and the Brave Dragon Slayer, or the...
So...
Oh, go ahead.
So you're buying into the convoluted things.
Wait, what?
Theory. What was the line?
Time is convoluted in Lord Realm.
Yeah, you're buying into that to justify Ornstein becoming a dragon.
Wait, what? Time would have to be convoluted for him to be a dragon? Or...
Yeah, because he's not an optional boss. We have to kill him.
Actually, no, you don't. It's not the real Ornstein that you kill.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Why? Okay, why is it not the real Ornstein? Ornstein, wherever.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I thought you got. Like, obviously, there's not shit tons. Obviously, there's no actual factual proof, but let me pull up the wiki really quick.
There was a description in Wikia saying that Ornstein was an illusion. I actually convinced them to take that out because there's no evidence to show at all that Ornstein was an illusion. You get his soul. You kill him and you get his soul.
Yeah, hold on.
You get his soul.
Yeah, it's something in the descriptions though.
Hold on, I'm trying to find the exact description, but in Dark Souls 3, it's...
I'll say, like, from my end, from all my research into Dark Souls 3 and all that, as much as I hate the idea that Ornstein was an illusion in Dark Souls 1, it seems like it's one of those things where in Dark Souls 3 they slightly changed the story around.
Oh, they retconned the shit out of it.
So
yeah, because I mean, you have the fact that, like, in Dark Souls 3, you get Smo's set where it describes him as the last standing knight at the cathedral, and that's something that Dark Souls 3 very specifically says, was Smo is the very last, the single last one to be there.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I guess you could interpret if you want to say that Ornstein was killed. You could say, oh, maybe Ornstein was killed first, and then Smo absorbed him, and you killed Smo in Dark Souls 1.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you also have descriptions talking about Ornstein leaving to follow the Nameless King.
Yeah.
In Dark Souls 3.
No,
so,
but
I mean,
the description never says that Ornstein left. It says that the owner of that armor left.
That's Ornstein's armor.
No, it has the same model, but
Can you show any evidence of another golden suit of lion armor?
Okay, it's not...
Look, I get what you're saying. Anyone could have picked up the armor, and it doesn't have to necessarily be Ornstein. Like, I get that that's your point.
It's the knight from Sacred Oath. Sacred Oath says that the Nameless King, the Firstborn, and the First Knight is Ornstein, and another knight, a Dragon Slayer, who served both of them, right?
Yeah.
So you have the boss, the Dragon Slayer armor, and that boss is actually just the armor. The armor, it's been controlled by the Pilgrim Butterfly.
Yeah, yeah.
And that armor was abandoned by its original owner, right?
Yes.
So that original owner would be also the knight from Sacred Oath. After you kill, so when you get in Dark Souls 1, you get John Orlando, you kill first Ornstein, then you kill Smough. Smough was the last one standing there. And that knight who served both the Nameless King and Ornstein, he picked up Ornstein's armor. He abandoned his old armor, which now is the boss, the Dragonslayer armor boss.
How the fuck would he fit into Ornstein's armor then?
No, he picked because he served Ornstein, you know. So he picked up his armor and went looking for his other captain, his other leader, the Nameless King in Archdragon Peak.
Well, there's
And
one thing about...
If you want another armor, it's not golden, but in Dark Souls 2 there's...
Dark Souls 2, there is an armor that is very similar, referred to as the old Dragon Slayer. However, here's the thing, I don't buy into that being anything to do with An Orlando or the original Dragon Slayers.
But it's the exact same model. It's just
yeah,
somebody
it was
who...
modeled after Ornstein, and it was part of the whole thing of when the Dragon Riders and stuff appeared.
Exactly. It's not Ornstein's armor. That guy is not Ornstein.
That's why I specified golden one. It's modeled after, but it could be even for all the modeled after a statue.
But that's what I'm saying. So he picked up Ornstein's armor, or he made another armor that looked exactly like Ornstein's armor. And the description on the Dragon Slayer armor on Dark Souls 3, it never says that it's Ornstein's. It just says that it's a knight's armor from An Orlando, right?
Yeah, but Artorias' armor also doesn't specify the name Artorias, does it? It just refers to him as the Wolf Knight.
Yeah, like I think it's one of those, like if we're talking about those nitty-gritty item descriptions, to me it's one of those things where I think Dark Souls 3 is just trying to be a little more vague, because as with the Artorias case, well, I think it's again with the Artorias case, right? It calls it the Wolf Knight, and it's just one of those things where, like, I think it's more of making it vague, so if you played Dark Souls 1, you know who it's talking about. You know the Wolf Knight set is actually Artorias' set. And it's the same thing with the Dragon Slayer set. It's just like they call it the Dragon Slayer set. And if you haven't played Dark Souls 1, cool. You don't need to know. Whatever, it was a Dragon Slayer, right? But if you played Dark Souls 1, you know who it's talking about. And I think that's why they have those different descriptions. Is to make it so a new player can still understand it to an extent, but an old player is going to get the reference.
True.
Artorias died in Dark Souls 1, right?
Yeah.
And the Abyss Watchers were created much, much, much later, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But the Wolf Knight set says that the Wolf Knight was the first Abyss Watcher. So I think the first Abyss Watcher is actually Farron. The guy named Farron. And he picked up after the duty of Artorias. He literally picked up his armor and his sword. You know, they were defending, the watchdogs were there defending the area, so he had access to it. He picked up the armor, he became the next champion against the Abyss, and then he fell into the Abyss, and then he died, and then they formed the Abyss Watchers to follow on his footsteps.
Or the Wolf Knight we've actually fought, and he's the boss in the DLC, who has the Gladius and shield.
Yeah, I think
he has a wolf that assists him.
That guy is just the page.
Yeah.
I'm joking. I actually don't care about that character whatsoever. I fucking hate that boss. So look, access to a fucking shitty part of the DLC that nobody wanted.
I think so. Like going back to Ornstein, I think because the Dragon Slayer set, it doesn't say it is Ornstein. It does say it's associated with Ornstein, so it could definitely be taken as. It could be. I mean, it could be interpreted both ways, as in it is Ornstein's or just like an associate of his. But it also says in the Dragonless Age, this knight who long guarded the ruined cathedral, which we do know that at some point, whether or not we killed the actual Ornstein or not, that he guarded the ruined cathedral. And then in terms of the Dragon Slayer armor boss, I've always been under the assumption that the Dragon Slayer armor boss is the armor of the Firstborn that he shed when he turned against slaying the dragons, because the shield you get from its soul, I mean, it talks about the Dragon Slayer armor lost its master, but it remembers their sporting hunts. And the Great Shield says this shield offers high protection to lightning, which the Dragon Slayer commanded as his own, which I think would be more befitting of the heir of lightning rather than Ornstein himself.
That's interesting. I never, like, that's one of those bosses that I've honestly been super unsure about.
Yeah.
That Dragon Slayer said.
Yeah.
It's so vague with the lore in that character, and that's one of those ones I was hoping would get answered in the DLC. And of course,
Yeah.
the first one answered just about nothing.
Yeah,
But,
0.
yeah. I mean, hey, you know what? We got to find out that Pontiff Solomon was born in the Painted World. That's some
Whoop, whoop,
important fact. That's
Yeah.
that's what I was really wondering. But, I agree with your point though. Like, I think that's the main thing with the Dragon Slayer armor is the fact that it says this knight who long guarded the Rune Cathedral left the land and searched the nameless king. And we know Ornstein long guarded the Rune Cathedral. And then we have the counter thing from Smo's set where it says Smo was the last standing knight of the cathedral.
Yeah.
So when you combine those things together, it seems like Dark Souls 3 just decided to change things around.
It
I mean, like-
retcons the shit out of stuff left, right, and center.
Plus, Gwendolyn is
either-
the master of illusions, right? So.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I hate, and this is me from, especially Dark Souls 1, there was the theory that, they already had a theory. In Dark Souls 1, people were theorizing, back before Dark Souls 2 is even out, people were theorizing that Ornstein was an illusion, and Smo is an illusion, or one or both of them, because everything's illusions in Anor Londo.
Yeah.
And I was one of the strongest opponents against it.
Yeah.
And I even have it in my lore video talking about it, like, here's a theory, I disagree with it because you get their souls. And the only way you could possibly get their souls, and you don't get anything else from the illusions, is like, but you get their souls, so it has to be real, it has to be them. So either Dark Souls 3 retconned it, or if you want to, like, choose to say that everything that happened in Dark Souls 1 is fact, then the only way you could possibly say that is Ornstein was an illusion, which
So,
I don't like that, but that's just what it seems to be from these descriptions.
So Gwendolyn plays blue in Magic the Gathering, probably just a mono blue deck, and just puts illusions out.
Yeah, basically. See, what's interesting though about now that you mentioned that, I went and looked up Ornstein's Smo, or not Ornstein's Smo, Ornstein's Soul description for 1, and we know that from it that we know Ornstein got this soul, this specific soul from Gwen. Like, I think he had his own soul, and then he also got the soul from Lord Gwen that made him more powerful, obviously. And so perhaps when he left Anor Londo, he left that portion of his soul behind, and that's what
like
Gwendolyn
the 4
spun.
things, you receive part of it as a reward.
Yeah, and that's what
No,
Gwendolyn
that's
spun.
interesting
Gwendolyn.
idea, actually.
If he was
Same
one of
with
the elite
yeah,
knights
all
for the
4 knights
Dragon
got
Slayer.
that.
And that's the thing, like, if he was one of the elite knights of the Dragon Slaying army, I mean, he has Dragon Slayer as part of his title. You'd expect him to get given a bit of a reward. So if he was, like, abandoning, leaving behind Anor Londo, as did his, brother in arms who he wants to follow, makes sense that he'd leave that behind and just go as himself.
Yeah.
I missed that part of the lore. I missed that they took that out. I like that where Gwen was like, here's some soul, thanks for helping me fight, here's a bit of soul.
Yeah, like Oprah.
He's handing out like candy, yeah. Look under your
Everybody
seat.
gets a soul.
Look under your seat. Oh, it's some soul.
Fucking, I want to see Oprah in the Dark Souls universe as an animation.
Everyone, you just see everyone standing up and be like, whoa, oh my god, oh my god,
That's fucking funny.
it's a piece of soul.
Give it to me.
You just see them put it in their mouth, chewing on it.
Right. Yeah, that's fucking funny.
Oh man, that's fucking too good.
But yeah, man, that was a good talk about that shit. We can
Can we talk
Okay.
about snake penis now?
we should talk about, because so there's not really any gray area with my specific theories about the game. My like, either people are like, holy shit, this makes like a lot of fucking sense and I get it, or people are like, you're the most retarded man on the planet, kill your fucking self.
There's no gray area. It's all dark.
Yeah,
All dark. So
because
Bird of Pygmy, Velka.
my most popular theories are about Velka and about her actually being the Witch of Izalith, and at the exact same time she later becomes the furtive pygmy, and that's like, to put
I'm so sorry
Like-
for that, by the way.
like an hour video short. It's derived from, so we know in Dark Souls 1 there's a lot, like when we get chaos weapons, when we get like Quelaag's Fury Sword, and whenever we infuse anything with chaos, we get a second counter that scales with our soft humanity. So we know that in some sense or another that chaos and humanity are linked to one another. And then and I never believed that the Witch of Izalith was became the Bed of Chaos, because it says this twisted soul that the Witch of Chaos, or the Witch of Izalith used, became the Bed of Chaos, not that the witch became the Bed of Chaos. And then, shit, what else can I do to make it short? It's
basically the whole thing is about how we never actually see the Chaos Witch. It does not specifically say that the Bed of Chaos is the Chaos Witch. It says that it's her soul. It's created from her soul, not that it is her. So the speculation leads to her escaping and becoming Velka. Because
she's considered the furtive pygmy, or the furtive pygmy is considered furtive, which means to be like guilty and kind of, you know, shying away and getting away from everyone because of the guilt, which would make sense if the Witch of Izalith were to get away and she just like exploded fucking everything and just fucked shit up for everyone. And then, like, we know her offspring are all like human size. Quaylana's human size. The one we fight outside the Bed of Chaos is human sized, and
even the human parts of Quaylag and the Fair Lady are both human sized, aren't they?
Yeah. And it says that so I've always thought that there are actually like two races in Dark Souls. We know the giants are a completely separate race because they have kind of, I think it's scaly, or not really scaly, but some kind of weird fucking skin, but it's like green and pale and shit. And then there's the gods. People have thought like Anor Londo and the gods were all a separate race, and then there's humans. But I think because human or pygmy just means like a smaller subgroup of a species, basically. Like even we as humans in the real world, we have pygmies. They're just really small humans. And so I think pygmy, and which are humans in Dark Souls, are the same race, but they're just small. And so the Witch of Izalith, all her daughters are human size, but all of everyone else's children, like Guinevere and the Firstborn and shit, are a lot larger than the humans. So it makes sense that if the pygmy found the Dark Soul, that it would have, like, where would these other pygmies come from? And so, like, there's so much to fucking go for, but...
So, wait, but, like, Quaylana tells us that the flame engulfed the Witch of Izalith and molded her into a deformed creature.
Molded her soul, not her.
No, she says molded her.
Yeah,
and,
the thing
I'm
is...
talking about Quaylana specifically.
Oh, yeah, we get told by Quaylana, who's known to be a liar.
See, the thing is, I think Quaylana... Oh, shit, you got turned off your camera. Oh, shit.
What?
No, never mind. My shit fucked up for a second. Anyway, I think Quaylana is... I'm not 100% sure whether I think she's deceptive or just in denial. Like, she mentions that she ran away, which she would have had to run away quite some time before the events of Chaos, or she would have risked getting herself fucked up. And then she goes to say that all of her, like, her mother and all her siblings all got deformed into these horrible fucking creatures, which we know isn't true. I mean, we fight one right outside the Bed of Chaos who is seemingly just as normal as Quaylana. And there are other two sisters that are speculated to be the two orbs on the side of the Bed of Chaos, which I think makes sense. And then there's the argument of the corpse near Ceaseless Discharge. And I think that was how Quaylana ran away. I think she had faked her death because the robes on that corpse specifically state that they belonged to Quaylana, which would leave, what is that, 1 to 2 sisters completely unaccounted for. But Quaylana is telling you that she's certain that everyone except for her was transformed into some horrible beings and shit, which isn't true. So that kind of like casts doubt on what I think she has to say.
I think my camera completely froze.
Yeah, no, it was weird. It was just like showing Skype shit. I didn't want to like give away my
it's like
Skype info.
It's frozen on the stream.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, there it goes.
It's a good frozen point though.
Oh, fuck it. Who cares?
Elsa would be proud.
Dude, Elsa is bae. Dude, I have a wicked neck weird going on.
I've actually never seen Frozen.
You should
I
watch
have
it.
about a million
I'll be
times.
back in a sec. I'm gonna go pee and possibly grab pizza if it's ready.
But I can still make them jokes. I can still make them jokes. I don't know,
Yeah.
I actually haven't seen that video of yours, so I'll have to check it out to see what my thoughts are on it.
Yeah,
Like, just obviously from just you describing it in very basic detail,
yeah.
it sounds very, conspiracy theory, as you said, that's what you're known for.
Yeah,
Where
absolutely.
I'm like my first reaction is, what? But
No,
I'll
absolutely.
have to watch your video to see where you draw the lines, so.
Yeah, because it kind of started out, like, the first video was, like, it was called, like, The Identity of the Furtive Pygmy, and I first had, like, attached that to Velka because it made more sense than Manus. And then Leo made a joke after I'd uploaded it, and he was like, what if the Witch of Izalith is the Furtive Pygmy? And then, like, for some reason, I actually looked into it, and it started to make a lot of sense. And one of the first things I noticed was the cinematic in Dark Souls 1. When we see the pygmy, when it says, she's like, and the Furtive Pygmy, so easily forgotten, the pygmy isn't holding the Dark Soul. It's actually holding a really small sliver of what looks like would have been the remnants that were left of a previous Lord Soul that was found.
I honestly, like, I think that's just a case of a different animation team. You know, I don't think that's, like, all of their souls look
True.
the exact same. Because if you look at the souls in the intro,
Yeah.
Ito's soul looks the same as, like, the Dark Soul looks the same as the Witch of Izalith as the Gwyn soul.
True.
So,
Yeah,
I
that
don't know.
could definitely be it as well.
I mean, obviously, because I made a video about it, I think Manus is the Furtive Pygmy, but you know,
Sure,
I'll definitely check out yours, so just to see
Yeah.
what your thoughts are.
No, I mean, I love that, like, or not anybody, but I love seeing that, like, anybody could be the Furtive Pygmy, because it's just more shit to watch, I think, and that's always fun. But, yeah, the one other thing that, like, really got me onto it before even looking at anything were also, when I was watching the cinematic, aside from the soul thing, when everyone, like, displayed their soul, which is basically what they were doing for the camera, like, yo, check this shit out, no one but the Witch of Izalith's hands were burned, which would make, I mean, she fucked around with flame, so that makes sense, but the Furtive Pygmy had, like, identical burns on their hand, which was also curious to me.
From that intro?
Yeah. But, yeah, and then, yeah, but I mean, if you ever get around to watching the video, it'll make more sense, because I actually write a script, so I don't ramble like I do in real life.
No, I mean, I think everyone who makes lore videos writes a script.
Yeah, you kind of have
Everybody. Not a single person doesn't. I mean, Epic Name Bros sounded a little more rambly, but he wrote a script too. So, I mean...
Yeah.
I don't think anyone doesn't, so...
It'd be impossible.
Because especially when
not
you
to.
have so many, you know, you have so many item descriptions, if you want to be specific about it, it's not like you're going to remember offhand, like, oh yeah, it says exactly this line.
Yeah, exactly.
Because there's just so much.
On that cinematic from Dark Souls 1,
Yeah.
On your video, did you talk about the fact that the pygmy actually doesn't look at all like the Witch of Izalith? Because we can see his whole body, his form, right?
I'm back.
Yeah, we just see, like, the silhouette from a
Yeah,
distance.
It doesn't look like the silhouette of the Witch of Izalith. Did you talk about that or anything?
No, I did not talk about the silhouette.
Well, it looks just like a naked ass, generic old hollow.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I
and
attributed
the
that
Witch
to.
of Izalith doesn't look like that.
Yeah, because she wasn't the generic ass naked old hollow. Like, she had taken on form.
Well, see, in the theory, I theorized that the Dark Soul wasn't found at the Advent of Fire like the other souls. I speculated that it was found in much later time because Koth says, then your predecessor found a fourth soul, a unique soul, the Dark Soul, and waited for fire to subside, and soon it did. So I don't think that it could have been found at the Advent of Fire, because who would have known that the fire would have faded, let alone it. I don't believe it faded so soon as to just hide them in the dark. So my speculation was that after the witch escaped the Advent of Chaos, she was all fucked up and probably was scorched a bit herself, so she would have been, you know, kind of looking like your standard hollow that you see
Okay.
throughout the game.
See, I don't think he looks scorched per se. I'm looking at it right now. Like,
Yeah,
to me,
not
it looks more
completely
just
scorched.
like to me, it looks more like a Golem-esque character, where it's like his hands are dirty because he's been crawling around in the mud all day. Sort of look like.
Mm-hmm.
It's just some like to me, it was just like some random. Like you have these great, powerful beings that found the souls, except for you have a Golem character who somehow found the fourth one.
Yeah.
So
actually-
that was kind of what I took it to be of like, oh, somehow instead of like these great beings who found the other ones, you have this like grubby cave monster finding the fourth one.
Yeah.
Guess
All
what?
the
That's what
gods
we
look
are.
like that before finding the souls?
What's that?
Didn't all gods look like that before finding the souls? I mean, when you get
Probably.
down there on the cinematic, you see like a bunch of those
Yeah.
hollow-like things.
Right, like
And they-
Nito, who kind of like transforms when he finds the soul. Like he was this
Yeah.
like, meshed up thing, and then it's like, oh, here's the soul. He sort of forms.
I think the cinematic is also really hard to follow because the one last thing I pulled from the cinematic, and I forgot to bring this up, is like one, it doesn't establish a timeline obviously, and it isn't like it doesn't distinguish. So it tells you all the people that found Lord Souls, right? It says Gwen, it says Nita, which of eyes live, and then it ends with the furtive pygmy, and then directly after that it says, and then with the strength of lords they challenged the ancient dragons. But then
Right.
it doesn't reference the pygmy as to what the pygmy did. So
Because
like,
he,
oh, go
well,
ahead.
at least to me, he just wasn't involved in the fight. He just like
Yeah.
hid away. So
That's what
and
I'm
which
saying,
would be
that-
another reason why they wouldn't like humans. I mean, you see clearly the lords are like, we have our
Yeah.
giant domain of Anorlando, and you pitiful humans, you could just stay
Mhm.
down. And that would also make sense if it was different, where it's like if the furtive pygmy did his own thing, they would look down on them because they didn't help them fight and beat the dragons
Yeah, yeah.
and win the kingdom.
No, it's just what I wish that they would. I don't know what the word I'm looking for. I wish that they would decipher more to us in the intro. Because if we take the intro for exactly what it is, then according to the intro, the pygmy did fight the dragons. But it doesn't tell us, but then it says they, with the strengths of lords, they, which
Yeah,
we
because the
would
word
have to assume included all of them, because it just listed the they that they're talking about, but then doesn't mention the pygmy again. So it's kind of irritating that it does that kind of stuff. But
Yeah, the way that it's worded, it suggests that all of them fought.
See, I take
Well,
it to be just
that's
like a
interesting.
sense of storytelling where
yeah,
like they very, very and you only have so much time for an intro, and it costs so much money to make.
Yeah.
There's also that factor. So it's like, okay, we have to give out these beats of the story.
yeah,
So it's like, okay, you have your first beat, which is the ancient dragon. Second beat is you have these guys who found souls. Second beat is a bunch of these guys fought the dragons. And it's just like, if you're going with a group of people, you use the word they because it's quicker.
yeah,
So I mean, that's the way I interpret it. But I'm also like, as you could probably tell from our conversation already, like I typically don't delve too deep into things unless there's a reason
Yeah.
to, I guess.
true, yeah.
So
No, I respect that. I'm just the complete opposite. I'm
Yeah.
like, read into everything now.
Jake, the
like I'll
entire
read it,
chat.
like I tend to read into things if there's a reason to, but otherwise I'm like, I guess from when I write things myself, it's like
Mhm.
unless you give a reason to read into something, usually you're not thinking too much about it. When you write a specific thing, you're like, okay, well here's what I have to say about it.
Yeah, for sure. Did you because you said you did a video about Manus being the furtive pygmy. Did you hear the theory about how Manus in general is just kind of Miyazaki trolling the community again with the
No,
whole
I haven't
pendant?
heard that theory.
Okay, so like, you know,
Best theory.
when Dark Souls first came out, Miyazaki stated in a magazine or an interview or something, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I always start with the pendant," and everyone was like, "What the fuck's the pendant do?" And everyone went crazy, and then he admitted that he was just fucking joking around, and then it
Yep.
talks about Manus going crazy looking for his pendant. So
Yeah.
people kind of like source that to Manus is just like an amalgamation of the community trying to figure out what the fuck the pendant does, and driving themselves
Oh.
crazy.
I hadn't heard that mixed with the community, but I've heard the whole thing where Manus was driven crazy by the pendant, and it's just a funny like connection of like, it's the same sort of thing as the community with the original pendant.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess I've heard an extent of that theory before.
Yeah, I always think
The
that one's
entire
funny.
chat has
I
just
do
been
love
going
that.
down
That's like, I love the
chat.
fact that Miyazaki trolled everyone with the fucking pendant. I think it's hilarious.
Yeah, yeah.
I always like every so often because I have characters at the pendant. I'm like, if I'm playing with them, I'm like, what if I magically figure out what the pendant was for?
Right.
Even though I know it's not possible because people have mined into the game data and
Yeah.
found everything at this point. So there's literally no way it could be anything.
Yeah.
But-
What if it is like super important, but he's not gonna actually put it into the game for like another 5 years? He just goes back in and like updates Dark Souls 1 one day. The pendant
You know,
like
like-
reveals everything.
The pendant was the meaning. It's like GoldenEye. I don't know if you played GoldenEye back in the day.
Oh yeah.
It's like how, like, 10 years later, they finally found out there were actually codes for every single cheat in the game. But it took 10 years for them to discover it, and it had to be the developers who had to come in and be like, oh, by the way, there were codes for these.
Plus, they also found out that there was all other bonds were. Yes.
Hey,
Yes, they
Aegon,
also
what's
found
up,
out that
dude?
there was-
You want to get in on here?
Just
Shoot me on Discord if you do.
Oh, what up, Aegon? Oh, what up? So, yeah, anyways, like, that'd be cool. But it actually makes me sad that nowadays, like, I guess sad and happy, that nowadays you can mine into the data files of all these games and just find everything within it and data mine it.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess, like, it's cool in the sense of Dark Souls 1, where there are all these things that we found that were in all the Souls games, where we find all these things that they didn't put in the game. And then it's fun to speculate of, like, oh, what did this actually mean? Or maybe this helps explain the story a little bit better. But, but then there's also a part of me where I'm like, but it takes away part of that fun and mystery of, like, say the pendant thing where Miyazaki came out and said he was trolling everybody. People could still have that mystery there of, like, that what if, where in my head I'm like, well, there is no what if anymore because we know that since everyone's data mined the game.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
it's fun to have that. So I'm a little mixed. I'm like, man, that was cool to have the what if, but
Right.
It takes
at the
the
same time, it's cool to
community
have all those things
participation
that
out.
we're still pieced in the game.
True, yeah. Yeah, so I don't think we've talked with you about it. What are your thoughts on the Ashes of Ariandel DLC?
Oh, just like overall thoughts?
Yeah, just generalized.
You know, I enjoyed it. I don't know. Everyone hates on it, but I thought it was fine. It's not as, I'll say, like, it's not as good as the Bloodborne DLC, obviously, or Dark Souls 1 DLC. But to me, it felt like the same thing as any of the Dark Souls 2 DLCs. Like, it was, I don't know, it was fine. It was a good extra chunk. Like, obviously, I wish it had more explaining about the main lore of the game. But I found the Corvians interesting enough. I like the fact that we found out more about the Corvians and the extent of it helped explain why the Corvians were standing over the grave of your character in the untended graves. Because you have a bunch of, like, Corvian storytellers standing over your grave.
Yeah.
Which I always found super peculiar and, like, I felt like that was kind of important. And then we find out more about the Corvians and it helps explain that a little bit further. Like, oh, okay, here's why they might have been there.
What do you think their stories sound like?
The Corvians? Or their storyteller's story?
Like, no, but I mean, like, verbally, what would it sound like?
Oh, gather you to... I imagine very medieval. Like, I don't know, like... Oh, yeah, sure. I don't know. But the way that they're kind of, like, motioning and everything, it reminds me of if you ever watched Game of Thrones or, any medieval based movie where you have the general storyteller who's standing on a stage telling the tale, like an oral storyteller, like back in the age of Homer. Very, like, back in that tradition of Homer or back when that was the only way you could tell stories or like literally tell people what was going on. I think it's back in that tradition of it, someone like trying to say like, this is what was happening, listen to what I was saying, like an oral storyteller.
Yeah.
So that's what I guess would imagine. But yeah, anyways, like I'd say I like the DLC. It's not my favorite DLC, but I didn't dislike it. But I don't know, what you guys think?
Yeah, about the same boat with you. Like, definitely enjoyed it. I wish maybe it would have given us a little more to go with.
It was too long.
You know, it's funny that anytime DLC, I always get so nervous that it's gonna retcon something I thought I figured out, or not retcon it per se, but like I might feel like I figured out something.
Yeah.
And then a DLC will come out and prove me wrong, and I'll be like, "Fuck, I was wrong."
Oh yeah, I was definitely worried about this with it being about like the painted world and shit. I'm like, it's gonna prove all my Velka theories wrong, and I'm gonna look like a jackass.
Yeah, and then didn't say shit about Velka.
You
Actually,
don't need your theories to be wrong to look like a jackass, Jake.
That's true.
You know, that was actually my biggest disappointment with the DLC. Was I was
Mhm.
hoping there'd be more Velka stuff, just because it was painted world,
Yeah.
and they didn't have anything. I mean, outside of the fact that you have the Corvians have crow aesthetics to them, and it
Yeah.
continued with that tradition, there was just nothing, and I was like, oh, come on.
Well, I think
Come
that
on.
Gale actually mentioned Velka in the beginning, but it's
Yeah, so Aegon says sort of like my Aldia theory. Yeah, that's actually, and thanks, man, Aegon. Yeah, it's just like my Aldia theory, where in Dark Souls 2, I theorized that maybe Aldia was that dragon who's talking to us, and Aldia transformed into the dragon.
It would have
And
been better that
and
way.
then Dark
Fuck
Souls
Aldia.
2. Yeah, then the Dark Souls 2
Scholar of the First Sin.
Scholar of the First Sin came out, where they're like, actually, Aldia was a completely different character. Who's Aldia is, and I was just like, well, there goes that.
I
I was
fucking
totally
hate-
fucking wrong.
No,
So-
you weren't. Here's the thing. The only reason they did that was because they fucked up on the lore in the base game. And they tried to fix it, and in fixing it, they made it even worse because they introduced Aldia as a character you meet.
Oh, no, I mean, I agree with
Fuck
you. So I think
Aldia.
that's definitely something where I feel like the Scholar of the First Sin, a lot of it ended up retconning things that they had said.
Yeah.
I mean, basically just changed it. It changed the story a little bit, which is fine. It just meant that, like, some of the things that I speculated on was wrong. But at least, like, in my own defense, I always try to make it very clear when I'm saying, like, this is a fact and this is a theory.
yeah.
It's something that I very specifically was like, this is the theory that I think that this is the case, so I was wrong. But, yeah, and yeah, hi to you,
Wait.
by the way, Egon. Thanks for saying hey to me in the chat.
You were proven wrong in a theory, and you didn't shut down your YouTube account?
I deleted my account, and then I restarted a new account without the video. Yeah, it's one of those things that sucks though, just because when you have a video out, you can't change it, right? And
Yeah.
you know this, I'm sure, Jake. So it's like, it more sucked in the sense of like, okay, I don't care that I was proven wrong. Like that's fine. That happens. That's
Mhm.
when you go into theory. I just
Yeah.
wish that I could change the video to, or like add something to the video, or just say something like at the end of the video, like, turns
Yeah.
out I was wrong. Here's what was actually the case. Because, like, fine, like, I can say, like, I'm not always right. And that's what happens when you go into the theory ground and all that.
Yeah.
And that's totally okay. It just sucks that, like, at the end of the video that everybody's fucking watched that you don't want to take down because it has a lot of views and you're proud of that.
Yeah.
At least for me, I'm like, man, it has 100,000 views. I don't want to take that down. I put a lot of work into it.
Exactly. Yeah.
But,
yeah.
like, but then, like, I'd love for people to watch the video and get the full accurate story. And I have an annotation, but only so many people are going to see that. So it's just like, and then people always ask, like, oh, you were wrong. And I'm like, I know,
Yeah.
like, I was wrong. And that's fine. And that's okay. I just wish I could accurately say in this same video.
Yeah.
No, I refuse to actually accept that you were wrong because I refuse to accept what we got as Aldia to be Aldia. He doesn't exist. Fuck that guy.
Yeah. No, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. There's no way to go in and be like, look, I know this was wrong, but just watch the video or don't. Like,
Well, I mean, like, for that specific video of mine, since, like, I was talking about the whole thing with Aldia, that was the one area where I was wrong. The rest of it's all accurate, except for I don't have anything about the Scholar of the First Sin aspects, because that didn't exist at the time.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that's the other funny thing with, like, Dark Souls 2 specifically, is people will be like, why didn't you talk about this? And I'm like, well, when I made the video, it literally didn't exist. There's no footage of it. I couldn't talk about it.
Or all the items that they changed the descriptions on.
Yeah, right. Yeah, if they change the description of an item, it's like, what do you want me to say? I can't do anything
They
about
did
that.
like 60% of the items too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you make a second video talking about that specifically, about the changes that they made?
No, it just came to the point, like, it came out, because the Scholar of the First Sin stuff came out at the same time as Bloodborne. So, I mean, at that point, like, I was just, like, I'd rather talk about Bloodborne. I mean, like, I'll have an annotation and say, like, I was wrong, like, it's Scholar of the First Sin. And that's that. But, like, for me, personally, because, you know, you only need so much time. Like, I have a full-time job, and then I do this on top of that. So, it's like,
Yeah.
I want to talk about Bloodborne. And plus I like Bloodborne more than Dark Souls 2. So that's something where I really like Bloodborne. I like the story of Bloodborne more than the story of Dark Souls 2. That's what I really wanted to talk about. Or
Well,
put-
now that Bloodborne is in the past and Dark Souls 3 is dying, so maybe you have time to make a video about that specifically.
About the
You
Scholar
should
of the First
only
and
make
stuff.
videos. Yeah, Dark Souls 2 is the best in the Soulsborne series. Do more videos on that.
No, you don't have to make a video talking about that because he's full of shit. But you can be talking about the many differences from before and after Scholar of the First thing, and you can
It's
be
actually
addressing your old video.
not that easy though, because the Scholar of the First Sin edition did hit the older games as well. So even if you have the old version of it, they did an update which also changed the item descriptions.
Yeah, but that makes the video that he would make even more important because a lot of players won't ever know about the old descriptions, and he can be talking about that.
No, I get your point. Like, it's just like, here are the differences, here's what the new lore is, here's what the old one is, and this is what the new facts are. I get your point.
I would watch that. I would definitely watch that.
Here's the lore. The original version, clusterfuck, but way better than the other one because it didn't have Aldi be a giant fucking bonfire monster.
Yeah.
Unless you like Days of Bonfire Monster. I don't know. I'm kind of like, as far as that goes, I don't really care either way. That's what it turned out he was. It doesn't bother me, but I don't think it's cool. I'm like, okay, that's what it is.
Okay, let me explain. The reason I hate Aldi so much is because everyone is trying to tie him into Dark Souls 3 and make it out like he's important to Dark Souls 3 when he's really not.
Oh, well, maybe. I don't know. It's one of those things where he could be related to Lothric in the Kingdom, but we don't know. Because there is one specific item where it could be Aldia related. But I personally, like, and I talked about that in my own lore video on the story of Dark Souls 3, where it's like, it could be Aldia, it could be related to that, but, like, I think that Koth and Front are far, far more important to this story.
Well, my whole theory about what's going on in Dark Souls 2 is essentially it's a microcycle within the main cycle of the universe because they successfully created an artificial first flame, which is why you're linking it in a different location. The process is slightly different. And, you know, why Aldi can show up with those bonfires. They're all connected together, but they're not connected to the ones in Lordran. It's its own little thing, and Aldi should fuck off and not exist.
I mean, I agree that with Dark Souls 3, it basically made Dark Souls 2 just another cycle. But I mean, at the same time, that's what Dark Souls 2's story was anyways. I mean, the story of Dark Souls 2 was literally that it's just another cycle. And that we have all these cycles and kingdoms, and that you're just experiencing another cycle. And, like, this one's maybe a little bit more interesting because you finally have a king who's not giving a shit, but letting the Age of Dark come. But, I mean, other than that, it's just another cycle.
The problem is, though, that Dark Souls 2 makes it out like all the stuff from Dark Souls 1 is like long forgotten memories, whereas Dark Souls 3 is like, hey, look at this, it's the thing from Dark Souls 1! Like, fuck off!
Yeah, I mean, okay, like...
Where's Shadow?
I don't know where you guys stand on this, but I think it's pretty clear that Dark Souls 3 retconned a lot of Dark Souls 2.
I'm not a big fan of a lot of the lore that's in Dark Souls 3 because it feels too pandering. A lot of just feels so pandering to Dark Souls 1 fans, like they're trying to get all the people who love the lore of Dark Souls 1 and love the aesthetic of it and draw them back in, and I think that they really hit the mark on a lot of that, because instead of giving us answers, they just gave us the same shit we already had, just with different names.
See, what I was hoping that Dark Souls 2 would be, and this is why I don't mind so much with Dark Souls 3, but I was hoping Dark Souls 2 would be all about Guinevere, where it's like, okay, you're following Flame God Flan and Guinevere, and then, like, where did they go? And that's what I was hoping Dark Souls 2 would be.
Yeah.
Because I do like the gods and story of Dark Souls 1, and Dark Souls 2 is fine, but, like...
Well,
like, Dark Souls 3 felt more like a continuation to me than Dark Souls 2, whereas Dark Souls 2 is kind of like, this shit all happened, but we're in a completely different cycle, and it really doesn't matter. Whereas Dark Souls 3 was... Right. Whereas Dark Souls 3 was like, well, that stuff was important, and here's why it's still there, but here's the continuation of what happened from there. Like, that's what it feels like to me. So I don't mind so much. I agree with you that it does feel like there's a lot of pandering in Dark Souls 3, but some of it doesn't matter to me, because Dark Souls 3 ended up feeling more like a continuation than Dark Souls 2 did.
Well, the fun fact, though, I'm actually working on a video about my theory on Astora and Lothric being either one and the same, or just Lothric being part of Astora. And in that, I'm going to be covering Guinevere and Flame God Flan, because I believe that they actually did, when they fled on Orlando, that's where they went to, was Astora, and they actually may have even been the ones to establish Lothric within Orlando.
Yeah. Interesting.
I can't tell if your video is delayed or your voice is delayed. Oh, I just realized what's happening. So I'm watching I'm watching the stream, and when you start talking, your voice hasn't started moving yet, or your mouth hasn't started moving yet, and I get really confused. I'm like, wait, is it who's talking right now? I'm so confused.
The Irishman is talking.
No, I realize that now, but I mean, like,
Yeah.
it took me a while to catch on to that, so that's why I was silent, because I still saw you moving in the chat, and I was like, well, I think you're still talking, and maybe your voice cut out.
That's funny.
This is being dumb, because I'm listening to you through Discord.
Yeah, I do this sometimes, too. Okay, so what, then, I guess, if you've had one, what is your most controversial and or disliked theory that you've put into a video?
Nobody dislikes any of my theories, please.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, all the at this point, because I was wrong. So, I mean, like, it's not, like, controversial. I mean, usually, actually, people are surprisingly cool with it, because most people in the comments are like, if one person complains, someone will kind of explain and be like, he made this video before the Dark Souls 2 DLC came out, and that was a thing. And then usually the person's response is like, oh, I didn't know. I see the video date. That makes sense.
Yeah.
It's surprisingly, like, people are surprisingly cool with it. I think the most controversial one I ever put out, because it was the most within theory ground, was, I had a whole thing on Alkin and Zen in Dark Souls 2 about, like, oh, actually, you know what? I just realized what it was, and I actually took it out of the video and re-uploaded the video because I decided that it was too tinfoil hat, and just was like, you know what? People are right. This was stupid.
Jake, I think they're shit-talking you.
Yeah.
I had a Lost Sinner theory, where in the walls of the Lost Sinner, you have all these weird textures, and something is very specifically look like, I don't even, like a bell to me in the Lost Sinner, and on the wall when I looked at it with a torch, and you could actually see the room lit up with a torch specifically, and I was like, oh my god, maybe this means something, and it looked like a torch to me, and I like drew a whole outline of it in the video in Photoshop, and I had a friend who also, I think it might have been Terramax, drew what he thought it looked like.
Nice.
And we were all like speculating, like, oh my god, the wall actually means something. It actually like might like help with the lore of Dark Souls 2. And I had this stuff in the video, and people just pointed out that like it was just a texture that got wrapped into itself, so it looks like more than it is. And I was like, and then after, because I was so in my head of like, oh my god, this is brilliant. What if this is it? And I cracked the case, and I was the one who did it. So I was like so in that mode, and I put up the video, and then when people pointed that out, I kind of just like took a step back and was like, oh my god, I went to that tinfoil hat place that I didn't want to be at ever. So
it's the best place.
I ended up taking down the video, taking that part out of the video, and putting the video back up, because I was just
Jake.
I just was like, you know what, I don't want that to be out there, and I don't want to be like so in like crazy territory.
Yeah.
So
True.
He's
I just took it out.
definitely shit talking your video style, Jake.
Nah.
I mean, like, the only video I honestly like, and I don't watch that many Dark Souls 3 lore videos. I've seen your video on Ornstein, Jake, but
Hell yeah.
I haven't seen, like, I've seen some of Aegon's videos, but I just don't watch that many Dark Souls 3 lore videos, just because at this point, I've been covering Dark Souls for so long that, like, in my free time, usually I watch stuff by, like, iDubbbz, honestly, or, like,
iDubbbz is great. Oh, he's such cancer.
But it's just like, it's a thing where for me now, if I have free time, because I do so much Souls stuff, I usually watch videos that aren't Souls related.
True.
It's nothing against you guys. It's like,
No,
you know, your Ornstein video was fine. I saw where you drew the lines and everything.
For sure.
Even though I honestly don't agree with it, I see where you draw the lines, and I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, cool. I see where you're going with it, and that's fine.
Jesus.
But my point is, like, and you know, Aegon did a good job with his videos and all that. So it's nothing against it. It's just something where, especially when you're making your own videos about it and you're so within the lore. Like, I was the most interested in watching lore videos during Dark Souls 1 before I made lore videos, because I wasn't looking at it myself and so in it. That's like, when I want to take a break from things, I'm usually doing things other than Dark Souls lore. I'm like, okay, let me watch something else.
I actually 100% agree with you, because when I started helping Jake out with some stuff and got really into looking at the lore for myself and not just relying on other people's stuff, I stopped watching nearly as many lore videos as I had been.
Right, and it's not like it's nothing against them. It's just like because you're doing so much of it, you kind of need a break, and you're like,
you get burnt
I
out.
don't want to watch another 20 minutes or hour of it. It's fine. I've been like reading it for 3 hours straight. Let me take a break and clear my head. So yeah, I mean, my only point was that like with me saying what I do in my video, I don't really know your videos as like super well, so I'm not trying to shit talk you. That's my only point.
No,
I'm
for
like,
sure.
please
No,
don't
it's a
think
joke.
that.
Dude, nobody shit talks Jake harder than I do, and I help him out with his fucking ideas when he's bouncing them off me.
Yeah. I mean,
I'll give him a hand, and like he'll bounce stuff off me, get my input, and then I'll just shit talk his videos relentlessly, even if I've helped him with them.
I make videos like every month or so where I just read all of the meanest comments people have said.
Yeah. You know what I feel the worst about though with the fact that I don't watch as much as I used to is I always liked in my videos I try to link to other people who have made similar videos.
Yeah.
Or if they're working on a video and say like you should check this guy out. Like back during Dark Souls 1, Silvermont was kind of making videos around the same time as me and Terra Mantis.
Yeah.
And then Vadi and Epic Name Bro had already made videos who I'd watched in Quaylog. So if there's something that related, I try to be like, yeah, check out this video as well. And
yeah,
I miss Quaylog.
I miss Quaylog too. She was great. But like my point is like I think with Dark Souls lore the nice thing is that you can have different interpretations. I try not to feel like I'm competing with people.
Yeah.
I mean like other than the sense of like, and I'm sure maybe you feel this or you don't, but I mean like I'll definitely feel the pressure of like I need to beat people to putting a video out so my video gets watched.
Yeah, true.
But like outside of that pressure, I really try to help promote other people because I'm like, you know, like just because you watch my video doesn't mean you can't watch someone else's. Like,
yeah.
There's no reason not to, and I'd rather build everybody up. And that's the thing that I felt the worst about recently is like, since I don't know people's videos as well with Dark Souls 3, I haven't done as much of that.
Yeah.
And it makes me feel bad. So I'm like, man, I like to promote other people. So
yeah,
just give Vadi shout outs and teach him what it's like to actually give people credit.
I've actually given Vadi a lot of shout outs, which is funny.
Yeah,
like,
same.
and Epic Name Bro. Epic Name Bro never gives people shout outs either. But I mean, like,
somebody's asking to see the penguin again.
You know what though? Like the thing with Vadi though is, when I put my first lore video ever up, which was a video on Nito from Dark Souls 1, I posted it to Reddit, and this was when I had like maybe 50 subscribers at the time, maybe 100. It was pretty low, and he liked the video, and this was back when YouTube actually showed what videos you liked.
Oh, nice. And
because he liked that video, I got 500 subscribers. And that was what actually made my channel a channel.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah, dude.
So, like, I have him to thank a lot for the fact that I even have a channel. So,
yeah.
I mean, not that I would have still made videos, but I mean, it just grew much faster thanks to him.
Yeah, no, he did, not the same thing, but he gave me a shout out in one of his videos. He's like, if you like crazy Velka theories, then check this guy out.
Enjoy Velka. If you can't get enough of smoky basements.
I think he's gotten a lot better. Since the Bloodborne thing, so
I still can't stand him. Just as a person, okay. My biggest beef with him is the fact that he portrays his stuff as fact. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't let people know, hey, this is an idea. This is my interpretation of the stuff. And because of that, a lot of Vadi fans will go off and they will just be like, "You're wrong," and then they'll just start citing shit that Vadi said, and it's like, maybe think for yourself and look at the lore yourself instead of just taking it because
that's more on the
so
people.
On the fans,
yeah.
But he's never made it clear to people that like this is not definitive. There's a lot of people who watch him are not guys who are into looking at the lore themselves. They don't realize that there is no simple answers to it.
Well, so like way back during Dark Souls 1, it's weird that's like way back then. And this was before I started making videos. There was Epic Name Bro and Vadi, and there were only two people putting out videos. And I was always a bigger fan of Epic Name Bro. And it's because Vadi put out these story videos which were more stylistic, but you know, like you said, it came across as fact where he was like, this is what happened. And then Epic Name Bro would always be like, here's what I think, and this is what I think. And so when I made my own lore videos, it was more stylized like Epic Name Bro, just because I wanted to make it clear, because I liked that more, where it was like, here's what the game definitely says, and here's where it's theory, and I don't want my fan theory to be like, people think it's a fact.
Yeah.
They can come up with what they think. But that doesn't mean I saw what Vadi was doing, and while I preferred Epic Name Bro, that doesn't make me think he's a jerk or anything. He was just trying to make a story, and he's here is this story video, and for his style, it wouldn't make sense for him to be like, I think this happened, because he's trying to put together a story video where it's like, here is this cool epic story of what happened, and it's just a different style. So I mean, like, I don't hate him for that. I just blame him. I think it's more of a fan thing where it's like, you know, I get what you're saying, that like he puts it this way so fans are gonna think that it's fact, but like that's, you know, whatever, that's on them. Like, he's making a very specific style, and I don't blame him for that.
I'm just very picky about who I like on YouTube.
That's fine, you know. I mean, I'm picky about who I like too, but I guess like I see his perspective. Like, I made one video in his style, not to copy him, but just because I've been making videos in a different style, and I just thought it'd be fun to make more of a story-based video where it's like, here is the story and blah blah blah. You know, just because it's fun. It's fun to do that, because then it feels like you're making more of a narrative as opposed to making like a discussion. So it's a difference between a discussion and a narrative. So he makes more narrative-based videos, and then we make more discussion-based videos.
Well, also somebody pointed out that Vadi's like the most popular Dark Souls YouTuber, and well, I mean, that might be a reason I hate him as well, because I'm a huge fucking hipster.
Sure, but I mean, like, that's the other thing too, is that when he's the most popular YouTuber, people are gonna think his videos are fact. Like, I've seen people on Reddit and such, like, I've seen people reference something I made in a video, and people get mad, and they're like, don't just say something DaveControl says, that doesn't mean it's fact. So I mean, like, people have done that for me too. It's just people are gonna do it the most with Vadi because he's the most popular.
But, dude, the lore of Dark Souls is all about headcanon. Can you justify what you're saying? Do you want to believe it? If both answers are yes, then accept it into your headcanon.
Basically, yeah.
Ellen Light saying, I started with Vadi and looked so much lore videos from other YouTubes, like Jake and EMB. And Jamo saying that's just what happens when you're the most popular / viewed. And like, yeah, I really think that's most of the case. Like, I don't think he has this ill intention of trying to say like, my thing is fact. I think it's more of like he wants to make a narrative-based video, and that's what he finds the most interesting.
But
like,
also, fuck his voice. It's too soothing.
I agree with that just because I'm jealous. I'm like, man, I wish my voice was a sexy Australian voice.
I'm not jealous because I'm Irish, so I don't need to have an Australian voice.
I think Irish is my favorite accent, so...
Unfortunately, mine is very muted.
Yeah, I mean, you just gotta go really into it. That's like the one accent I try to mimic is Irish. I mean, not like I do in my videos. Do it. I have to harness the Colin Farrell. I think of Colin Farrell from In Bruges. That's the sort of where I take it from, is Colin Farrell. I'm not saying my Irish accent's any good, but if I try to do it, it's just I'm trying to think of specifically that one role in line.
Dude, In Bruges is like the best film ever.
So my point is like, you're from Ireland, so I'm sure me just doing that doesn't sound right at all. But like,
it's not terrible, but you see, I live in Dublin, so like, Colin Farrell's normal speaking voice is more common around here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but I mean, like, it's just more of like that's more of an extreme one, and it's something that I could latch onto when trying to do an accent. I'm terrible at doing accents, so I can latch onto it.
Like, you should hear some of the accents in Ireland. Like, some of them are fucking horrendous.
But actually, the general Irish accent I actually think is really cool. So. Yeah.
Mine's just very muted because I talk to Americans so much, and it's very hard for people to understand me if I'm talking with my full accent and at full speed. They just can't understand me.
I mean, right away I could tell, like, that you had an Irish accent. I was like, oh, you must be Irish. But
it's not the fact I'm wearing a T-shirt that says "Leprechauns" make me do
it.
Nice.
People saying that, why doesn't Vadi ever go onto these videos, and Ashton saying he doesn't like live content. Yeah, you know, the funny thing about Vadi, because I actually know him, and like, we've hung out before in person.
Oh, nice.
Why would you? Did he pay for lunch at least?
Because, I mean, I'm friendly with him, man. He's actually nice. He's a super nice guy. Well, it's because also I live in America, and where a lot of Dark Souls events happen are in America. So he's been flown out to the same events that I've gone to before.
Let's face it, even if I didn't say anything shit towards him, he'd probably hate me.
I don't know. I have no idea. But my only point is, like, he's actually a surprisingly shy guy. Like, he's like really soft-spoken and shy in person. He's like really quiet. So I think like the reason that he doesn't do that much live stuff is because he's honestly way more shy than people would expect.
Yeah.
So that's more of what it is he's actually
If I ever meet him in person, my goal is to now make him feel as uncomfortable as possible.
I think that's our goal with everybody.
I have no problem invading his personal space. And not in an aggressive way, but in the kind of way that's just going to make him feel very uncomfortable.
You know, I wonder. So something I wonder when you guys started, when I first put out my very first lore video, I had so many people commenting, "You should have given this script to Epic Name Bro and had him read it because Epic Name Bro's the lore guy."
Yeah.
So I
That's
wondered, like, did
fucking
you guys
dumb.
get that stuff when you started, or was it kind of already at a point where people were cool with multiple lore uploaders?
I don't think I ever got any comments or messages like that I can
Yeah, 'cause, like-
recall. I know
yeah,
a lot
'cause,
of
like, when
people. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, like, when I started, like, there were more people who did lore, but the only people who were really known were, like, Quaylock did it, but she wasn't that well known. It was just, like, people knew Epic Name Bro and
She's
Body.
adorable, though.
I know, she's great, but not that many
I
people
love
know
her.
her. So,
I honestly wish she didn't leave the community like she did.
Yeah.
yeah, me too. I thought I think she's brilliant. I think she's actually one of the smartest people.
She's the reason I actually decided to eventually get Demon Souls. It's that I was watching her playthrough,
Yeah.
and like she herself was like much more into Demon Souls than Dark Souls and stuff, and I can't blame her. Like, she started with it, but I'd watch her videos, and she always put the stuff across in a very friendly way that wasn't like, I want you to believe this. It's like, hey, here's what I've gathered from this. She didn't really speculate too heavily, but she was like, this is my interpretation of it. And I kind of like that. It was her and EMB were who I mostly watched, and Vadi I just watched because he has really good production value.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, like, she was, like, I don't know, I liked her style where she had like, the pictures that she drew and all that.
Yeah, I love them.
But yeah, my only point was that, like, when I first started, really Vadi and Epic Name Bro were the only two known people, so I had tons of people commenting that, like, you should have just given this to Epic Name Bro and let him know your theory so he could make a video about it, and I like his voice more, so he's the one that I like to listen to and things like that. And, like, so that was, like, the struggle I guess I had to face, like, when I first started, was a lot of people saying that, and for me it was like, but I want to make videos.
Right. Yeah. One of the things that was said to me a lot in the comments when I was first starting out was Vati wannabe. But, you know.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Well, I think everyone has that when they first start, and like someone else is known for what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, Vadi doesn't have a nice tinfoil hat like you do, Jake.
I just started my channel, so I didn't get anything like that. But people usually, when I get shit on, it's about my accent, and I just want to say thanks to Jake again, because he's being my buddy right now, like buddy was to you. I mean, my channel is very new and very small, and he's giving me this chance, and I'm very quiet now because we're not talking about lore anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I'm curious.
What?
Hell yeah.
Where's the accent from? I'm curious.
I'm Brazilian.
Ah, okay. Oh, we've actually got a Brazilian in our thing, and he's actually typing right now. I give him a lot of shit, but it's not actually because I dislike Brazil. So if you ever see in this Discord channel me shit talking, it's not actually because I dislike Brazil.
No, it's okay. I don't mind. I've been asked if I'm Russian or from Ukraine, but no, yeah, Brazil. And once I was playing online, and a guy literally said, "I hate Brazilians."
Oh, holy shit, somebody was able to nail it. I can never nail down the Brazilian accent. Like, I can never tell it's Brazilian because it is a very European-sounding accent.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he just had a lot of contact with other Brazilians. I don't know.
Maybe. I'd actually like to go to Brazil at some point.
Don't.
No, the nicer, more touristy parts.
What about Rio?
No, don't go to Rio, man. Go somewhere else.
I just want to see how many women with like ass implants I can find.
Okay, the thing about Brazil is, I'm sorry to any Brazilian people who might be watching. If you have money, you can have a good time, but it's too dangerous right now, so it might not be worth it.
I haven't got money, so I'm fine.
So if you go there without money, then you're not going to have a good time, and you're going to get fucked. So
that's fine. I mean, I just want to go and see the
You
country.
see, that looks like that's a bad thing.
No, the reason I want to go is actually because the reason I'd like to go to places like Brazil is because of the actual country, like the visuals, not the engaging in social activities.
Oh, you mean like the landscape, natural landscape? Stuff
Yeah,
like
because like I mean, even
Okay.
though there is issues with deforestation and stuff in certain areas, like there is still a lot of beautiful places there. That's kind of stuff I'd like to go and see. I don't give a fuck about interacting with humans. Humans are shitty.
Oh, okay. So just go up north somewhere, Amazonia.
Go somewhere nice in Brazil. That's the reason I want to go there. Like that's
No,
it's
no.
not to do with engaging with people.
That's better, a lot better. Yeah, sure.
Right.
That-
Like
Go ahead.
it's like I want to go to America to like meet up with people. I want to go to Brazil just to see the beautiful place. Right.
Hell yeah.
He says all set, and he's not in the Discord channel yet.
Yeah, I think like back to what we were talking about, with, like the channel growth and all that. You know, I think and that's great, Bob, for you with Jake. But I think it's like one of those things too, where every generation of Souls games, I think it gets a little bit harder to get known, just because like people already know someone, so that's usually going to be the person who gets the views. Like that's why Vadi and Epic Neighbor are still the biggest.
Yeah.
You know, just because they were the first, so they're going to keep on growing with everything. So.
No, for sure, for sure.
It just gets harder and harder. So then Dark Souls 2, like if God, I'm forgetting his name right now. It's driving me crazy. But there's a guy who was really big with Dark Souls 2 lore, and then he stopped making lore videos because I'm gonna find this. Just because he had a family and a job and all that, and he just couldn't keep up with it just because it was so time consuming.
Yeah.
But
no, I
he
understand
made
that.
some good lore videos, but he like I bet if he kept on doing it, like he'd be pretty big at this point, just because he started with Dark Souls 2.
Yeah.
Paradigm shift. That's who it is.
Nice. Yeah, I understand that for sure. Like I think if I hadn't started this channel at any other point in my life, the time I did, like I actually had planned to start it like prior to Dark Souls 3 even coming out, but yeah, that was when I spent like 7 months in the hospital with my daughter while she was fighting cancer. So like if I had started it prior to then it probably just would have internally wrecked the entire thing, because you know I wouldn't have obviously been doing anything while I was there. So
I'm sorry to hear that. I hope she's doing okay at this point.
yeah, oh thanks. Yeah, she's doing actually really well. She's about a month away from being a year into remission, so
Oh, good.
yeah,
I'm glad to
we're
hear that.
stoked for that for sure.
Yeah, I mean that's another thing too. Like for you guys, you started with Dark Souls 3 lore right around when the game came out.
Yeah.
And like, or at least for you specifically, Jake. But like honestly, if you'd been like 2 months later, like it'd be too late. You know, like it's really all about timing.
No, like, and honestly, I've said this a few times in some of my videos, I don't know how I got to where I did, because I started it when I got into, not like an argument, but, you know, like a discussion with one of my friends. I was like, dude, I think Rosario's actually Gertrude. He's like, nah, dude, that's fucking stupid. And so I was like, no, okay, you know what? I can't physically explain this to you, or, like, I can't just tell you. I'm gonna fucking show you. So I made some video.
Was that Redgrave from the future? Go back in time to tell you the theory's dumb.
What's up, big
Hey, Egon.
What's going on?
I think I already made Redgrave hate me, by the way, within 5 minutes of him being here.
Oh, was
What,
Redgrave on
Redgrave
earlier?
was on?
Yeah.
He was on for a few minutes. I made sure to try and piss him off. I argued with him that Maiden in Black is not as good as Shanalot.
Yeah, well, that's a whole other conversation, I think.
I just wanted to see what would happen if I just pushed his buttons.
It's quite the spectacle, that's for sure.
Some people
He didn't get as angry as I expected. I was kind of
have been
disappointed.
asking why we're not doing all face cams. Does everybody want to do face cam, or?
Well,
I have
I'm
mine
laying,
set up, so
I'm laying in bed right now and still haven't showered, so I don't know.
Nah, true.
yeah,
That's part of why I was like, oh, I can hop on right now, sure, whatever. Because I was like, I could just keep on. Because I woke up and just was like, started watching you guys stream for a bit. I was like, okay, I'll
Nice.
pull over my mic.
Everyone
So
wants
you're
the
from-
fucking penguin.
You're from California, Dave?
Yeah.
Oh, so jealous, man.
Nice.
Well, I'm from-
There's like, sorry, go on.
Well, I was gonna say I'm from Chicago, but I live in LA.
That's are you still doing like the AfterBuzz TV stuff?
Oh, I'm surprised you know about that. Not really. I mean, actually, there's a holiday party tonight for AfterBuzz. I'm debating if I want to go to or not.
So, blood regrets.
For me, it was a mind-blowing moment when I'm like, I was watching one of the AfterBuzz things that you did for Game of Thrones, and I'm like, why does this guy's voice sound? I'm like, holy shit, it's Dave. And I had just started watching like your Dark Souls videos at the time, so I was like, wow, that was a trip and a half.
Oh man, that's funny. Well, thanks for watching both. It's funny because there's not really much crossover with that. I mean, there could be because it's both like the realm of nerddom, right? But I never once promoted my YouTube channel on the Game of Thrones podcast just because I was like, like I don't know if anyone who watches Game of Thrones is really a big Dark Souls fan. So.
Yeah.
What's Game of Thrones?
I mean, I assume most people who play Dark Souls know Game of Thrones, but Game of Thrones has such a wide spectrum of fans. It's like, that's all right.
What's Game of Thrones?
Well, that's why my name is Aegon, because I don't think there was an Aegon anywhere prior to A Song of Ice and Fire, but because I wanted something that was alliterative, and first I was thinking of Mira would be something, but then I couldn't come up with a good M name, so I'm just like, what about of Astora? I'm like, oh, Aegon, like Aegon the Conqueror, what up?
You know, that's funny. I didn't even put that together. Now that you say it, it's obvious. But, like, I was just like, oh, that's cool. I don't know. It just sounded like it flowed. So that's all I took it to be.
Yeah, well, that's exactly, that's exactly, like, the primary reason why I did it, so.
I can put the penguin away. People are going to stop arguing, asking for it now, I think.
So, I guess, like, they're saying the voices are confusing. So I guess if you want to go on face cam, that's cool. I could, like, set up something. I'm just being lazy.
Yep, just give me. Well, you. That's what I was doing for the last like hour or so when I was talking to chat. I was getting ready to make myself presentable. Yeah. Even though I'm still not really presentable because I haven't shaved in 3 months. But
I was procrastinating because I'm writing a new video for my channel, and I'm just like, I want to take a break. I'll just lay in bed and be lazy.
All right, where are the face cams coming from? Skype?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm on Skype, even though I think I'm on a pure offline. But
all right. So chat, you guys will have to give me just a moment so that I can.
Oh yeah.
Hey, what program do you use for your live stream, Jake? I'll have to talk to you about this later, maybe.
OBS Studio.
Okay, because I was trying to do a setup like this in OBS, but it just wasn't working because I couldn't make the boxes the right size from Skype.
Huh.
I'll just have to talk to you about it with like a private chat or something.
Yeah, dude, I'll definitely be down to help you in any way I can.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, there we go.
For sure. Okay, so we gotta I gotta redo the boxes real quick, so let me
make sure your mic is muted on the
Skype.
Yeah. Oh, dude, everyone has a better beard than fuck you all.
No, mine's not anywhere near better than yours.
There's a beard
My beard
stream.
Is trash, dude. I've got like this fucking like just patch here where no hair grows, and this patch here.
So do I. But that's why I put the camera on this side because that's the good side.
It's still better. Like my fucking mustache doesn't even touch the rest of it or anything. It's just fucking trash.
Oh man.
I look like a goddamn hobo.
Dude, that's why you just gotta do the chin strap then, you know? Or there's other styles you can go with.
No, because that requires me to actually like shave and keep it respectable. I just like fuck it, just leave this.
Yeah.
My beard is like actually quite like fairly long considering I have a shitty beard.
I would grow a beard, but my face just does not work with a beard. When my hair starts getting too long, it's just like, nope, my face does not look good with this.
Well, wait, how long
I think it's a blonde thing, Dave. Don't feel bad.
Well, the funny thing is, like, my hair on my face is much darker, but...
Yeah, but, like, how long is the hair on your head?
Short.
Because, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure I've probably got the longest hair considering, you know.
I have a ponytail, but I don't know if it's anywhere near as long as yours.
Well, I mean...
I have a beautiful receding hairline, thank you very much.
So do I, but I'm hiding it behind a hat, so it's fine.
You can see the corner of me in the stream. Oh, there's the ponytail.
I'm almost getting it.
Probably longest.
Yeah, my hair's not too long right now.
Oh wait, is that your username on Skype?
What?
No, I'm just joking.
Oh.
I was just trying to
what is
freak
this?
out Jake.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Jake, you don't use maintain aspect ratio.
Who needs aspect ratio?
I'm not that good at this. Okay.
Oh my god. So a couple times where I'm just like, that doesn't quite look like it's the right aspect ratio. I wonder if he's stretching it. And
No, it
Oh,
is.
that looks all right. It looks all right for me because mine is actually in 16:9, but Leo's is like, what is that? A hookah?
Vape. I
A
don't
vape?
do- Yeah, and do the whole not smoking thing. So.
Oh, me too. Don't worry. It's
Oh, dude, I've got this
that's why I'm
nifty.
always. Because people always ask why I'm always chewing gum, and I'm like, well, because I smoked for 15 years, and yeah, I've been trying to get off of the nicotine gum now.
See, I've got a nifty little. Well, the reason I like the vape is I can move down to 0 nicotine on it, but I've got this nifty tiny little yoke as well as this big behemoth of a thing.
That's nice. Well,
So-
any kind of vape I think is better than no vape,
Oh yeah.
but that's just me.
Most of the money goes into the tanks if you're buying stuff like tank. I can't speak. Tanks.
The tanks?
are expensive. Yeah.
Yeah.
You mean like the refill stuff?
No, the well, the refills are not too bad on price for how much you get, but the actual tank where you put the liquid in,
Oh, okay, okay.
that's where the money goes in because you also have to buy new coils and stuff unless you get a one that you build your own coils. Ugh. But I mean, it's not too expensive in the long run. But
I get my smoking fix from other things now, or one other thing to be precise.
phallus,
What's that?
phallus.
Phallus? I swear to God, that's what I heard.
Hold on, guys.
That's what I
Breaking
said.
news. Breaking news. Steve from Blue's Clues finally confirms why he left Blue's Clues.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
I don't know who Steve from Blue's Clues is.
Neither why we had a different guy on Blue's Clues over here.
Okay.
I know who Steve is.
It's an American like kids show that actually was after my time, like when I was already like in elementary school, was popular with preschool kids.
Nice. It was drugs, wasn't it?
According to the internet,
According to the internet.
hold on, I'm trying to find where it actually says.
I mean, according to the internet,
This story is
Elka
terrible.
is Jesus.
I was grading a paper last week.
People
and
think
one
I
of the-
left the show to pursue a music career. That didn't happen at all. Burns confirmed that getting older and losing his hair had a lot to do with his decision. I left the show because it was just simply time to go. I was pretty much playing a boyish, older brotherish kind of character on the show. I was getting older, I was losing my hair. A lot of the original gangsters on the show, like the people who created it, were all moving on to other careers. It just felt like time. I
This
kept
is
feeling it was time
riveting.
to go.
This is riveting conversation for Dark
You know
Souls.
why? It's because it's what was on the Facebook trending tab, and it just shows how dumb the Facebook trending tab is.
Yeah. I was
I
expecting him
have-
to be like a pedophile or something.
I was hoping for that.
I have an extension for Facebook which hides like
Bullshit.
pretty much 90% of Facebook, which is yeah, about the proportion of trash on there, in my opinion. But there was something I was gonna say, but I lost my train of thought. So who else have I missed already?
Paragon came in here and Redgrave. I think those are the only two you missed, right?
Yeah.
So
Hey,
yeah.
You haven't asked him the waifu question yet.
That's
Yeah.
right. Okay, standard question coming into the stream, Aegon. Who's the best Soulsborne waifu?
you mean Souls waifu? Because I don't prescribe to this whole Soulsborne business because I think it sounds dumb as hell.
Okay.
And Bloodborne is a Souls game, so Souls.
Okay,
The best Souls waifu.
there we go.
Either
That's what it was
Maria
originally, but
or-
I changed it.
What's that?
That's what it was originally, but I changed it because people were talking about Bloodborne, so I just said Soulsborne.
No, it's Souls.
Yeah.
No, originally
least
you
for-
specified Dark Souls waifu.
Alright, well, same shit. Anyway.
No, fuck you. It's not the same shit. And anyone who doesn't say Shannon
Doesn't matter. It's Ebriatus. All right.
Yeah, I would accept that. I would accept that's a good answer, I think.
Shannon or quit.
What's that?
Shannon or quit.
I like Shan a lot, but I don't know. I think it's Lady Maria or Lady Elfrida, and it would have to be
I haven't played Bloodborne
one of those
yet,
two.
so.
No? Oh well.
I respect
Oh,
that.
Jake. Yeah, that's what I've been meaning to ask. Are you like? Where are you in the playthrough, and how are you enjoying it so far?
I just beat the Bloodletted Beast. I believe that's what it's called. And I've...
Bloodletting Beast.
Bloodletting, yeah. And I'm gonna upload that episode tonight.
So
I
you're
thought
doing
I'd
Chalice
upload it.
Dungeons?
Is that a Chalice Dungeon?
Wait, is this your first time playing Bloodborne?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh shit! I'm so jealous.
And I've avoided spoilers for what, 3 fucking years now.
I don't know how you manage that.
Bloodborne's so good.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
I
so
really
good.
By going whenever anyone was talking about it.
Yeah, no, I really like it. I really do so far.
I love it so much.
Yeah, me and fucking Alfred.
So you defeated the blood. Oh, you mean the blood-starved beast, not the blood-letting beast.
Yeah.
Blood-starved beast. So you made your way through Old Yarnum?
Yep. Yeah.
Did you resolve things with the chain gun dude?
No, see, I was getting my ass kicked by him, and then the next episode, people were like, "Oh, you should just try to just not do him right now." So I was like, "Okay, fine, I'll just go this way," because I didn't know really where I was fucking going, and then I ended up fighting that boss, and so yeah.
The exact same thing happened to me, except I actually went back later in the playthrough because I didn't really have anyone. Is that at the time? I think I had like something like 100 subscribers at most or something like that when I was doing my Bloodborne blind playthrough. So I didn't really have all that many people commenting to say like, yeah, you screwed up, you should go back. But I went back on my own court and friggin' slaughtered him anyway. So
nice.
Did you find Eckert the mummy yet?
No.
That's the best part of the game, I think.
Yeah, he has the most lore.
Yeah. Now I was gonna spend like the next episode or 2 just like finishing up exploring Yarnum and all that shit before I actually left.
I figured instead of spoiling something by saying, "Have you gotten to this point yet?" to just make up a total character.
Yeah, that wasn't anything like actually. That's why I hesitated for a second. I was like, "Oh yeah, that's the best part."
You just blindly went with it. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think one of the last questions I actually asked in reference to Dark Souls, while I was asking Dave like what his most controversial video would be, or theory. So I guess I would ask you the same thing. Have you ever had like a theory or a video that was kind of...
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, I made the controversial video.
Yeah, that is true.
So, a video about which many articles have been written. But I guess everyone knows about that, so I won't really talk about that. I don't know. Let me see. I think my most controversial, not in terms of...
I guess theory. Most controversial theory would be, I guess.
Well, I will say my most controversial trolling video is my Unbreakable Patches video, which half the people who have watched it don't really seem to understand it. Because it was just, an invasion I made with my... Because I'm just looking at the proportion of likes to dislikes, and that one is, like, really out of whack compared to the others. But in terms of lore, like, because I don't really present lore theories as much as I do just walk through each area and then read comments of what people think about each area and sort of give my own perspective on it. But I don't ever... Maybe I wouldn't say I don't ever, but like certainly there have been things that I don't know. That's a very good question. So my Unbreakable Patches video has 80,000 views, 919 likes, 385 dislikes, which I think is the most dislikes I have on a video. But I think presumably from people who are my highest rated videos aren't even lore videos, they're trolling videos.
Yeah. I think
I guess like, you know what, actually now that I think about it, I said like the Lost Sinner thing was my most controversial thing. But in terms of likes and all that, like I made one of my very first videos was the 5 strangest things in Dark Souls.
Yeah.
And it's as like the second most views of any video on my channel at near 500,000 views.
Yeah.
But like it has like a 1/5 like to dislike ratio.
That's crazy.
Which for me is, I mean, I should say sorry. It's like 1/5 dislikes to like, so 4/5.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say the other way around would be pretty nuts. Yeah.
But for me, that's like the worst of videos ever performed in terms of dislikes. Because I mean, at this point, it has over 1,000 dislikes. So for me, that's really bad. But so I guess that would be the most controversial, even though it was like just me saying like a 5 strangest things. It was like a joke comedy video.
Yeah.
People got really mad because I was like, we don't know what Yulia is, and that's like one of the strangest things is who's Yulia, and people were like, it's the Uchigatana, you idiot! Go to hell and die!
But you can see the undead hollow like petting something next to him, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Right, and that was my point, was that he's patting nothing next to him, and I was like, and I was joking. I was like, maybe it's the bucket.
It's Ocelot.
No,
Yeah.
there was actually there was something that somebody pointed out to me, which is that you don't see babies in Dark Souls, with the exception of the skeleton babies. And it was like, what if they just remove them all and they're just all invisible? And I'm like, what the fuck?
Dude, that seems like a great idea.
Yeah.
Sure, it's a hollow baby. Why not?
You should really make a video just saying that Ocelot is Yulia.
Yeah.
Oh my god, no. No, you will get slammed into the internal doom. Just
nah, like it depends on the way you do it. Like I made a joke video, a giant dad lore video, and I put it like very straight face. And like I made it as a joke, but when I was making the video, I was like, either people are gonna hate me because they're going to think I'm serious, or they're going to get that it's a joke making fun of lore videos in general.
You're talking.
Even though I did like the same style as my own lore videos, I was making fun of all the lore video tropes by doing a giant dad video.
Yeah, yeah.
And for the most part, people got it. It's actually my most popular video, so you never know.
Was that the one with where you actually recreated the boss fight in Artorias' arena?
Yeah, although that was actually Hellcat Drake made that, and he just.
Oh yeah, that's right. That was fucking great. That was so great, especially with the voice samples and stuff too. That was amazing.
Yeah,
one of my favorite videos ever.
Yeah, but my point was like when I was making it, in the back of my head, I was like, either this is gonna be brilliant and people are gonna like it, or people are gonna tear me the fuck apart and hate it.
Yeah.
If I started doing Dark Souls like trolling lore videos or whatever, it would get really bad because I'm the guy who was talking about snake penises for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Sorry about my iPhone there. I just disabled it.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I think to answer that question for myself, it would have to be either one of two videos. One in which actually performed well, but also like people really disliked, and that's basically where I said Solaire was nothing but like a power-hungry, greedy bastard. And the other one was when I mentioned Christianity. When I said that I think the Furtive Pygmies story is quite similar to the story of Jesus Christ. And that brought all the atheists out of the woodworks to let me know I'm going nowhere when I fucking die, because there's nothing.
You know, actually, I got people. I made a video where I just said, like, I said Pontiff Hitler in the title of my video. and it was a Let's Play. And so it wasn't like, it wasn't a theory or lore video, it was just a Let's Play. And all of a sudden I had Holocaust deniers in the video. And
oh my god!
And the funny thing is, I don't even reference Hitler in the video itself. If you watch it, it was just the title of the video as a joke, since that was the video where I fought Pontiff Sullivan.
Oh, that's fucking
We'd probably
hilarious.
just look on YouTube for Hitler and go to, there's a video with Hitler in the title. Go and start typing stupid shit.
And I was just like, what the hell? Like, I didn't even talk about it, and it's like a Dark Souls video.
Yeah,
I don't talk about anything with Hitler or anything. So I was just like, what in the world?
That's the internet for you.
People coming out of the woodworks.
If I could show you guys something really quick. I don't know.
Jake,
okay,
put your
so
peanut.
there's two things. First, I live in Tennessee, which is like pretty south, but not like super south. But yesterday it was literally 18 degrees, right? Would you want to take a guess on what the temperature is here today? And this is just how our fucking climate works.
I don't know how.
No, it's 68 degrees here today.
Okay.
What is that in actual temperature in Celsius?
I agree with you, thank you. And what way are dates written?
Say what?
It's like, yeah, freezing is 33 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm like, why the fuck not just make it 0? Like, honestly.
Then,
also, what way are dates written?
This is in America. You guys won't see it if you're watching the stream until it shows up. But this is a yard-long Snickers bar that I bought from fucking Walmart. Which I was actually disappointed in, because it's not actually a yard-long Snickers bar. It is just... And I've eaten most of them, excuse my fat ass. Oh,
Where did you buy that from?
Walmart. It's just 18 Snickers bars.
I was just imagining, I was like, the only place I could ever imagine that being is Walmart.
Yeah, oh yeah. Definitely Walmart.
Damn it. Wow.
But yeah, I'm from Chicago.
Hook me up with some of that. Oh my god, there's only one left.
No, there's another
So Chicago, it's about the same thing.
Yeah.
There's another sleeve.
Chicago will do the same thing with the weather. We'll be like 10 degrees and then 60, and you're
Yeah.
like, make up your damn mind.
We got a tornado watch
Insane
here too,
60.
apparently. So if my power ever goes out, I apologize.
We'll
So
just
right
assume
now,
you're
right
dead.
now it is 0 in Toronto. So precisely at the point, freezing point. So what is that in Fahrenheit? What's the freezing?
32,
Someone in chat said 33.
Hey,
Or
hey,
30.
Ron,
33?
33 or
Hang on.
32.
What
Sounds
way do
right.
you write dates?
What?
What way would you write the date?
The proper way.
The day, the month, the year.
Yeah,
There
I go
you go,
month, day,
Jake.
year.
No. That's
I go
retarded.
month, day, year.
See,
Open a
Canada-
calendar. Open a
Canada's
calendar.
weird
What do you see
because
first? You see the fucking month. Then you see
Canada
the
is
day.
but-
civilized.
Canada's different because we're like the adopted stepchild of the UK, but we're also America's hat, right? So
It's America, but civilized.
And your prime minister's
well, I don't
Fidel
know if
Castro's son.
I've met plenty of people who I would describe as being civilized, but that was just bullshit, you know, PR stuff, the Castro thing. But yeah, someone said earlier that they hear a weird sound on my mic. Now I remember. I was going to mention something about that earlier.
It went away.
It went away. Also, was there?
Yeah.
It's probably my humidifier. I have 3 humidifiers.
Oh, now it's
in my
back.
apartment,
Yeah,
so-
it's a high pitched whine, but I mean, if people are bothered by that, they can fuck off.
Well, no, I can try and figure out what it is if it's still a thing.
Oh, it's just
weird
every
'cause
now and
sometimes
again.
it's there. Sometimes it's there and sometimes it's not.
There's
That's
a
very
ghost.
strange. Maybe wires crossing or something.
Sure, it's not
I
that
got
bad. It's just a
way
high
too
pitched
many
whine.
wires on my desk.
I've gotten a lot of shit on my desk, not that many wires.
Yeah, well, because I have a 360, a PS4, Retron 5, 2 monitors, my PC, and a bunch of other stuff on my
And a
desk
fire
too.
extinguisher.
Well, I probably should. It's a goddamn fire hazard, this apartment, man. But
Hey, you live in
'cause it's so
Canada.
small.
If it catches fire, at least you'll be warm.
yeah, no, I guess that's true. Well, it is pretty warm in here already. It's 23 degrees, which is
23? How the fuck are you not dying from that heat?
78. Well, what temperature is it in there?
In this room, probably cold.
How cold is cold?
Dude, okay, a summer day
20
here.
room temperature.
Dude, a summer day here, we're lucky to get that high.
You what? Sorry.
The average temperature over here is like, just for a summer, is like fuck all.
What is fuck all in
Hang
terms
on,
of
hang on,
centigrade?
90. Well, in Chicago, it's like 90 degrees typically, and then
Yeah, so
humid.
that's so like 28 to 30 in Toronto, which is similar. Toronto and Chicago, I think, have very similar weather,
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right.
except it's perhaps a little bit less windy here.
Okay, by the way, 16 degrees is.
You know why
is
they
a
call Chicago
high.
the Windy City?
Why is that?
Because the politicians are full of hot air.
I think
And
that could be everywhere. pretty much.
I know that
Right,
could be
yeah.
everywhere.
Hang on. Hang on.
You said
the,
16 degrees?
the warmest month averages at 16 degrees.
That is fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, but our coldest only gets down to an average of 5.
That is
So-
still pretty crazy, though. So, like, barely ever snows there, right?
We hardly ever get any snow, but our summers, we're lucky to get into the 20s.
I live in a place where summer degrees is over 50. Where's that again, Dark Blood Souls?
Uh,
That's freaking nuts.
By the way, I should specify for you guys that in American language, 16 degrees is 60 degrees Fahrenheit.
Thank you for that. I don't even, like...
It's like San Francisco.
It drives me nuts because, like, for example, I'm playing GTA or something. Like, I want to know, like, what things are in pounds because for whatever reason, again, like, America's hat, Canada's forgotten stepchild, the UK's forgotten stepchild. I use pounds, but I use kilometers at the same time, which makes no sense because it should be kilograms and kilometers. So when I'm playing GTA, I'm like driving and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going 120 miles per hour. And it drives me nuts because I'm like, how many kilometers per hour is that?
Oh yeah. That's
Dude,
funny.
we-
It's like, it really messes with my sense of speed.
Well, we used to use miles per hour here, and then we changed over to kilometers.
What?
Yeah, in Ireland, we used to actually use miles per hour, and then it changed over to kilometers only a few years ago. Like,
Yeah, I
Oh.
think kilometers per hour make more sense, and I'm American.
Yeah.
I mean, in general, kilometers and meters in the metric system makes more sense, but
Well, because it's just 10, 10, 10. Like,
the only
it's-
yeah, the only place where I like it is with temperature, just because you get a little more subtlety with
Well,
like.
dude, having it be freezing point of water under normal atmospheric situations, although it's slightly off, is 0, and boiling point is 100, is like a super easy way of gauging what temperature it is.
No, it makes
If it's
sense.
100 degrees outside, you're probably going to die.
No, I mean that it makes sense from a scientific standpoint. I'm just talking in like a true measurement standpoint. I'm more referring to like from a standpoint of 1 degree difference in Fahrenheit is a much smaller difference than a 1 degree difference in Celsius.
couldn't you
So
just
there-
do like 0.1 degrees
Right, so
Celsius?
So like you can gauge a wider range of temperatures in Fahrenheit when you say like, oh, it's 90 degrees compared to 85. You can
I
be
will
like, oh,
say
you know,
this.
like that's like that actually makes a difference. Like it's a big, it's I don't know, it's like a subtle enough difference that you're like, oh, I get that.
But
It
I
does
will say
matter, but
this.
how much?
I rather
Like, how
talk
much
about
are
height
derailed
in
things?
feet. Like,
Oh, I thought this had both Fahrenheit and Celsius on it. I was gonna compare them, but it actually only has Celsius. Sorry.
yeah, it
Oh,
only has the
Mares.
civilized measurements.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what?
Civilized.
It's not our fault that we took the system that England invented by measuring a king's foot. Okay?
No,
Is
feet
that
and inches,
really
I
where it
rather,
comes from?
Yeah.
Supposedly. I rather
Wow.
feet and inches for height because it's just easier to say 5 feet, 5'11" than 180 centimeters.
It just makes me sad because the king's foot was bigger than mine.
I mean, mine is about
Screw the
as well.
king. Regicide. It's time for regicide.
I mean, I don't agree with monarchies anyway because they're kind of fucking dumb and outdated.
Well, there's
I
really
agree
not
with
much of a
monarchies.
point.
I agree more with fascism, actually.
Oh, I believe in full-on communism.
I believe with military fascism.
This
Well,
has
actually, I
gone
agree.
off the rails really quick. As soon as Aegon joins, shit just
Chaotic
fucking stops
anarchy is
making
what I like.
sense. Yeah. To each their own, I suppose.
No, okay, no, I can explain why. It's because the theory that if you plunge the world into utter chaos, structure will reform for the sake of mankind. They will learn to work together under a new social structure.
Makes sense. I believe in
In
democracy,
theory.
but except that, most people don't. Well, I don't know.
Nah,
I don't even know if I want to get into it.
Yeah, let's not talk government shit. So that's always a good idea. Let's talk about politics. That's a good mood
It's
starter.
not the worst idea in the world,
You
but
could talk about religion.
need to be in the right state of mind.
Let's talk about politics, religion, and what's the other?
LGBT
Why don't we
agendas.
talk about what games we're all currently playing, that whether or not they're Dark Souls games?
Dude, that I'm down for.
Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core, playing through it again.
Really?
I fucking love that game.
Yo, I really want to play that game, and I sold my PSP like several years ago, so I'm really annoyed about that.
You might not be into emulators, but PPSSPP is a really good PSP emulator.
Emulators are too much. That's why I have a Retron
No.
5. Emulators too much
No,
much of a hassle.
this one's actually really easy to use because all you've got to do is have the game, like you have that, you open it up, and then you can put in the game files like anywhere on your computer. It'll automatically find them, and you can find them really easily from there. It's super easy to use.
I sold my
Interesting.
PSP, but I haven't used it in a long time. I actually bought my PSP specifically to hack it way back when I bought it.
I've
Really?
got Vita sitting on my bed.
Yeah, because I didn't care that much about the games that were out on it at the time, but I really wanted to be able to play NES and Super NES games on the go.
Oh, cool.
So I was like, okay, I'll buy a PSP, hack it, and then I can play NES and Super Nintendo.
That would
and
certainly,
Sega
I
Genesis
think, be
games.
preferable to the Retro Dual Portable, which is like.
Oh, dude,
It
the
looks
PSP
good.
is great for it.
What's that?
The PSP is actually fantastic for using.
Yeah.
Everything up to Super Nintendo and Game Boy Advance is really good on it.
Yeah, well, Super Nintendo just depends on the emulator they have, and they were trying to work on better emulators while I was like into that scene.
Oh,
So some
they've
games
gotten
work
some
great
really
and
good
some
ones out
don't.
now. Yeah, the problem was streamlining how much processing power the emulators needed, because obviously PSPs are limited on how much they can use.
It was
They-
also certain modes work better than worse. Like mode 7
Yeah.
would only work if like mode 5 was turned off and things like that.
And like
Well,
Super FX games would be problematic for that, or no?
Possibly, but the thing is, like, now the emulators are just so much more efficient. Like, you look at the fact that they can get them running on like a phone that is like 5 years old and it's running in a Super Nintendo emulator flawlessly. It's like, well, I mean, why not?
I'm glad that we're referring to it as Super Nintendo and not SNES or Super NES, which I hear people saying sometimes.
Really?
Super NES.
SNES.
I've never heard Super NES before, ever.
I've heard it, but that's what we call it. Because when I was a kid, it was just like I had a Sega Master System. I didn't have an NES or Nintendo. But
Wait,
we would just call
you're
it.
Canadian?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Not Brazilian, but for whatever reason, I was like really into the Master System.
No, the only
that
reason I
was
was
also a
asking is because
European
I've been
thing.
working on a history video of the Sega Master. I just finished a history video on the NES, and I'm working on a history video of the Sega Master System
Oh,
right
cool,
now.
man.
Fun fact: Sega dominated the games console market in Europe until obviously
As
the
well
N64.
as well as in Brazil for like long after that.
Oh yeah, a bunch of places
Yeah.
in South America it dominated in. It was pretty much America and Japan. Nintendo dominated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
But yeah,
those are
but
both
we just
Sega.
called it. We just called the NES Nintendo, and so then when the next one came out, it was the Super Nintendo. So that's what we went with.
Well,
So-
I'm going to start calling it the S Nintendo Entertainment System.
Oh god, that would be dumb as hell.
Super
but-
SNES.
Yeah, well, like, it's funny because, I mean, I guess the big thing, though, with the NES is that, and compared to the Master System, is that the America had such a bigger market that it just made way more money than the Master System, even
They
though the
were
Master
also
System was
there
dominant in
first,
Europe.
weren't they?
Yeah, NES was first, but, well, the Famicom was first. So the Sega Master System, I believe, came out before the NES, but after the Famicom, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, the Famicom was one of the beautiful looking machines of all time. I love the design of it.
When was the NES? Was that 85?
Yeah, NES was 85, the
I think
Famicom
the
was
Master
83.
System. I think the Master System was 86, actually.
You could be right. I only just started doing research on the... Well, I'm in the middle of reading a bunch of books about the Master System and Genesis. So once I get to, like, going back about, like, the actual dates of it, then I'll have it in my head. It was
My
originally
Master
released
System-
in 1985.
Also, the Master System. So they were released the same
Yeah.
year, then, eh?
But, well, released in 85 in Japan.
So,
After
but that
being
wasn't actually the Master System, was it? It was the SG 3000.
It was the Mark III.
The Mark III.
But I mean, it's the same
Um,
system. They just redesigned it. It's like the Famicom is the same thing as the NES, just redesigned.
But
But yeah,
they
you are correct though. It released as the Master System in '86 in North America, then '87 in Europe.
Yeah, and then I think in '88 as the Master System in Japan after it was already released as the Mark III, which was
Like-
strange. It made no sense.
Dude, the
Yeah.
old school Sega systems, they just all looked cool.
I mean, look at this, man. That's fucking well. Other than don't mind the dust. There's a lot of dust, but because I played on Retron 5. But
I don't know,
yeah,
if I'm being honest, the original Master System reminds me too much of an Atari 2600 to be super cool looking.
Hey,
I'm
don't
like,
diss
I don't
Atari
know, man.
2600.
I presume that was probably intentional at the time. They tried to give it that like hi-fi look, right?
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, I don't
Except
know.
it doesn't have wood grain, so that's automatic
Yeah.
points lost.
It's
Yeah,
one of those things
yeah.
where, like, the Nintendo specifically, and like a lot of companies were trying to follow. Like, Master Sega was just trying to copy Nintendo at that point, and Nintendo was trying to do everything they could to not be the Atari 2600. Because the
Mhm.
Atari 2600 crashed and burned so badly, and nobody wanted to even touch it. Everyone was
is
like,
why
I
they
fucking
called it
hate
the-
video games.
An entertainment system and not and why in Japan they called it the family computer.
Right?
It
Yeah,
wasn't,
because they
you
were
know,
just
they
doing
didn't want it to be a
everything they
video game
could.
console. Yeah.
Yeah, so clearly, like, I have histories in my brain because that's what I've been working a lot on. But as far as games that we've been playing go, I've been in the middle playing Doom. I got it. One of my
2016?
roommate got it for me. The new Doom 16. My roommate got it for me for the holidays, and it's funny. I picked up Final Fantasy 15 on my own the exact same day, and I didn't know he got me Doom. So then, since he got me Doom, I was like, well,
Oh no.
because that'll be shorter than Final Fantasy 15, so I'll get
Yeah.
the Doom.
And
So,
how are you
I've been
liking it?
I love it. It's great.
And I
so-
presume you played the original like back in the day.
You know, actually, I never played the original. I played,
Seriously?
yeah, I played Doom 3. I never listened to my parents when I came to video games I wasn't allowed to play, except for Doom. That was the one game, for whatever reason, I actually listened, and they told me I wasn't allowed to play it, and I didn't.
Yeah,
But, like, I wasn't allowed to
Aegon-
play Mortal Kombat, and I would go over to friends' houses and play Mortal Kombat. But Doom was, like, the only game where they were just like, you cannot play it. And I was like, okay.
Aegon, not everyone is as old as you either. We weren't all adults when that thing came out.
Well, I was born. I was born in '86.
Yeah, I was born in '87, so you're only 1 year older.
I was
one
born
year,
in '92.
Yeah. Wow.
I was actually born in January 1987, so I'm almost 86.
So you're 7 months older than me, or younger than me, rather.
Yes, yes. If your birthday's in July or around August.
Mine's in May.
You still sound like a 16-year-old boy.
I know. So that's why I could get all the anime VO rolls.
Even playing the original Leisure Suit Larry, because it had like a quiz thing at the start. It was meant to. This was before the ESRB and everything, and so the quiz thing at the start was meant to, you know, like ensure that you were old enough to play. And so what me and my siblings would do is we would just like, because it would be multiple choice questions, and so we would just guess and hope that we'd get, I think, three in a row right or whatever, so that we'd be able to play.
Yeah.
A game about basically trying to get laid when I was like 5 years old.
Yep.
God.
I didn't understand what was happening, but it was like, wow, it's cool. Like
But it's a fun adventure game, yeah.
Well, and yeah, it was a text parser too. Like, it wasn't even, so in a way, it kind of taught me how to read and write and things like that, even though the content of the game wasn't necessarily appropriate.
Yeah, I never played Leisure Suit Larry, but I loved King's Quest.
King's Quest, yep.
I played Monkey Island when it was re-released to Xbox Live, but I didn't play it when it originally came out.
You
But I
guys
love the
make me feel like a kid.
I love the old adventure games though. They're so good. But yeah, as far as games playing recently though, Doom 16. I just finished Titanfall 2, and I'm Owlboy I've been playing, and then I've been playing the game for my next. I don't know if you guys have seen or heard of my super shows, but I've been playing the next game for that series on my channel.
What channel?
They're like if you know like JonTron, it's that same style.
Oh, fuck JonTron.
Okay, well, it's
sorry, I just don't find him entertaining. He's not funny.
So, regardless, it's the same style of like, I'm on camera talking about a game, and it cuts back and forth between the game and me on camera and stuff like that. So it's just that stylistically. You're not as
boring as he is.
No,
sorry, I just really don't enjoy his content.
The Super Show is definitely better than JonTron, who I'm also not a fan of, and I can watch the Super Show without wanting to.
JonTron has gone on record as saying that he's not even that big of a gamer.
No, I mean, that's the one thing. I find him funny. I like him. I like him a lot. But I don't like that he's not actually that big of a gamer. Well, more, I like his old stuff. His recent stuff I haven't liked as much. But
have you seen the stuff where he's talking about movies and stuff? There, I like him. He knows what he's talking about, and he actually has something to input.
Oh, see, I completely disagree. I don't like when he talks about movies. I like when Red Letter Media talks about movies, but not JonTron.
Why?
I like, so I guess my stuff's more comparable to Space Hamster, I think.
Yeah, I like Space
stylistically.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Space
whatever.
Hamster, who is in turn a shitty version of PBG.
I like Space Hamster stuff more than PBG, actually.
I do and I don't. Some of the stuff just feels a little too forced.
I think they're very different in terms of their humor styles.
Oh yeah, but I mean the actual presentation of their videos are very similar.
Right.
The
well,
reason I like PBG more is because his stuff doesn't feel as forced.
Yeah.
Like he just seems naturally fucking awkward, whereas the other guy seems like he forces that awkwardness. Still good though. I still do enjoy Space Hamster stuff.
Yeah. So I mean, anyways, it's the same style though. So when I'm talking about the style of my show, it's the same style as that series of guys, of like JonTron, Space Hamster, PBG, where it's like, hey, I'm on camera. Here's the game. Here's a bunch of sketches, and then it's a lot of editing. So it's like crazy amounts of editing work. So and usually I talk about retro games.
I've only done 2 videos like that, and yeah, they take so much time that it's really. One I did, I was complaining about the controls in Salt and Sanctuary.
Yeah.
And then another one talking about brainhood and personhood in Fallout 4 versus FF7. So.
Fallout 7 is still good.
Well, and especially with how it handled. Yeah, notions of brainhood and personhood, and how it doesn't assume like Fallout 4 does that, you know, our personhood is derived from the thing inside of our skulls. it's much more complicated.
But did you notice that with Crisis Core, it actually had a similar theme with, like Cloud is like living out Zack's life?
Yep.
It has a similar kind of thing leading into Genesis being who Sephiroth ends up taking up the role of, like, he ends up just taking over Genesis's life with the whole goal that he has and stuff.
Interesting. See, that's what I'm. It's related to what Dave was talking about earlier with the retcon stuff. Because I'm afraid to play Crisis Core because the story of FF7 for me is perfect and shouldn't be changed. You know.
Okay, the thing is though, Crisis Core isn't just a thing that they decided to make. It actually existed already as an anime. It was
existed in the same way that episodes 1, 2, and 3 of Star Wars existed?
No, what I mean is that years ago, years before the game came out, there was already a Crisis Core anime short.
I mean, the thing about Crisis Core, and I haven't played it yet, and I've been told I need to, is that everyone I've talked to who are huge FF7 fans like Crisis Core, and they're okay with the story in it. So that makes me not so afraid.
It doesn't fuck with the main line too much at all.
Whereas, like, Advent Children I thought was stupid, story-wise.
Yeah.
I hated both of the Final Fantasy movies, man. Especially the first one is the biggest fucking disappointment in the world.
Okay, wait, hang on. Spirits Within would be an okay sci-fi film if it didn't have Final Fantasy.
Yeah, it wasn't Final Fantasy at all.
But
like, it had nothing.
As a sci-fi film, it's cool.
Yeah. I can see that. So, but I've been playing a decent amount of, and by decent amount I mean not nearly enough, but of GTA 5, GTA Online specifically. Just having fun with the stunt races, because I hadn't played that game in a long time, and so coming back and seeing some of the stuff that they've added is pretty cool.
Have you been analyzing the lore?
No, because when I'm playing a game that I just want to relax, right? Like I'm not necessarily going to be playing Dark Souls just because. Yeah, well,
there's like no reason to even try with that.
Well, there is, because there's a lot that you could say about the way the world's designed and how it treats women and things like that. But many other people have already done that, and I unfortunately.
Yeah, it's not really looking into the lore; it's looking at the view of the world within the game.
That's reflected and reproduced by the game world itself. But
it's kind of like it very well could be based off of the world we live in, but with differences in history, where like hypercapitalism exists to a much stronger degree and stuff. Like there's all these theories out there which are really cool, really interesting stuff. But I mean, I'm not enough of an expert on it because I just enjoy shooting people in the face with a shotgun and then running at the cops and punching them.
I enjoy driving around in cars that I could never afford to, have myself. And but yeah, and I've also been playing a fair bit of Darkest Dungeon. Still preparing to go to do the final Darkest Dungeon raid. But Dave, I wanted to ask you, as someone who lives in LA, what is playing GTA 5 like for you? Is it a trip, or like is it only like vaguely reminiscent of like actual places you've been?
It's more vaguely reminiscent. I mean, it's fun. That's actually the main reason I played GTA 5, because I'm actually not that big a fan of the GTA series. But I specifically played it because I was like, oh, this will be awesome. That I can actually play and go and actually say fuck you to traffic for once. But that was like the big thing. But I mean, like, it's similar enough where it's like, what areas they're representing and what everything is. So, I mean, it's definitely fun where I'm like, oh, cool. And like, I can pretty much know my way around where everything is. But it's more of a vague representation of like, okay, this is the hills, and this connects to the rich part of town. This connects to this part of town. What was really a trip for me that I liked a lot was LA Noire.
So that was more accurate.
Yeah, because they really tried to do the exact streets. So like but it's more accurate and less because it also takes place like 60 years ago. So, I mean, it's something where it was really cool because it was like, oh, this is what it must have been like 60 years ago, because they actually tried to do that. And all the streets that they're using are the same streets and connect in the same way. So the actual map is more accurate, whereas GTA 5 is similar, but it's not like the exact map. But it's very close. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's definitely like if you go to LA, you go to the areas and you'll be like, oh my god, it's this area. This is the same area, and it connects the same way.
Yeah.
But But LA Noire is like interesting, and just in the sense of like how accurate the streets were. Of like this is the exact same street, and it connects to the exact same street.
And that was the game with like the hardcore facial animations and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the ones that ruined the game.
Yeah.
Where they had all ruined the game.
Shit.
Yeah,
well,
the problem is that you can't get a realistic depiction of somebody telling the truth or lying when they're acting.
Oh yeah, because it just looks like there's like.
Yeah, like it's almost impossible to tell the difference between a lie and just they're hiding something. And the problem is
It just looks like this looks like they're constipated more.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
they can be holding something back, but it's not considered to be a lie by the game. So it's like, oh fuck yourself, game, I hate you.
Yeah, I don't know. I really like the game because I like the noir style of it, but it's definitely hard when you're doing the truth or lie thing and interrogating people for that reason, especially because it's an actor. And that's really what it is you're never going to get the real representation. Not so much because of the animation, but because you have an actor. And
There's
it's just
so
like...
many different levels of subjectivity there where it's just impossible.
Right, it's like, what is what they chose to do as their tell?
They also only had like 2 female actresses in it, and you can tell because they reused the same face on about 5 different characters.
It's like when you're playing Skyrim and everyone sounds like one of the Greybeards.
Yeah.
Like every second NPC.
Don't
call them junk. These are treasures.
Really quick, before we continue, Bob the Hollow said that he's got to hop off, so I just wanted to tell him bye and thanks for coming out and hanging and talking with us, man.
Thanks, Bob.
Bye,
Yeah,
Sorry
guys.
for
Thanks for
talking
having me.
over you all the time.
Yeah, see you around. Thanks again. Yeah.
Take care.
Be sure to check
Bye.
Bob the Hollow out on YouTube. It's Bob the
Thanks.
Hollow. Just
Watch all his
You know,
shit, give
type
him a
it.
thumbs up.
take care, man.
Alright.
So
Okay.
where were we?
Actually, while you guys have been talking about that, I've been looking up shit on Reddit to spark some lore conversations. If you guys would like to,
Oh, you're pulling
Go
a back.
for it.
no, I'm gonna. No. Okay, so something I did find interesting was posted by PocketLint60, and he's talking about the Soul Feeder that we learn about in the description of the Skull Ring from Ludlith, and it says one of Corlin's transposed wonders derived from the soul of a soul feeder. The soul feeder was a beast that insatiably absorbed souls to feed its own power. Even after its accursed corpse was burned, it said that the pungent stench of souls left the air permanently stained. And basically what he says is, I'm gonna get this picture up, is that the soul feeder was Koth. And let me send the picture to you guys
I could see that.
on
He
Discord.
says the soul feeder is Koth from Thurland.
I'm just being an
Cortland.
asshole to
Cortland,
people
I
on
think.
Discord, sorry. I should probably not be doing that, but yeah.
Okay. So I just posted it in the Discord.
Don't look at what I typed in Discord.
I don't
Image.
see it. I don't see it.
Did I put it in the wrong one?
What the fuck's a Bloodborne? Why are people telling you to talk about a Bloodborne? What's that?
Okay. So, this image of the depiction of the skull on the skull ring is really similar looking to the face of a primordial serpent. And then he talks about how when Frampt shows up in Firelink Shrine, there's the fact that we feed him all kinds of souls and shit. And
Oh,
then,
that's funny. Yeah, I see the little mouth thing.
And then the fact that the Crestfallen warrior or knight, whatever, talks about how much Frampt fucking stinks. He's like, oh, that thing's... I don't remember exact words, but he does talk about it stinking, which could be just like a
As soon as he arrives.
Yeah, could be a trait of like primordial serpents. They just fucking stink or whatever. And I mean, this is like, he put a really long post, so I'm just trying to like hit the.
Too long didn't read.
So here's, he put some bullet points up for a review. So he says, the skull ring is one of Corlin's transposed wonders, transformed from a beast called Soul Feeder. If Frampt is an indication, primordial serpents eat souls. The skull ring has a skull-like primordial serpent on its face. From Ludless dialogue, the eyes show a world destitute of fire, a barren plain of endless darkness, a place born of betrayal, so I willed myself a lord to link the flame to paint a new vision. This implies one of two things: Ludless world and presumably Corland were consumed by darkness, or the magical arts of Corland allowed them to see the age of dark coming and prevent it. Ludlith has the skull ring. Koth is directly connected to the Dark Wraiths and the Sable Church, the two biggest dark-centric factions in the Soul series. And Kingslayer Frampt, another primordial serpent, was a proponent of linking the fire. Lothric, a kingdom obsessed with linking the fire, has statues commemorating a primordial serpent. Koth's name has been lost to time. Yuria knows Koth's name, and Koth is dead.
So I think, like some of this I found super fascinating, like the fact that Koth, well, at least we know Frampt, you know, it's 8 souls and all that. That I find especially interesting. The depiction on the ring is hard to tell. I mean, I think like it's interesting, but it's hard to say if that's like.
It's only vaguely reminiscent, in my opinion.
Right. But like the main thing that I disagree with is him saying the whole thing where Thurlin saw the Age of the Dark and all that, and that must have been a Thurlin thing, and those are the only 2 things that make sense. Because I totally disagree with that, because we see that like Ludlith in the game specifically knows about the events at the Untended Graves, where there kind of was an Age of Dark. So to me, he was there during that time. Because that's when the ages the lords probably seem to rise back up after linking the fire. And this has been my theory for a long time, and I still stick to it just because it makes the most sense to me. But like to me, it's like I think he relinked the fire a second time, and that's what created Firelink Shrine, because he saw the Age of Dark, and I think it's referring to that. Because when you go to Untended Graves, he knows exactly that you were there and what you saw, and he references that very specifically. He's like, oh, I see you saw this area and blah, blah, blah. So, like, to me, that's when he saw the Age of Dark and all that. So, I don't think that was a Thurlin correlation. I think that was a... Because there's also the fact that we find out he was forced to link the fire. He was forced into becoming a Lord of Cinder, at least the first time around. So I don't think that was his
forced
choice.
As much as he was just an unlikely Lord. That he just sort of threw himself onto the fire.
I'm pretty sure the first time around there's an actual item description that says that he was unwilling or something to that extent to become a Lord of Cinder.
Well, there's a thing like where if you kill him and you come back, then he'll be like having a nightmare about linking the fire and saying how like it burns and stuff like that.
Right. I mean, there is that, but I mean, there's specifically something about becoming a Lord of Cinder in the first place that he was forced to. I think it's the Soul Feeder ring itself. That says because he made the Soul Feeder ring, they're like, no, you're gonna be a Lord of Cinder. So, let me find it. Like, I want to make sure I'm not just spitting shit out, but I'm pretty sure that is the case.
My brain completely disconnected for a couple minutes. What did I miss?
So the skull ring description reads: one of Corlin's transposed wonders, derived from the soul of a Soul Feeder, easier to be detected by enemies. The Soul Feeder was a beast that insatiably absorbed souls to feed its own power. Even after its accursed corpse was burned, it is said that the pungent stench of souls left the air permanently stained.
So it's not there. So I'm just trying to find like where it is. Actually, I guess if I just look into my lore video descriptions.
Was it in his dialogue?
I'm finding it right now. I'm gonna find where it is because I have it in a video. So I know I have the quote somewhere.
Because he does tell the player character, that he willed himself Lord.
Yeah.
So the only unwillingness, again, I could be wrong, but the only unwillingness dialogue or evidence that I found is the when you kill him and come back.
Okay, you know what it is? Here's what it was. Like, I'm wrong. Sort of. It's the fact that he doesn't have any legs, and it's like, why doesn't he have any legs? And it's like when you start trying to think about why doesn't he have any legs, and that's what makes it really interesting. Of like, well, why would that be? Was someone trying to like, even though he says he willingly did it, was someone trying to actually make him one, and like kind of force him down into doing this, despite what he's saying to us.
The sequence of events, as I understand it, and I could just as easily be wrong, is that Gunder was late. He slept in, like he switched the AM PM on his alarm clock or whatever.
Yeah.
He slept in, and there was no one there to link the fire, so he did it because there was no one else.
Right.
And whether or not that created the Firelink Shrine that the player inhabits is, I think, an additional question. But but he may have been unwilling in the sense that he was never originally intended to be the one to link the fire, but he did it because there was no one else.
So I think there's 2 parts to it. I think I think he did become a Lord of Cinder in the traditional sense, and I think he gained all of his power and souls that would feed the fire because of the Soul Feeder ring, because of that ring.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what gave him the correct amount of souls to become a Lord of Cinder. So I think he did because he has a throne, and that had to be constructed at some point for him to have a throne of being a Lord of Cinder. And we know that Dark Souls 3 is all about Ludlith refusing to link the fire. So I think what happened then was, and this is again, these are
You mean Lothric?
Or sorry, yeah, Lothric, not Ludlith. They all have L names, okay?
Yeah.
So Lothric was all about Lothric refusing to link the fire. So I think like then the safety catch is they bring back the Lords a first time to link the fire again to help extend it, and they did that. And Aldrich was like, well, fuck that. I don't want to link the fire. And same with everybody. And then the Abyss Watchers were just too insane.
And then the backup plan was raise the...
Well, then, you're right. It was for Gunder to come and just fucking hunt down them and bring them back. And Gunder was especially... Gunther was essentially supposed to do what you were supposed to do. But before he had a chance to do that, and here's where this is purely speculation, because it's all timeline shit and who knows. But, like, I think before he had a chance to do that... Gunder used the Firekeeper, who was supposed to be the Firekeeper for Gunder, to link the fire, and he just panicked and was like, I see this shit, this is bad, I need to link the fire. So I think, like, he did it in a panic or something when he shouldn't have done that. So then he already linked the fire again before Gunder had a chance. So then Gunder came back, and it was too late at that point, because Ludlith had already fucked everything up. So...
Yeah.
That's my thoughts, and that's like my theory is essentially like it's Firelink Shrine is Ludlith's fault for better or worse, and Gunder was late because of Ludlith.
So another interesting possibility.
Although then, sorry, like I wanted to do one more thing before I forget. Then the other thing too is that we find now with the DLC that the bell that's supposed to awaken you, the Ashen, is in the fucking painted world.
And it's broken.
Mm-hmm. And it's broken. So, like, it also, like, adds to it where, like, it could also be that, like, maybe that's also part of what happened is that it could be Elfrida's fault or, what's his name?
Ariandel?
The guy who's out front.
Wilhelm?
Like, because he also specifically, like, references the bell. And, like, I thought we got rid of the bell. What the fuck? You know, like, that's one of his lines. So, like, it could be their fault. Like, they could be a big part of it, too, for why that happened. So, I think those are the two, like, factors. But, anyways, yeah, go on with what you were going to say.
But the Soul Feeder thing is... I think another possibility that would have to be considered is, you know, because in Dark Souls 3 we have the giant, what are they called? The crystal lizards who have grown into the guide actually has a name for them.
I think they are just called crystal lizards or something.
Aren't they just called like overgrown crystal lizards?
Yeah, or gorged crystal lizard or something like that. Like they fed on so many souls that they became enormous and they dropped Titanite scales. So there's already a precedent in the game for something from the previous games feeding on souls too much to become something else. So something else, and I'm literally just thinking of this now. So I'm sure someone else has thought of this and maybe debunked it already. But what if the Soul Feeder is the Agape ring from Dark Souls 2? That, you know, here's this ring that was, you know, after the 1.1 update or whenever it actually came in, everyone was like, oh my god, we got to use this, and it makes PvP like actually viable again at low levels.
It came in with Scholar to First Sin.
Did it? No, it was also on the 360. It was the version 1.1.
Yeah, that was the Scholar to First Sin edition update. What happened was they introduced Aldia, the
I know.
Other things. It was coincided with the Scholar to First Sin release.
Yeah. But on the 360, which is where I originally played it, it was just version 1.1, which added. It didn't add all of the Scholar of the First Sin things. That's why
it added in the Aldia stuff.
It added and a couple of other things, and the Agape ring as well. But yeah, just a random thought that maybe that ring is the Agape ring.
What does the Soul Feeder ring do exactly? Because I never use it.
It's basically there was a ring, the Red Eye ring from Dark Souls 2, which makes enemies aggro onto you more readily than they would.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
So, and it's an alluring skull that's supposed to be depicted on the ring itself.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I don't know.
Yeah, so
that's
that's
just a random idea, but
Right, so that's what makes the that one theory from Reddit. It's kind of like it's questionable, but it's interesting specifically because, like, oh yeah, that's something Fromp did was that he.
Yeah.
Ravenous Crystal Lizard. Thank you, Elm Light. That's what it's called. Sorry.
Although
Dave.
the thing with Fromp though is it's not that he was insatiably feeding on stuff for souls per se. He would give you souls for things that you would give him.
Yeah.
But there is something to point out though about the ring and the skulls, which is that the skulls, I believe it's in Dark Souls 1, the description about how the alluring skull, the reason that it draws them in is because it actually has like the essence of soul still in it. So when you throw it and it smashes, it's like leaving the souls, which is drawing in these things towards it. Which suggests, all these creatures are technically soul feeders. Like everything is a soul feeder in the Dark Souls universe.
Yep.
The difference between like just a soul feeder and the soul feeder is that one of them is way better at it.
Yeah, it's definitely the Gowers ring. Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone's saying in the chat that there's another ring. That it does look a lot like when you're wearing the Gowers ring. There's that like little person sort of hanging on to your
with
neck
no lower legs.
What? Really?
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, he's.
Oh
not
yeah, that's right. That's very interesting.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Damn.
Wow, that's really interesting.
Really quickly, someone was asking about the charity earlier, so I wanted to go ahead and update the people really quick. The charity we're doing is for Project Yesu, and it's a organization that helps raise funds to buy food, medicine, and education for the children of Uganda. And I think it's something like, I think it was literally like $1 will feed a child for like an entire week there. So like literally every cent really fucking helps with this charity, and it goes to a great cause. It's, like Paragon had said earlier, he said like living somewhere where like a lot of, where most of us live with modern medicine and like healthcare systems and all that, living with like type 1 diabetes it's obviously still hard. It's still a burden in its own, but it's manageable because of the medicines we have access to. But like children that are affected with it over there that don't have these medicines, that don't have our medical technology, it's basically a death sentence and stuff. So being able to help provide food and medicine and even education, these kids, like, they want to go to school, but they can't afford it. They want to get an education. They want to learn. They want to make themselves better people, smarter people for society and their parents and all that good stuff. So Project Yesu is an amazing organization. So if you find it in your heart to give even just $1, because even just $1 will feed a child for a week, like I said. So even if that's all you can manage to pull off, like, that helps out a great fucking deal. And yeah. So bless your faces.
But you get more respect the more money you give. You're a bad person if you don't give at least 100.
But yeah, back to
I'm an asshole.
The discoveries. Baba Booey. Okay, I can read another Reddit thing.
Shoot.
Babushka. Actually, I should probably get headed. Look at the time.
What happened to your face on the camera?
I gotta go.
It was a pleasure talking to you, first, and second, make sure you talk about Wonder Boy 3 if you're doing a Master System video.
Wonder Boy 3, best Wonder Boy.
Best game on the Master System. Everyone talks about Alex Kidd as being the Mario of the Master System, but no.
No, Wonder Boy's way better.
Wonder Boy 2, which is Wonder Boy and... Well, hold on a second.
Isn't Wonder Boy 3 just a sequel to Alex the Kid?
No.
I haven't played any Master System games, so... Actually, I guess I played one on my Sega Genesis, but... I actually just looked up a video of Wonder Boy 3.
Just because Master System is my jam, and I always get upset whenever people cover it without talking about these two games. So this is Wonder Boy in Monsterland, which is technically Wonder Boy 2, which is the sequel technically to a game that was on the NES, Adventure Island, which was actually
Wonder Boy. I love the original one.
And then
I actually have played that game.
And these are completely different though than the first one, because the first one's like an infinite runner kind of, sort of, right?
Well, it's like Adventure Island.
But then these ones are basically like, especially this one, Wonder Boy 3, is basically a Metroidvania before Metroidvania was even a thing. And yeah, easily, like I go back and I play this like once every 6 months or so, and yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, so, I'm watching a video on it right now on YouTube. Yeah,
so
actually,
make sure.
There's a book that I got. I'm trying to think of the name of it. Let me find it just so I can like link it to people if they're interested. That I finished reading. That was all interviews with developers about who worked on Sega Master System and Sega Genesis games. And they were interviewing some of the developers on Wonder Boy. So I read a bunch of it. That's actually where I learned.
Westone or West One?
What's that?
The company is, it's weird. I don't know how it's pronounced. It's either Westone or West One, or Westone.
Westoned?
Westoned, yeah.
It would explain some of the fucking games that came out back then.
And it's amazing back then, all it says is Sega. Like, doesn't even say who developed it on the cartridge or the thing itself, which is, yeah, fantastic. But sorry, Dave, I interrupted you. Go on.
No, it's all good. No, I was just saying, like, that Wonder Boy, the original, I actually played at an arcade when I was a kid after playing Adventure Island.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Because I had NES. But yeah, I played the original at an arcade, and I fell in love with it. And I was like, this game is incredible.
Yeah, was that
and
the
then
one
I got it from my Game Gear.
And you could get a skateboard.
Yeah.
You're collecting fruits, and you're wearing like an Adam and Eve type.
Yeah. So I got it. So I got it from my Game Gear.
Hammer and
I got it from my Game Gear. I loved it. And I always just figured it was a ripoff of Adventure Island because I played that first on the NES. And then when I was reading this book that I just linked to everybody on Skype and on Discord, or not Skype, on Discord and on the chat.
Oh, that's a cool looking cover.
When I was reading this book with all the interviews from the developers, I found out that Wonder Boy was the first game, and because NES had their licensing restrictions, they themselves made a spin-off of it called Adventure Island. It's by a part of the same team. Well, it's another part of the same team worked on Wonder Boy 2.
Well, and Wonder Boy 2 has like almost nothing to do with Wonder Boy 1. That's the amazing part. Like the Wonder Boy 2 and then Wonder Boy 3 basically starts precisely where Wonder Boy 2 left off, and that is, even though it's called Wonder Boy in Monsterland, it's actually Wonder Boy 2. I think the card even says something. Oh no, the card actually is correct, but yeah, they're completely different. They're like action RPGs where you have to actually buy things. Part 3 is definitely way better than Part 2, but Part 2 is pretty cool as well.
Yeah, I'll have to like somehow try to play Wonder Boy 2 and 3 because I mean I know that they're totally different than the original, but I love the original, so obviously I'm a fan of the developer, so I should definitely
even if you're just using an emulator, at least try the third one, because like the prologue, the way it starts off, like it really, you appreciate how much they did in terms of like telling a very basic narrative, but how much they did given the limitations of the time, I thought was just fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to see.
Sorry, I was just gonna say thanks for linking this book because that looks really interesting. I'm gonna grab that. I especially like the cover.
Yeah, it's a great read. I mean, it's got a lot of references. I mean, it's mainly interviews. So like they have a brief history section at the beginning of the book, and then at the end it's like all interviews. It's both the Master System and Genesis, but. Yeah, it's a good book. I recommend it for sure. And it's got like different like pictures of system specs and stuff, which are interesting to look at, and some dev docs, some games that you can look at and be like, oh, cool, this was the original design they were thinking of doing. But yeah, I don't know.
I look forward to seeing your video though.
Yeah, my videos tend to talk a little bit more about the business aspect of like, here's this, like the history of like, here's how it came out, here's like what they had to do to get it out and to get it marketed. But I do go into the games a bit. Like the NES had a whole section on the games of like here were the big games that like made a huge difference in the game, like gaming, like Metroid, obviously like Wonder Boy 3 copied Metroid, but everything did. I'm not saying that this is a bad thing.
Well, I think I think Metroid actually came out first. But I mean before the phrase Metroidvania.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with you. It's before Metroidvania was a phrase. I mean Castlevania 2 copied Metroid before that was a phrase, and then Symphony of the Night was what made it Metroidvania a phrase.
Yeah.
It was,
it should really just be called Metroid now that I think about it. But
yeah, it should, which is funny. But it's just because Symphony of the Night was so popular. But I mean, like, it's a good design. I love that design. So I mean, like, anyways, obviously, obviously Wonder Boy 1 was important because Adventure Island was copied from it. It was a big franchise for the Master System, so it probably is important. So, like Phantasy Star is probably one I should talk about. And then also Alex Kidd I have to talk about, but
Oh, for sure.
but yeah, like I'll definitely look into Wonder Boy more. Now that
Golden
it's-
Axe runs at like 5 frames per second on the Master System. I
Yeah,
also
but-
have.
Isn't that the best
Afterburner.
amount? I mean, 5 frames is more than enough to play a game.
Oh well, but when it was fine back in the day when I knew no other alternative. But when I played Golden Axe on the Genesis, I was like,
Dude,
holy shit!
You think
It's a
that's
different
bad?
game.
Last year, I was playing Smite on my laptop at 10 FPS.
I don't even know what that is.
Smite is a third-person MOBA game where you play as gods from different pantheons.
Well, you
And
shouldn't
that
have
was
been
at the
playing it.
lowest settings.
10 FPS.
Yeah,
Oh.
10 FPS, because my laptop is shit. So now I've got a proper computer.
But yeah, man, like I'll definitely talk about it. I think the Master System is pretty interesting overall, just because I didn't even know until I started doing all these history book videos that Master System was the one that sold well in Europe. You know, I didn't even know that. I was like, oh shit, I had no idea. I mean, there are some countries that NES did better in, but only a couple in Europe, whereas primarily was dominated by the Master System and Commodore 64.
And like a bunch of other cheap microcomputers from the UK.
But
Yeah.
the thing
ZX
is, like,
Spectrum.
in Europe, like, the things like Spectrum and stuff like that, like, the actual computerized computer gaming things, where it's like you could do more than just play video games on them, they were real popular because a lot of the developers were actually working on those kind of things.
And they were also like big time sponsored by the UK government, right?
Yeah, there was a thing with, like, education and stuff where pretty much every school was actually getting computers at that time of these types. So, you know,
Oh, shit.
it was super easy. Plus, I mean, the stuff was on just an old cassette tape with a lot of them. Like, cassette tapes as a video game media is weird, but it worked, and it was actually super cheap.
One of the very small handful of things that Margaret Thatcher did well, I think. But
You can turn into a dragon?
What,
Yeah.
Margaret Thatcher can turn into a dragon?
No. So Wonder Boy 3. So
this
basically
was
the way
the
it
Dark
works,
Souls.
you start the game as a human, you know, or if you pause the game, it actually says human, and then after the boss or after you kill the boss, you become cursed. So the game's called Wonder Boy 3: The Dragon's Trap or The Dragon's Curse. The TurboGrafx 16 version was called Dragon's Curse. And then basically for the rest of the game, each dungeon you defeat, you move to the next transformation. So you start dragon, and then mouse, and then piranha, and then hawk, and then you go to the final dungeon and fight the you're trying to get back to Salamander Cross. Once you get back to Salamander Cross, you transform back into human, and then the game ends.
Yeah, this game
So-
looks great.
So depending on your form, like you're able to access different areas. Like, it is an amazing game. Yeah, it still stands up today, with the sole exception of there are secret doors where you get merchants, and you require a certain number of charm points in order to get that. But there are websites online where you can, like the password save, you can actually just change a couple digits on the password to give you max charm points, so you don't have to worry about the whole, you know, having to buy things stuff aspect of the game.
Yeah. Well, I definitely have to check it out. It looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah. Hello,
But it
Mitch.
certainly is.
That's gonna do it for me, guys. Thank you so much for having me on. It was nice.
Thanks for
meeting
coming,
all of
man.
you, as the-
Thanks for
Yeah,
coming, for
likewise.
Lovely meeting you, Dave.
And yeah, I have a great rest of your stream. And for anyone who hasn't donated to the charity, I'm gonna shame you into donating for the charity as well.
Yeah.
That'll be my last act before I leave.
Thanks, Dave. Take care, man.
Take
All
care,
right, I'll
dude.
see you guys.
Later, man.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
So,
Oh, Mitch is here.
Hey, how's it going?
oh shit!
What's going on, man?
Alien.
Can you guys hear me all right?
The youngin.
Oh,
yeah, we can
yes,
hear you.
sir.
Sorry, I can hardly hear you. There's an Australian in my ear.
I might be coming in upside down, possibly.
Mitch and I are gonna be. I'm gonna be stealing Mitch. We're gonna be going off here to record a Let's Talk Lore episode in a little bit.
Hell yeah. Hell
Hey,
yeah.
yeah,
What,
dude.
what are we doing, Aegon, by the way? What
Second half of the Crucifixion Woods.
Okay, very good.
So,
very good. Sounds good.
I'll send you a link later, but I basically have like an hour and 20-minute video, and then we'll just if there's anything we want to stop and talk about, we'll just do that. Basically, we'll be doing post commentary over that video.
Nice. Looking forward to it. About time we got around to that, huh?
It's Zelda. When's everyone saying
Zelda!
that Mitch's new thing?
What now?
What's
Someone
What?
from
I don't
Discord.
know. Everyone's saying Zelda in the chat.
It's because Zelda's in here.
Zelda.
So
Aegon,
First
have you decided to play Let It Die yet?
I don't know what Let It Die is, so no.
It's
It's
free to
like
play
goofy
game on
Dark Souls.
PS4. Yeah.
Oh, I don't play free to play games.
No. It's free to play model actually seems pretty well made, where it's not requiring any microtransactions whatsoever.
If it's free to play, it definitely requires or at least the game is designed not around the gameplay, but around extracting as much money from people as
No,
as
if
possible.
Only I
I'm
could
telling
be
you, for
so
everything I've seen, it
grossly
actually looks like
incandescent.
it's really fair and set up in a way that you don't have to make any microtransactions. It's done by Grasshopper Studios.
I also don't know who they are. So.
The guys who worked on it are the kind of guys behind things like Lollipop Chainsaw. I can never remember the name of the one that's a take. It's a massive rip-off of Twin Peaks.
It's from what I've seen of
I'm
Let It
sure-
Die,
I'm sure it's a
it just
fun
seems
game,
really
but-
goofy. It seems
I'm sure it's a
really
f-
goofy.
Yeah, and I'm sure
I'm
it's
just saying you should give it a shot.
Hello Akuma, and Wild Squirrel says a free-to-play knockoff of Souls. I've heard mixed things, but it looks just like subpar Souls.
No,
Yeah.
it's a different kind of game. It's more of the... It seems like Dark Souls, but with more emphasis on like a hack and slash style gameplay, like a more old school PS2 hack and slash kind of game, mixed with Dark Souls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The problem is I don't have enough time to play the games I'm currently playing as it is. So
Make more
Same.
time.
I'm struggling as it is with time at the moment.
Yeah,
Oh
but
god.
Mitch, you've got all this time that you're wasting trying to be a vaddie. Get out of here.
I have all the time I'm wasting at work. I'm at work like, I don't know, 60 hours a week, and
Hey,
then I have to fit in a video in there somewhere as well.
Mitch,
Yeah,
I love you.
I love you too, man. But it's tough.
I know.
Yeah. Like I've got like a script. It's completely done. I've recorded half of it, and then I just like need to do the rest of it, and then it'll be good. But I'm already like past a week due, which is annoying because I want to keep
it's alright.
weekly things going.
I'm 3 months past due on a book chapter I was supposed to write. And I'm sitting here instead of writing that, so
Hey, this is
Yeah.
intellectual to a degree as well.
well, no, I don't doubt it at all. But you know, as long as you get it done eventually, right? Better late than never, as they say.
Exactly. Just build the hype. So
Well-
long as YouTube doesn't unsub everyone from me.
Better late than never
You know,
isn't always
everyone-
good. I mean, what
Everyone
are
has been
Hearthstone
talking
fans?
about that, but is that actually a thing?
I kind of said that sarcastically. I mean, like, I think to a degree, like they came out like with some kind of PSA about it when they were like talking with someone who actually works at YouTube, and they're basically saying, "Oh no, we don't know what's going on. Like, we don't think anything's happening." But look, from what I can see, I mean, I keep seeing those ads for those really shitty like YouTube original movies that they're trying to push.
Oh yeah.
And I reckon eventually they'll just kick everybody off and just keep the biggest people and just turn it into like a studio instead. I reckon that's the
Oh
that's the
shit!
end,
Can you guys
end
hear
game.
me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been
Okay,
muted in
Morgana,
Discord.
Thank you.
You fucking
I was wondering where's my introduction? Like, what's going on here?
Oh, this is Mitch L,
I wouldn't-
aka Discount Vaddy Video.
Damn, how long have I been
Because I
fucking
just
muted?
saw- I just saw
Have you not heard
Mitch
me at
L
all, Mitch?
on the screen.
I haven't been hearing you for a while, man.
Oh shit.
Because that's why when I said hi to Mitch, is I was looking on the screen.
Oh,
Yeah.
I saw on
I
air
was
Mitch. I was like, "Well, Mitch is here."
That's
Yeah.
coincidence, dude. That's coincidence, then, because literally it was right after I said it, so I didn't even think that I was fucking muted. Oh,
I only
fuck.
spotted because somebody said it. in the
Yeah,
fucking
LM Light.
chat.
Thanks, man. Thanks for that.
That's pretty funny.
Quick question.
Yeah.
So
Completely off topic. For some reason, I guess because I haven't used my computer in a couple of days, like a couple of my browsers have just become like completely infested with pop-ups, and I have no idea how.
You need to stop going to your disrespectful, horrible, cheeky porn sites.
See, that's what I thought it was. But just in case it's not, I need like I need like anti-malware, and I don't know.
Do you
one.
use
I can't even
Grease Monkey?
Grease Monkey?
Yeah.
Is that good? Okay, I'll try
Well,
that.
it's like a thing that you can use to execute scripts. You know? So like I found AdBlock has been not great anymore. So like I use AdBlock together with Grease Monkey and a thing called Anti-AdBlock Killer.
Oh, really? I think I need something stronger. I think I need like the equivalent of Bleach, because I've just opened like Firefox, and it's like Firefox prevented this site from opening 100 pop-up windows.
Mitch, there's a program called Malware Bytes, which is really good because it will run through like everything on your computer, find malware, and deal with it.
Malware Bytes. B-Y-T-E-S?
B-Y-T-E-S.
I had a problem
Very
with my
clever name.
computer at one point.
God, I hope I can actually get to the website, because like it's
pop-ups everywhere.
So
yeah, like literally, I'm like dodging them at the moment.
We have a question from chat, and
fuck you, chat.
It's from Pepsi the God. They ask, the undead curse wasn't caused by linking the fire. Dark Souls 1 DLC takes place in an Age of Fire not long after Gwyn linked the fire. But Kieran, that wants Artorias' soul, uses a talisman to stop undead healing, so how can she use it if it's the Age of Fire still? Because game says undead curse came when fire starts to fade, so there had to be undead when the flame started to fade in the first place.
Yeah, Way of White, Anthrax, MK Ultra. Way of White made it, dude. They built it up in a little lab.
Obviously Velka. If any question, just refer to Velka.
Dude, the Way of White is like the Pentagon. Just think of it like that.
Yeah.
No,
they're trying
it was... No, all you guys are wrong. It was Erden.
It was Erden. Well, we're getting the crossovers now. We're trying to link the universes.
So which one of you guys are gonna buy me a PS4 and a copy of Bloodborne?
I'm tempted to, just because.
I hear Jake's gonna ship his to you after he's done with his fine playthrough.
I'm fucked with the power supply though, because I use
Velka did 9/11.
Yeah, Velka did.
I still need a PS3 so that I can play Demon Souls.
I've got a PS3 with Demon Souls on it. Would you like me to
I bought one not too long ago.
Someone offered to ship me one, but they were like, "Yeah, I'm in the UK and it's PAL anyway." So I was like, "Well, I appreciate it, but yeah, don't worry about it."
Demon Souls is decent. I need to get
but that is still something I want to do.
Yeah, I got kind of discouraged because I ran through this really kind of long kind of labyrinth of like these mine tunnels and found this boss, and then realized I had didn't get the weapon to fight it properly, so I'm doing like 1 damage against it. I'm like, oh fuck, I need to take a break, so I just switch it back to Red Dead Redemption.
The Flame Lurker?
That's the one, yeah.
That's an easy boss.
Wow.
Yeah, it's easy, but the weapon I had was doing like 1 to 2 damage on it, so it was just. I don't know.
Yeah, see, I've never played the game, and so I don't even know what I would call that playthrough, because like I still know so much about the game even though I've never played it.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's very like satisfying combat. I don't know what it is. It's different from Dark Souls. It's got more like oomph to it.
The parries are way too easy.
Oh, I haven't even tried to do parrying.
The parry window on just a normal shield, not like a tiny buckler or anything, is so big that, you know, the way in Dark Souls 3 you start doing a parry, and if you get a partial, you hear the clanking noise, but you still take like pretty much all the damage. In Demon Souls, if you get a partial parry, it still registers as a full parry. You get hurt, like you take damage, but you can still riposte them. It's really dumb.
I gotta try it out again. I gotta persevere with it, because it is good. Like, it's got a real good kind of feel to it. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
But I just, if I spent less time playing Bloodborne, I'd probably be able to. I cannot stop. Like, it's just too good.
Yeah, just send me your PS4 and I'll play Bloodborne, and you can play that game instead.
I'm gonna send you like a PS4 with everything you need to plug it in with your power supply and everything, but inside the Bloodborne case I'll put like Power Rangers Season 2 or something.
Dude, I'd watch the shit out of that. Don't even... Power Rangers is my jam.
I'm running Malware Bytes at the moment, so thank you for that suggestion. It's currently 53 threats identified, so we're going good.
Shit.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. I thought that link was clean. I thought that link was clean.
Dude,
Oh my
Malwarebytes
God.
saved my laptop like 3
Really?
times. Yeah,
Oh,
like
that's good to
and it
hear.
wasn't from going to dodgy sites or anything. It's just, you know how, like, you can go to a fairly legitimate site, but like once you get one piece of malware, like they just flood in.
Yeah, well, hopefully
so-
this does the trick.
All my
Dodgy. I
.exe
love
all my
that
.exe,
phrase,
so-
dodgy.
Yeah, it's
No, but
so
here's the thing.
dodgy.
At one point, all my .exe files became .lnk files, so I couldn't execute anything.
Yeah,
So
nah,
it was a bitch to fix, but I managed
Yeah.
to do it thanks to things like Malwarebytes.
yeah. That well, it was whoever's designed this that's gotten my computer at the moment. Like, I went to Malwarebytes, but then it redirected me to another malware site advertising an anti-malware program. I'm like, oh, that's genius.
That is
But
genius.
they lost me because I had the little gif of like the little lady pop up in the corner saying like, "Is your computer infected? We can help." And I'm like, "No, I don't trust you. I would take me back to Malwarebytes." Like, but no, they're getting smarter. They're getting
They are.
smarter, definitely.
You'll probably have to restart your computer after you've run Malwarebytes fully and stuff. but-
Will like the trial software do enough?
Yeah, the trial software should do enough
Okay.
to get rid of it all.
I hope it's yeah. Go on.
Like, because even if you can only put them into like quarantine, that's still enough because you can use another program to get rid of them. It's just
Okay.
it's really good for finding the ones that a lot of antiviruses won't pick up on.
View identified threats. What is this? Oh, it's all like. Okay, it's all registry
Thou
stuff.
art undead,
That
Yeah.
makes sense, I guess. Oh, well, I hope this fixes it.
Yeah.
But how are you going with Bloodborne, Jake? You enjoying it?
Yeah. Oh, dude, I really do like it. I just killed the. What is it? Starved Beast. Yeah. I gotta upload
That's
that
a
episode
good boss.
tonight.
Good boss.
Yeah, it only
It's,
took 3
it's-
tries. I don't think that's too bad.
It took me quite a while the first time, but now I find it pretty.
I was.
straightforward. You can parry it all the way through.
Yeah, that's what I did at the end when I figured it out. I was like, oh, what the fuck am I doing? Parry.
Dude, you've got so much good stuff still.
Yeah, it's so fun. I
to
really
go through
like.
in that.
Yeah, just the environment of Bloodborne. I really fucking
Yeah,
enjoy just standing around and looking at shit.
See, that's really interesting because I think personally that Bloodborne, in some respects, looks better than Dark Souls 3 graphically.
It does.
Right?
No, it
But-
does.
But it's weird because
No,
Miyazaki
no,
said
no,
in an
chosen.
interview, he was like, oh, why, like someone asked him like, oh, why did you decide to come back to do Dark Souls 3? And he said he wanted to do a game without the limitations of the PS4. I'm like, dude, you make a better looking game on the PS4 than the so-called no limitations.
It's
on
not
the
necessarily
PS.
graphical limitations that he was referring to.
It's like design, maybe. I don't know.
Because
Do you mean like like amount of weapons and armor?
not just that, but like I mean, you look at the PS4 and it actually does struggle running 60 FPS.
Struggles
you
running
look-
30 sometimes.
Yeah, like it depends on how well the game is programmed and stuff. And from what I've seen, Bloodborne runs between 30 and like 40 FPS most of the time.
Oh, I would say like 20 and 30 occasionally. But
Yeah,
yeah,
so
no,
you look at Dark Souls 3 and it runs consistently 60 FPS, no problem.
that's true. That's true. Does it
What?
run 60 on PS4 as well, or
I
does it
don't
run?
know. I don't have a
30?
PS4.
I don't know. I'm be unsure about that.
It probably only runs at about 40.
Mm.
Very few games will actually run at the full 60 on PS4.
What you'll realize, Jake, after you finish your first playthrough, you'll probably start a second one right away, but it'll just become one of those games where you can just pick up and play
Yeah.
like really quickly. Okay, just to say, so I go quarantine selected. Is that right?
Probably.
For the Malwarebytes thing. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure because what will happen is it will put all the stuff into quarantine so they can't continue to fuck with your system.
I'm pretty sure it only checks C drive, but I hope that's
You can probably change that in the settings on it.
right.
Um,
Yeah.
Most of the stuff will probably be on C drive anyway, because that's where all the actual like guts of your hardware or your
And like the
program
registry information. Yeah.
go.
I
Yeah,
think
so
you're right.
and even if it's not, like, you should be able to change it over.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Real
hopefully.
quick, I want to say
Yeah.
thanks to Felix Weidman, or Weidman. I'm probably mispronouncing that, and I do apologize. And Vodka for the donations. Thank you guys, you fucking
Good work, boys.
sweethearts, and
Nice
God
work.
bless your faces.
Okay. It's
Lovely
saying
people.
that I need to restart the computer. Do you mind if I just? This will take like 2 seconds, and then I'll be
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Go for it, man.
Six.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you. Come again. Buddy, let me help you with this technical supporting. Oh, dude, you know there was actually somebody who made a virus for PS3s?
For
and
real?
It just didn't spread. Yeah, it never spread very well because nobody was stupid enough to just let people send them shit to the PS3. It was like fucking dumb. There's also a way to brick people's PS3s remotely, which was fun.
Damn.
I remember there was a way to do it in Call of Duty Black Ops 2 where people would tell them to do this thing and it would just brick it. It was easier to do, I believe, on the Xbox 360, but the PS3 you could do it too as well.
Nice.
No, I'm not talking about. Okay,
snap.
person in
500
chat, I'm not
follower
talking
hype.
about-
Hell yeah.
Oh, nice.
You guys are fucking awesome.
Person in chat, I'm not
Oh,
talking about
I'm
PS3
dead,
getting
I'm
that virus
chosen.
now. I'm talking about in the height of the PS3's popularity. Somebody made this one and just didn't survive. This virus was created and it just didn't go anywhere because like people would just not accept a thing that was sent to them, like a message that was sent to them which has this thing and like a link and all this shit. It was stupid. It was so fucking dumb. And all it did was steal your account information and lock you out from your PS3, and then it would be able to take everything you have on your account and sell it on to other people and shit. It was so dumb.
Damn. Do you two mind holding down the stream for like 30 seconds? I haven't pissed in like 9 hours.
I'm fine with that.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Piss on cam. do it. Come on, piss cam. So Aegon.
Sup?
Let's discuss Astora.
Thou who art undead.
What about it?
So, do you know what I figured out? Now I'm obviously going insane slowly working on this video that I should have had out by now, but I keep deleting the stuff accidentally by shutting off my computer.
Okay.
So, you know, I'm a big fan of the idea that Lothric is part of Astora.
Okay.
I mean, I have some stuff to support it, but you know, I was looking at the armor sets and stuff, and I'm trying to decode the images that are on the surcoats that they're wearing.
Mm-hmm.
And in doing so, I then realized the Lothric Knight Shield, even though it's not referred to as one of the crest shields, it looks very like it's a derivative of the crest shields, the blue shields from Astora.
Okay. Aren't those large shields? No, they are medium shields. You're right. Okay.
They're medium shields.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of crest shields. They're not all actually blue, even though they are referred to as blue shields.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks to me like it's definitely derived from it. They might not be one of the original blue shield designs, but they look very much like they were designed with the original crest shields in mind.
So, okay, but is there any other evidence beyond that? Just because it seems to me like in much of the game, the things the characters are doing are meant to live up to a legacy of some sort, whether or not the people involved actually understand what that means.
Well, I mean, thematically, you look at Lothric Castle, and the closest thing we can associate that to from Dark Souls 1 is Anor Londo. And so, you know, I mean, there's that. But if you look at the coloring, right now, I've been a big fan of the whole thing of blue being associated with Astora because, I mean, the
Elite Knight set, the crest shields,
even the scabbard for the Astora straight sword is actually a faded blue.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like
cool.
It looks like it was blue, but because it's
never noticed that before.
Yeah, it's kind of grey looking now, but if you look real close at it, you can see it's kind of bluish hints to itself.
I would buy that, yeah.
The Way of the Blue and the Blue Sentinels, I also believe, were created in Astora. I believe the Way of the Blue is derivative of the Queen's Guard / Way of White, because I think Guinevere and Flan left to head out to, and when they left, they set up in Astora, and they're probably the ones who created what became Lothric. It was kind of where the palace was. It's essentially the capital of Astora, where the queen and king would have lived in the royal family.
Okay.
Kind of
Wait, if Guinevere and Flan founded Lothric, then how does Osiris fit into that?
Because they're much further down the line. Like I'm talking about like at least 2 generations down the line.
So she was married to one king and then she married.
No.
remarried?
It's the descendants of Guinevere. So it would have been like Guinevere's daughter married Osiris.
So the Queen of Lothric is a descendant of Guinevere.
Yeah, I don't believe it's her herself. I think
to be fair, it doesn't ever explicitly say it's her. It says.
It's possible that the daughter of Guinevere, the descendant of Guinevere, would also be considered a queen of bounty and fertility.
Fertility.
Right?
Yeah.
And then in the Japanese translation of that item description, the one you're referring to, Aegon, is it actually states it more like they first appeared as a goddess of fertility and bounty, or like held like a facade of fertility and bounty, but then it was like washed away or something like that, like it's temporary.
Okay, interesting.
And like I put more credence into that than like when people try to take the translation from English Bloodborne to Japanese Bloodborne, because I'm pretty sure Bloodborne was mostly written in English, while Dark Souls it's the other way around. But I could be wrong about that.
I don't know if I agree with that, but
Oh really?
There is something to support, though, my claim that it's a descendant of Guinevere and not Guinevere herself, which is we look at Gwyn. He was known for lightning. He was the god of the sunlight who could throw lightning bolts. And then you look at the Nameless King, and he was the one who inherited the lightning bolts.
Mm.
Now, why wouldn't it be that Guinevere's daughter could inherit her title and
like the heir to the
no,
heir
I
to
can see that.
Yeah, like that's what I mean. Like it's
The
not
heir
an
of
unfounded thing.
fertility. And bounty. Yeah.
The heir of them titties. But yeah,
I wouldn't exactly put it like that, but
the heir of lovely jubblies.
Yeah.
I also wouldn't put it in terms of her physical appearance at all. But
I
that's
would
just me.
people. No, I like to try and trigger as many people as possible when I talk. So
there's I don't know, Lothric's still just a really kind of interesting concept, like because you got to think, you know, if linking the fire was a rite of passage, you know, how many generations have been upholding that tradition in the interim between Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3.
But you even look at Dark Souls 1, and it's a guy it's in fact 2 people from Astora are on quests which revolve around either linking the fire or finding their own son.
Yeah. I wonder how the name would have changed, but oh well.
It's not necessarily a change in name. It's a region within a country. It's a section of the country which is like, you know, the holy capital kind of thing. Like this is where the royals are, and the royals are seen as divine.
What's interesting? Sorry, go on, Mitch. You go on.
I was just going to quickly say that it's interesting that Anri would describe herself from being from Astora and not Lothric, unless they got convoluted along the way.
Well, no, this is my point, that she would not be from Lothric itself. She is from Astora, one of the like just normal parts of the land, and we know there was kind of a civil war that happened in Lothric. We also know that Astora is referred to as a ruined land, and I think a land which is entwined in civil war between 2 kind of different beliefs as to what the future should be, would end up being seen as a ruined land. I mean, you look at the high wall of Lothric and Lothric Castle and all this, I would not see those places as flourishing right now. They look pretty fucked to me.
No, yeah. Well, one thing, like, I know everybody wants a Londor DLC, but honestly, I wouldn't mind if they had, like, you know, similar to the Memories of the Giants that they had in Dark Souls 2, but for, like, each main boss in Dark Souls 3. So you go into the memory of Osiris, and you see like the Winged Knights fighting the Lothric Knights, and then you go into the memory of Walnir, and
so more similar to the memory of the old Iron King. Then
I think that'd be
really cool. That would be really cool.
Then you see these people before everything went wrong. You'd see Lothric when it was still in decent shape.
But we never get to see that. We never get to see that.
Well, exactly. Yeah. That's the whole. Yeah, that's the whole.
There is also something else, which is there are 3 different types of knights. There's the Winged Knights, the Cathedral Knights, and the Lothric Knights are all seen in places that correlate to Lothric. The Winged Knights are exclusively blue. The Cathedral Knights, I believe, are exclusively blue, but the Lothric Knights you see in both red and blue.
The Cathedral Knight armor is like red-ish.
Yeah.
Like clay-ish.
No. I'm talking about the ones outside Osiris.
Yeah, those ones are blue, but there are also kind of like...
Yeah, there
so
are
there is
also
two-
the ones in the Cathedral of the Deep as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
because I always forget about like what colors they are. I just assume that they're so that actually helps the point even further that there would be two different factions of them. And I
Yeah.
think the
Mm,
red
well,
ones
mhm.
are
Or
the
rank.
knights that. Well, I think it kind of rank, but it's like the red ones are the royal ones, and the blue ones are more along the lines of the religion.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got to think, like, during this whole civil war, there would have been so many different separatists, you know,
Yeah.
like, there would have been ones that were loyal to Prince Lothric, there would have been ones loyal to Osiris. Like, I don't remember, maybe it was you, Leo, or maybe, I don't remember who exactly put it forward, but the idea that Prince Lothric was the one hiring assassins from the east to take out Osiris, but then it could have been like Gertrude doing that as well, or just like a neighboring kingdom just trying to kind of usurp the control, because that's another kind of angle that I find really interesting.
I don't know if there's any evidence to suggest that the assassin is from anywhere in particular in the game.
Oh well, they wear the eastern kind of assassin set.
Yeah.
That kind of accompany Shiva, this unnamed eastern kind of
Yeah.
oriental land. But there's
also
But I don't know if Lothric would be the one who would.
Well, I
would have
wasn't
said
the one to. I wasn't the one to make.
Oh,
that.
okay,
I wasn't the one
yeah.
who said that.
That was
I don't know
that
who
was something I
said
heard
that.
from someone else.
No, I don't know who said that, but it is an interesting idea about because it doesn't matter if they're even if they are from the east. The idea of getting people from outside of your own region to deal with the problem is kind of a big deal.
Mm.
So I'm gonna go double check the colors on the Cathedral Knights because I'm very intrigued by this possibility.
Yeah,
Cathedral
I don't think we can get the blue version of the armor. By the way, I'm pretty sure we can only get the clay kind of colored.
Yeah.
The reddish clay.
But this is the thing, right? There's also something else to notice, which is the first time you meet one of the winged knights, all of he's wearing the blue cloth on him. All of those Lothric knights are the red versions. There's not a single blue one there.
Yeah. Also worth mentioning is the that they cast protective miracles and things that were kind of taught to them by Emma.
Yeah.
Which is another kind of interesting. So maybe they were her
Member of the Way
personal
of the
guard
Blue.
for a while, and yeah,
no,
exactly.
Not personal. She's a member of the Way of the Blue, and they would be Blue Sentinels.
Well, right, yeah. So that would still protect her, I imagine.
Yeah, but this is why I think the Knights in Blue are part of the religion, kind of, because I believe the Way of the Blue is just overarching. It's like the Way of White. It's just a religion. But the Blue Sentinels are the knights of that religion, like how the Queen's Guard were the knights to Guinevere. It kind of expanded when she left Anor Londo that, she didn't believe what was going on in Anor Londo was right. And she expanded her guard, not just to protect her, but to protect her people.
Yeah, right.
I would buy that.
I think we actually, in terms of hierarchy and rank, we get actually a really good presentation of that in the short run up to Prince Lothric's boss room, just from the bottom of those stairs. You know what I'm talking about? Like you start with, and you got the really kind of low rank, and by the time you get up to the top, you got like the Royal Guard, which wear blue or purple.
I'm pretty sure they're all wearing blue. Everyone is
blue, I think.
I think
it's the highest
when I made
concentration of blue knights.
When I made my Lothric video, like way back when, I said they're wearing purple, but that's just because of the sweet FX like filter that I had installed on my games. Just like, oh, they're wearing purple. That means like purple's like royalty. That's like a total reference to that. I was like, everyone was like, I think your contrast of the colors is just wrong on your screen. And I was like, oh, right.
Oh man.
Still learning.
See, I've been driving myself insane with this whole Lothric Astora thing for a few months now.
Yeah.
Well, hurry up and finish that video, man.
Dude, I would have had it done by now, but like 4 times I've lost all the research I had. I'm an idiot.
Google Drive. Dropbox, man.
Google
Use
Drive.
Dropbox for your stuff.
I don't know how to technology.
Use pen and paper. That's what I did.
Yeah, use pen and paper like a real law guy.
My handwriting is trash. I can't even read it half the time.
I can't read mine half the time either. Why do you think my theories turn out so fucking crazy?
Because you talk to me, and I just encourage you.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's
Leo's
because
literally Leo is Carth in Jake's ear.
Yeah, I'm the one. It's because of me that we were making the jokes about Velka having the dark soul and being the fur of pygmy, and then it was also because of a joke I made when you were like wrapping that up that almost drove you to the point of insanity. that she's the Witch of Islip, and then you started running on that one. So I'm a bad influence.
Okay, so the Cathedral Knight guarding the entrance to the Consumed King's Garden. It's
blue,
like
right?
dark blue. It's
Yeah.
like dark blue. So I'm gonna go see the one standing in front of the fog gate, see if those two are different. But I'm pretty sure those are also dark blue.
They're
Yeah.
dark blue, so all the ones in that area are dark blue.
And then we also find them in the Cathedral of the Deep.
They're the reddish ones, I think.
So
outside
I'm
the
gonna I
beacons.
gotta double check that. I think they might. Are you sure they're not also just blue?
I'm thinking that they're blue.
Really? I recall, like, I'll be perfectly honest, I haven't played Dark Souls 3 in a little while now,
Oh
but
no!
I thought that they were
Sorry.
that reddish color.
Well, but this is the thing, right? You look at the color that the Lothric Knights have, and I think that the red Lothric color is in reference to the royal bloodline, and that's the color for them. And the reason that all the ones that are on the way up to the Lothric and Lorien boss fight are wearing blue is because they actually sided not with the royal family's decree of wanting to link the fire, but with the church's decree of not wanting to link the fire.
Huh. You know what's
That's where I think
curious?
the split came in. Yeah.
Or at least according to the wikis, the ones in the Consumed King's Garden are actually called Consumed King Knights, and the other ones are called Knights of the Deep.
Well,
Is that
but
the,
that's
is that the name that the wiki
That's
has?
That's not the
That's
guide.
anyone could put that.
Yeah.
No,
in.
look at the
Yeah.
guide. The wiki just like Fextra Life just makes names up.
Yeah.
No, Fexter
Sure,
Life
sure.
is a good place to. It's one of the better wikis to go to.
It's not bad,
Well-
but like you want to you
Grain of
do you put much kind of validity in future press guides? Aegon?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Because I stepped away for a sec.
Sorry, you know the future press guides, I think they're called.
Yes.
Do you put
Yes.
much kind of weight in those ones?
More than I do in the Prima guide, yes.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
well, because we know
we.
we know that two of the authors of that guide are people who understand how important it is to be very specific with the words you use to describe things, and not to sort of insert things where they might not be, and vice versa. But whereas with the
Yeah.
Prima guide, instead, like it's so lacking in specificity in some parts, where it just refers to all NPC enemies or just NPCs that are like player characters, but not
Yeah.
player characters. They just call them all unkindled.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Mhm.
like
Yeah.
be more specific than that.
The
Okay, in the Cathedral of the Deep, they're just called.
the guide says Consumed or Knight of the Deep and Consumed King's Knight.
Yeah, it just says Knight of the Deep, which is weird because
Oh god.
we know that they are
We got
that
the
they
same book.
are King Lothric's, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So the description says Knights of the. But see, this is the other thing that annoys me. All these write-ups where it's just like it has nothing about lore. Knights of the Deep aren't always as defensive as other Knights of the Deep, but they know how to lay on the damage. Some of these have single-handed weaponry. These knights fight more like what you're used to from the early game. Use extended combos to knock aside their shields, and then get real damage in while they're briefly stunned. The two-handed Knights of the Deep are damage dealers. Don't trade with them because you are going to regret it briefly. What? A nice trick against all Knights of the Deeps. Knight against all Knight of the Deeps is to back off and bait their spells. They'll buff them. See what I mean? Like,
Wait,
Yeah.
what color?
I'm not even gonna finish reading that.
What color
That's
are
Knight
the ones
of the Deeps?
in the rafters of the cathedral? Are they a different color than the ones in the lower part of the cathedral?
Pretty sure they're also blue. I'm pretty sure they're all blue.
Yeah. Actually, I think you're right. The
Yeah, I
ones
think
with
they're all
the
blue.
the ones with the maces, I remember specifically being blue. Just
So
'cause
those
for
are the
some reason.
deep ones, and then the Consumed King Knight. Consumed King's Knights are tough. They have the usual knight fighting style, but their stats are high, and you don't get much room to maneuver when you're
Who
fighting.
writes this?
People are bad at Dark Souls.
The area's poisonous ground is bad enough, but there are also Pus of Man and other targets that you can back into while engaging in combat. Bait the Consumed King's Knights from range to get them cast. So it's the same stuff basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
And who like I don't think it's necessarily the fault of the person who's writing it, mostly because I presume that they had much less time and they weren't paid nearly as well as the Future Press people were.
It also sounds like they're padding with the writing as well to make it as much words.
Yeah,
as
yeah.
Of course.
To fill in these like predetermined blocks of space.
Well, we need to get this book that's only 10 pages long a little bit thicker.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if there's that much padding, but...
Dude, Dark Souls 3, to finish the game, is the shortest core game out of all three Dark Souls games.
Dark Souls
And Bloodborne's even shorter.
Yeah. The core game of Dark Souls 3 is shorter than Dark Souls 1 or 2.
Mm-hmm.
I would probably agree with that.
It's hard to say.
Well, if Dark Souls 1 allowed you to warp between bonfires freely like 2 and 3 does, it would probably be the shortest.
Yeah.
It's impossible, because, Dark Souls 1 was my first game, so obviously it took me forever to finish it, but it was my first Souls game.
You've got to remember, for, more than half that game, you're traversing everywhere by foot. You're not teleporting around, so... And even when you can teleport, it's only just certain bonfires, so it does extend the length of gameplay, so...
Mm-hmm. Okay, where did I need to check still? The Cathedral of the Deep, that's right.
The rafters in the Cathedral of the Deep as well.
Have I seriously not killed the deacons on this character? Okay.
Because I think I read somewhere that the ones in blue are specifically meant to be guarding royalty. Which, if they're blue in the rafters... are they all? I thought the ones in the lower parts of the cathedral were red, right?
Well, that's not going to go check now.
I'm pretty sure they're blue as well.
I thought the red ones were in the just outside the deacon boss room, but is that wrong? Am I wrong about that?
Well, I'm going to check right now, so we shall see. Right. But yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that they're all blue.
That's weird.
But no, you can see where why I'm starting to go crazy with this whole theory and trying to figure it all out.
Well, I think the problem is there's not a lot of direct evidence in the game to support it.
Yeah, there's enough to see what I'm not trying to put
the
a theory
rafter
out
ones
there
are red.
The rafter ones are red.
Huh.
Okay, that's interesting.
Oh, I just don't have any idea.
See, the whole...
I give up.
The whole thing about my theories, though, is that I'm not there to put out a theory that's definitive, it's going to be seen as fact. I'm there to put out an interesting theory that gets people thinking. And if somebody can give me definite proof that what I'm saying is wrong, I will fully take that on board.
Real quick, which one's bad? A tornado watch or a tornado warning? Which one's the bad
warning?
One?
Tornado warning is a bad one.
Okay, because I got a watch.
Oh, shit.
Well, I mean, look out. Keep your window open. Keep your eyes out. If a cow comes flying through your window, you know you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just give Jodie Foster a call. She'll take care of business.
She'll work it out. She'll work it out.
She'll work it out.
Her and was it Matthew McConaughey? No, that was Contact. Who was in Twister? Was it even Jodie Foster?
God, no, I don't think Jodie Foster was in Twister.
Am I just making that up? It was a blonde woman. I remember that.
There's a lot of blonde women in Hollywood.
It's been a while since I've seen Twister. For some reason, I think that
I could just be making that up. I like to do that.
God. Just hearing Twister makes me depressed because I'm just like, oh god, that film came out so long ago. I'm old.
All right, here's something fun. Like if
Helen Mirren?
Helen Hunt.
Helen Hunt, maybe.
Was it Helen Hunt?
Yes, my friend Steve, who is currently watching the stream, messaged me on Skype just to tell me it's Helen Hunt.
Hey, so
thank you for the clarification.
So if they did make, just hypothetically, a Dark Souls movie, okay,
never.
I'll put
Tom
this.
Cruise is the main character.
Yeah, no, but what would the story be, and who would play the different characters, and who would direct?
It would be. This is a movie that has nothing to do with Souls, a game that couldn't in a million years be made into a movie in a way that made sense. So.
Wait.
Sorry to be a Debbie Downer.
Wait.
Pre Dark Souls 1.
You have it set in the age of Lore.
Yeah, that could be kind of cool.
The war
the
with
Advent
the
of Fire,
dragons,
I think would be cool.
And you have completely non-canonical relationships happening between the different lords.
I think the only way that could work would be if oh wait, no, so they're not completely red or completely blue, but parts of it, it's not even red, it's like a brownish color.
Huh.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a different color. So Mitch was right. Mitch was 100% right.
Well, an Australian was right for once.
And
I'll become a national hero.
This is the guy who's in front of the obelisk that's sort of sinking into the deep. So right in front of the boss room. And so in which case it would be the ones both up in the rafters and the ones in front of the boss room.
Oh.
Although he just got parried like a little
Slightly. Very
I reckon that,
slight.
like,
oh, go ahead.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, I reckon Anthony Hopkins would make a good Gwyn.
Yeah.
For me, the only way it would work would be if it were CG.
We played
like
Odin,
the
right?
Dark Souls 1 intro.
Well, yeah. They'd have to make him a bit taller,
Do
a
you
bit
know
more
who I would
yoked.
like to see?
Yeah.
Fucking. Oh, my brain just pulled a blank. I had his name and then it went. Christopher Walken as Gwyn.
The fire's dying over here.
Christopher Walken. No.
Christopher Walken.
No.
Guinevere, stay
no.
here. I'm gonna go light the fire.
Sean
back.
Connery is Gwyn.
It's
We
like-
need
No,
to
I
light
think
the
it would-
flame,
it would-
Trebek.
If you were to ever do it, it would need to be like fully CG, and you would need to get like voice actors whose voices you didn't recognize. So
Sean
that, you know,
Connery as
Mhm.
Gwyn.
It wouldn't be
in live
distracting.
action. No. Yeah. Sean Connery as Gwyn in live adaptation. I agree with Laura.
How about for Artorias, it'll be Sean Bean, so that we know he dies.
Yes. We,
Oh
yes.
god!
Yeah. Nah,
Everyone
I
will
reckon-
know
I
at the
reckon he'd-
beginning of the movie.
I reckon he'd be too old to be Artorias. I reckon you'd have to go with, I don't know, like, I was gonna
Gwyn
say Christian
technically
Bale,
is.
but he's kind of too old now as well. So
Well,
Frank
who's the
Sinatra.
dude who did the actual voice for Artorias that got cut? Because that actually sounded really good.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I'd go with that
Benjamin
guy.
Franklin?
I do kind of like it how From reuses voice actors, because like I'd love to be in the recording booth and just listen to the directions, like just sound like you're being tortured, like your soul is just being ripped apart, and that's what they just say to everybody.
Dude, 100%. Wait, who's your favorite voice in Dark Souls series? And that includes
Ooh,
Bloodborne and Demon Souls.
jeez.
Favorite character
Includes
voice.
Bloodborne.
Yeah.
I
Bloodborne,
really,
Demon Souls, Dark Souls.
I really like the voice actor for Gascoigne or Gascoigne.
That's
Just
fun.
that kind of Irishy, like,
Yeah.
you know, you'll be a beast sooner or later. Like, it's just, yeah, it's actually more Scottish, probably, I imagine. But
I didn't get
I
that.
don't know my accents too. Or
I need to-
Northern,
I need
maybe.
to hear-
Northern.
I need to hear it properly, but
Yeah.
because I've only heard like little clips of it.
Gammon, obviously, is good. I don't know.
Ariandel.
They get amazing performances. They get amazing performances out of their voice. Their voice.
I bet
performance.
nobody can guess my favorite.
No, just tell us, Liv.
Shanalot.
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 Okay.
Come cut my
Yeah.
wrists.
No, the reason I like her voice actress is because she's very like dull tones in the way she speaks and stuff, but I love her accent. Absolutely love it.
Mm. Yeah, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, I agree. Isn't it the same voice actor for all like the maidens and dolls and things across the series? It's the
Pretty
same voice actor.
No, I don't think it's all the same one. The one from 3 is the same as the one from Demon Souls, I think. Or no, I think they got the Maiden in Black back, but they didn't have her doll. No, I can't remember. There is some recurring ones, but Shanalot was not voiced by those ones.
Right.
Because Shanalot was a different actress from Demon Souls, I'm pretty sure, and Dark Souls. I don't think she'd done any of the voice acting in the series at that point.
So since we were just talking about the deep, I want to show you guys something. You may have already seen it in game, but I've explored it like 2 or 3 times on my lore streams. And that is, let me link a picture of I didn't actually take a screenshot for some reason, so I just have a clip from my stream. When it's talking about the deep, in the Deacons of the Deep, if you let it go on long enough, they actually summon the deep. And if you look at it, it actually looks like you're underwater, looking up at, like if you were to look at the sun or like the sky from underwater. That's how it looks. Let me put it in the stream as well.
No, I didn't even know.
I have a video showing that as well.
Oh, do you? Hell yeah.
Are you just putting it in? All right.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And the way that the dregs they're firing, they don't just shoot up. It looks like they kind of float up.
Can't believe I've never seen that before.
In the clouds and stuff. Like, I urge you to go in with like free cam on or something and just like turn your iframes on and just like sit there and watch. It comes leaking out of Aldrich's coffin, and
wow,
the way
that's
the
cool.
clouds are moving and shit.
Yeah, you need to beat the first phase of the boss first, though.
Yeah, beat the first phase to win the
You
actual.
gotta get the Pope out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta get
out on the floor.
Yeah, you gotta get Pope Chaos out.
Pope Chaos.
Pope Chaos.
Skelly. Yeah.
There's two Jakes.
Although he's not as good as Vape Lord Walner.
Do you guys know if because they normally do like a design works book for each of the games? Have they released one for Dark Souls 3 yet?
Awesome.
Or no?
I don't think so.
I don't think so, because normally they're kind of like big books, and I'd love to get it. I'd like to actually get all of them and just have like it, because I've seen some of the PDFs, like the ebooks, but then just not good quality. I'd really love to get my hands on some of those.
Here, Jake, I'll put it in the chat. I put it in the Discord thing. This is the first 3 minutes and 14 seconds of that video. You can actually see the process. Where I basically, I got it to the second phase, and then I just sort of ran around and looked up, and you can see, it's weird. It's like it starts sort of floating out of nowhere, like in a similar pattern to the chains in the boss room, and then you can see it's sort of starting to pour out of the coffin.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool. So you can put that on the stream if you know how to do that.
And as that guy pointed out earlier with that picture, that coffin in the real world, the thing that seems to be based off of is where Jesus appropriately goes.
Wait,
where
what?
Jesus goes? What?
Yeah, supposedly.
Like when he dies and then respawns?
I'm not entirely sure how it works. Not a Scientologist.
Are you for real?
The guy linked a thing earlier. It was an image, and it looks like the Deacon's boss room, and it's got the thing in the middle, and it's got a bunch of dudes who look like they're about to touch a bunch of little boys walking around the outside of it, and apparently something to do with the thing in the middle is where Jesus goes.
Interesting.
In real life, the tomb of Jesus is that location.
I thought it was just like a cave, and then they rolled a rock in front of it or something.
Oh, no. Jesus died at least twice. You gotta remember that, because he died on the cross, and then he would have died again after he came back as zombie Jesus. Yeah, there's the link to it in the,
Jesus is unkindled.
Yeah,
Jesus is a pale blood hunter.
Oh, yeah. Click that link in chat, Callum. That's pretty interesting.
Eldritch Jesus confirmed.
It's pretty interesting.
Which one? Oh, in the chat?
Yeah, chat. Yeah,
the
stream chat. Yeah.
Thank you.
Guys, I don't know why my computer is so fucked. Like, the malware bytes did nothing. It's still...
I don't know. Like, maybe? But maybe this is just a general design for a tomb?
Oh yeah, but I mean, it's cool to see, because I love seeing the things that inspired stuff from Dark Souls, because this is something I love to talk about. I cannot find the video, but I actually linked it to quite like years ago on Twitter. There's a video called like Weird Creatures or whatever, and it's about the Ohm. And the Ohm is a serpentine creature. It's a type of salamander. Have you ever seen an axolotl?
What's in the what now?
An axolotl. All right, Mitch, you know
I'm gonna say no.
Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. It's like a reptile thing.
An amphibian. An ohm is like this long creature with this weird kind of squared off snout, and in Romania, I believe they're found. As well as a few other places, but they're in these caves. They're found in these caves, and they're referred to as human fish and naked fish and all these stupid things. But they have no like scales. Their skin is like white, pale white. They're completely blind, and they are referred to as baby dragons in the mythology of the region. But one of the things, I was just watching this, not anything to do with Dark Souls, but obviously that started reminding me of Seek the Scaleless. But then, in one of the shots, it kind of pans up and it shows this big green forest with this huge building sticking out of it that looked almost like a castle. Can you think of any location in Dark Souls 1 that looked like that? Just a big building emerging from the forest.
Duke's Archives, presumably.
Yep.
That's where I'm at.
The Duke's Archives looks like it was actually modeled off this place. The architecture is very similar. The fact that it's right near the caves where you find this scaleless creature that's referred to as a baby dragon.
I don't doubt that many of the areas have been inspired by real places, but I mean, just in the context of this particular connection.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, I like seeing this.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because like Izalith is very clearly modeled off of, I don't remember where, but I remember there was a Dark Souls post about it.
It's similar to like the ruins of like Kuala Lumpur or like in Thailand.
That's it.
I think.
Yeah.
I think,
but, but there is something about this as well, which is that Aldrich, he does have some things that coincide with the idea of Jesus. I mean, he literally comes back from the grave. You know, he's resurrected. He has a bunch of followers who worship him and worship his return to the earth. So I can see some influences there, but I do think it's more just the idea of like an amazing crypt that's for a very special person, and that's why all the followers will be there. I don't think it's like, oh yeah, we're stealing this idea.
Yeah, no, I can see that. And that's why I enjoy having so much with JSF, because yeah, he's very meticulous in tracking things down and in seeing spots where the game appears to be referencing something Western, but finding an Eastern thing that it's actually referencing that. It's not
I need
Catholic,
to have a
but it's
chat
closer
with
to
him.
Shinto, right?
Yeah, I
Sorry,
really need to have a chat with him. I really need to have a chat with JSF.
He's really cool. JSF is great fun.
Yeah.
JSF's the man, but yeah, dissertation writing is a cruel mistress, I guess. I don't even like that term, but yeah. And he's much farther along the process than I am, so I'm still in the slacking and procrastinating stage.
That's my life.
JSF family club, pretty much.
Yeah. We did forget to ask Mitch, who is the best Souls waifu?
Oh God. Well, I mean, mind instantly jumps to Maria, but I don't know.
That was my first answer too.
First answer, yeah. Jeez, what a question.
Mine were Maria.
What were your guys' choices?
Elfrida.
Shadowlot.
His was Shadowlot. Mine was Rhea.
Elfrida. Wow, a new character. Okay.
Rhea.
I like. Rhea. Oh, Rhea's the Way of White.
Yeah.
Rhea of Thorland. Yeah.
God, I have to think about that. It's not something that crosses my mind very often, but Maria is definitely a temporary yes, I would say.
Because Maria, correct me if I'm wrong, Mitch or anyone else, but wasn't Maria like the first Souls female boss that wasn't like, you know, there wasn't some sort of gimmick there where like she was paired with a male boss and, you know, she was just one of the phases or something like that?
So, could be, maybe.
Because no, Maria is just like she's not just a gender swap. So that's one thing that annoys me is when, you know, they try to put strong female characters in something, and what they do is they just write a male character but cast a female for it. So, but what I like about Maria is that she's not just that. Like, she's more than that.
The great thing they did in terms of storytelling with Bloodborne and Maria is they really let a lot of speculation build up to when you actually encounter her. Like, you basically traverse the entire research hall. I'm sorry, I don't want to spoil too much for you, Jake. Sorry.
No shit.
You
cover yours.
Jake, cover your eyes.
Without being too specific, if you know what I mean, Aegon. Like, there's a lot of build up, and your mind is constantly kind of thinking about, okay, what is this person really like? And then by the time you meet her,
Leo, give me a thumbs up whenever it's safe.
Okay.
It's just a perfect, I think a really great example of FromSoft's like storytelling. I think it's a really great job.
A great example of that is that as soon as, like, literally the second she dodged, I was like, oh my god, it's Garen's apprentice. I knew immediately because I was, paying attention to everything else. And like that is perfect storytelling right there. The fact that like started the boss fight, as soon as she dodged, I was like, holy shit, she's using quickening. It's Garen's apprentice. It has to be. And even prior to that, we had talked about the sort of not even mistranslation, but that the translation from Japanese to English was such that a non-presumptuous gender assignment, was made, and then they were like, oh, well, it just must be a dude, so they just assumed that it was a man. And so, like, we had already explored the possibility that Garen's apprentice could have been a woman. And then, that moment was just like, holy shit, that was, so that's why she's my quote-unquote waifu.
Okay, we should stop torturing Jake.
Yeah.
We should
give the thumbs up.
Yeah, everyone give them thumbs up.
Okay.
Sorry, man. Yeah, me and Aegon will have to discuss more Bloodborne stuff a bit later on, I think.
Yep. Dude, I love Bloodborne lore, but I haven't gotten a chance to play the game. Like, I don't mind spoilers because I have an interest in the lore, but I'm such a noob to it.
See, I was never one to really worry about Dark Souls spoilers because I don't really see it as a traditional story, and that's just me. Like, obviously, people are free to have their own kind of things about that, but in terms of like surprises, I'd like to have surprise. But in terms of backstories and stuff, like, I don't really mind hearing about that before I've encountered it myself, just because I know it's going to be a bit of a journey to understand everything anyway. But yeah, that's just me.
So Jake, are you in the Duke's archives there? You are in the Duke's archives.
Yeah, man, I'm chilling in the Duke's archives.
Has it been? Have you had the same background this?
Yeah. Why is?
Because I remember looking at it earlier and going, "Where the heck is that?" And then, like, just now, I'm like, "Oh, it's the Duke's archives." Like, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put my penguin back on screen.
And Enryu's got a ghost in the background with the sheet on its head.
Yeah, no, I'm just hiding all the trash. I've now got a penguin in screen so people can see the penguin.
Okay, so I'm gonna read this to you because it gave me a really big laugh earlier. I'm not gonna say the guy who posted this because I don't want anyone to think I'm putting him on blast or anything. But when I thought all the talk of Solaire was gone, we were gonna stop talking about him, Gwyn, all this. I see this title on Reddit from a while ago. It says Solaire is a demigod. So naturally I opened it. It piqued my curiosity. This is what it says. I keep seeing lore posts disregarding Solaire as Gwyn's son. I get that Dark Souls 3 we meet the Nameless King who is Gwyn's firstborn son, but that doesn't mean Solaire can't be another son of Gwyn. Near the Sunlight Altar in Dark Souls 1, there is a statue of a human woman holding a baby, and the baby is clutching the Sunlight Straight Sword. I believe that statue is of Solaire's mother as well as Gwyn's mistress. It's quite possible that this statue is constructed to honor and exemplify Solaire's deific connection. It is also possible that the Sunlight Straight Sword was given to her as a parting gift when Gwyn left. If Gwyn had a child with this woman, Solaire would be a demigod. It would also explain why Solaire's intrinsic superhuman strength, I can't speak, despite being human in form, as well as his innate admiration. Oh my god. Innate admiration for the son as if it were his missing father he never knew.
I've got two things to say about that real quick. One, it's actually not the Sunlight Straight Sword, and two, he's just Rock Lee, but for Dark Souls.
He's just what?
He's just Rock Lee, but for Dark Souls.
Who's that?
A guy from Naruto who's shit tier, designed as a joke character, but is one of the strongest fighters in Naruto because he tried really hard to be strong.
Okay.
Yeah,
no, I think that the evidence is pretty clear in terms of the item descriptions from Dark Souls 1, which just says that he's just a regular dude. You know, there's nothing powerful at all, like nothing otherworldly at all about him.
He just got really swole.
Is he even that strong? He can't even fucking take Ornstein on while I try to kill fucking Smough.
He's pretty strong. He's pretty strong. Well, the fact that, well, I guess, yeah. Well, that is just such a tough boss fight. But I think the fact that his summon sign is there is a testament to his strength, because they knew that for offline players, if nothing else, they needed to give a little bit of help for that boss fight, because most players wouldn't be able to make it through otherwise. I guess the same reason they have Slave Knight Gale in as a summon for.
God,
yeah,
I hate that boss.
I had to do an entire episode of my blind playthrough of me dying.
Yeah.
45 minutes.
Was it accidental or on purpose? Because if it's accidental, like you weren't intending on dying, that's fine. If you pulled an ENB and we're just dying on purpose, fuck you.
No, I don't die on purpose, especially when I have other things to do. You know?
I don't know why I watched that entire episode.
That was the only one where he did it. Sullivan, when he fought Sullivan, he died for 45 minutes.
No,
I'm just
it was
trying
Aldrich,
to learn the
wasn't
fight.
it?
No, it was Pontiff.
I'm pretty sure it was Aldrich because he was trying to figure out the arrow attacks.
It may have been
both.
then.
that was him dying accidentally. Like he was trying to figure out how that works. But Pontiff, he just decided to die intentionally over and over again. And he spent like a 40-minute video just dying over and over again.
He had Pontiff to 1 HP and was like, "I'm gonna let him kill me so I can keep learning the fight."
No, for me it was I was getting my I wanted to be done with that boss fight so bad. Like I was just
If only
because that was
so
I think most people their blind
incandescent.
playthrough series were something like 3 or 4 episodes. Mine was 8, I think. And the 7th episode was just 45 minutes, like really edited together. I didn't just do one after the other. Where it was my process of basically slowly going hollow with that boss fight. And then the next episode started with me using a different character because I just didn't want to use that same build anymore. It was so I created a storyline. What's that?
Jake got a $10 tip.
$10 tip? What's that? Oh,
he got a tip.
Or a donation to the thing.
It came up on the screen, so it was a tip, not a donation to the charity. I don't know if it was intentional or not. Which way they're
I'm gonna give it over anyway. Just because I figure people might accidentally do that if it wasn't meant for me. So I'm just anything I make.
Who the fuck is going to give your ass some free money? Get out of here.
Yeah, see, that's the point exactly. But yeah,
I wonder how Gil gets out of the painting. That's a really good question. Slifer 73, because not only does he get out of the painting, but he carries a scrap of the painting with him. So like he really is carrying a world around in the palm of his hand, which is really fucked. Yeah, Gale, Slave Knight Gale.
Right.
Huh.
When you think about it, like the fact that he's just carrying it around. And like where is the rest of the painting is another question. I think that.
Do we know if there's only one Slave Knight? Because if there's multiple Slave Knights, it would.
There's plenty.
Yeah,
but like
he
seems to be the only lucid one.
No, but I think that the painting was entirely ripped into a bunch of fragments, and that they just went out all over the world looking for somebody who they could have fulfill.
Maybe that's interesting.
Well, we know of at least 2, right? Because there's Slave Knight Gale himself, and then there's the set that we find in the Corvian village, the Corvian settlement.
Yes, there's at least 2. So there's probably multiple who are all out in the world looking for somebody who can help them.
I would probably count Leroy as a slave knight in a way.
Which one's Leroy?
Leroy Jenkins, exactly the Paladin Leroy.
Like what do they say about slave knights in the description? It says like they were sent on like suicide missions, or they were sent on like the toughest missions because they could just die over and over and over again.
Yeah,
like,
whereas
that's what the point of Leroy was.
Yeah, Paladin Leroy, because he was sent for kindling.
They gave him well, they gave him like the best weapons and things that they had, and so all right, go into the Tomb of the Giants and see how far you get. It just
was it Sanctus and what was the other one?
Sanctus, I can't remember the other one.
Sanctus is the weapon, and then the shield, which regens health.
Else.
I'm
pretty sure you can only get one per playthrough. Like one.
You can get both.
Playthrough.
You can get both.
Oh, can you get both?
Yeah,
okay. They're not made from souls.
You just have to kill him as an invader right outside Nito's boss room. Sanctus
and Grant.
Grant, that's right. Grant is the weapon. Sanctus is the shield.
Yeah. Grant's the weapon. Grant's the big fuck off mace that you just hit people with and then they dodge because you can't hit
my favorite thing with Leroy, with Paladin Leroy, is jumping down to the spot where his sign is, summoning him in the catacombs, and then just sort of falling down to the next level, standing on the edge, and then watching him fight all of the all the bone wheels. And the best part is that his pathing will break because he doesn't know how to get back up to you if you just stand there. So he'll just run off into the distance, and like I've never been able to find him after that, but I do it every single time. Just because like he's so good at like distracting them, he can just walk straight to Pinwheel, no problem.
Wait, I mean, I just run past all of them.
What, the Bone Wheels?
Yeah, fuck those guys.
Well, why do that when you can let Leroy take care of it, you know?
Because
I'll be right back. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, Mitch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, there's really no need. If I don't think Pontiff was undead at all, Mr. Hornby. He was just a dude in the painted world, and so presumably that tree is like his mother or something. Because we were saying previously, someone was saying that there was like some sort of cut dialogue for the tree. The tree.
Yeah,
lord?
it's the tree. I think it's specifically the tree that spawns the ladder. I think.
Yeah, in the depths of the painting.
Yeah,
Where
the one
we
that spawns the
find
ladder.
that
Right at the. Yeah.
Not the sword buff, but the other one.
Yeah, it's the one on the frozen lake.
Yeah. The depths of the painting. I don't know. I'm really interested to see because I'm going to assume that the next DLC is going to be in some way, shape, or form a continuation of this one. Because otherwise, I don't see how the story resolved itself. But that could just be me.
No,
Dude, Laura needs to get laid.
Who?
Look at the chat.
Oh,
everything she's saying is just screaming that she needs to get laid.
Oh gosh. But yeah, no, it's Sullivan's interesting, especially like the whole rags to riches story that's sort of mapped onto him as a character.
Yeah.
And the fact that when he gets those riches, he turns into a complete ass, right?
Yeah.
But was he an ass or was he being manipulated by Aldrich?
I don't know if anyone here watches Otsdarva.
Yep.
He was I don't know if he did. Was he really?
Yeah. Well, he wasn't in here, but he was like in the chat.
Oh. Yeah. Yo, he's awesome.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
There's this one video where it's like top 5 reasons why Pontiff Sullivan's a good guy, and like the number one reason was that he's trying to protect you from going to that PvP area, the Pontiff's arena, and that he's actually a good guy because he's been trying to. There were a couple other good ones too good reasons he had in there, but no, I like his videos because there's really no one else who makes videos like him. They're all so absurd and over the top, and he's got a great sense of humor, I think.
Yeah, and he doesn't come up with dumb theories like Jake.
Would you rather smooch Jake or JSF? Why not both? Yeah, why not both?
I mean, why is it a choice between the two when you can have both?
Yeah.
I mean,
oh man,
the best of both worlds.
Jake says, well, I don't know if you can objectively answer that question, Jake, but yeah, has anyone heard or seen Smowtown Forever?
No, I think
poor guy must be like buried in work right now.
You just disappeared
off.
off.
I have no idea, dude. I really have no idea.
But we should plan to record another sort of proper beside the bonfires soon.
Yeah.
I finished all my marking for the semester, and I still have a bunch of shit to do. I still got to write a book chapter, but I have a couple of weeks of more time than I have had over the last couple of months. So
you can crack out a book chapter easily. You're a smart lad.
Yeah, it's hard. Well, if indeed I am a smart lad, I am a slow writing smart lad because it takes me a very long time to write things.
Yeah, but is that because you have high standards for yourself, or just because you don't find the motivation to actually be doing the writing?
It's a little bit of both. Like, motivation is hard when you're basically your job is to write all the time. But in part it's that I don't really edit. I just write from beginning to end, and I don't make mistakes. Like, I make mistakes, but I don't continue writing until, like, it's completely backwards from everything I learned in school, but that's basically how I write. Mm-hmm. I don't chart things out in advance. I just write, and then wherever my train of logic leads me, that's where I go.
Yeah, that got me in trouble before.
What, in school?
No, I was writing a story, and most of my stories I write for myself, but occasionally a couple of my friends get to see them. And I wrote this story and showed it to somebody, and then they're like, this contradicts itself, like the entire story, and it gets to the point where it's like, Leo, this is a different ending to the story than what you started with. Like, it's become a different story, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, it happens. Yeah.
And it's like, oh, even the focus of the main character changed. I didn't mean for that to happen. Whoops.
Well, and that's why it's important to also, even like if you do write in that style, it's also important to go back and reread the thing over and make sure it makes sense. So, like I say, I don't edit. Like I do edit, but whereas, you know, at least I was taught in school that you need an outline. You know, this is your argument, this, and that. For me, I don't generally know my argument until I start writing the thing, and then, you know, once. Like the book chapter that I'm supposed to write, I was commissioned to write it on the basis of a very different argument that I'm actually making while writing it. So, like, it's still within the spirit of what it was supposed to be, but it's very different. So, long story short, something works different for everyone. So just because you're taught that something works, it should be this way in school, doesn't necessarily mean that's the case. But yeah, but the downside to that is that it just takes me really fucking long to write things. But yeah, that's writing corner with Aegon of Astora, not really where I'm sure. I derailed the entire stream. Like, I came in, we started talking. What was this? We were talking about metric versus imperial system and all these other random things.
At least you didn't come in when we were talking about snake penis, which is a subject I've been trying to get revived, but Jake won't let me.
No, let's not talk about that.
I'm just saying, I think a primordial serpent is the father to the sisters of the Sable Church.
I think it's more likely that they're shards of Manus than it is that.
Oh, fuck off with the shards of Manus. Oh, I hate shards of Manus.
Because there's at least precedent for that, right?
Yeah, in Dark Souls 2, where it just kind of is self-contained and stupid.
It's not, though. It's not.
I love Dark Souls 2, but it's so dumb.
No, I don't agree with that. Like, there are parts of it that don't fit within Dark Souls 3, but I think in the overall, it's a much better game than most people give it credit for.
Is that Tansk? Has he returned to us? Yeah. I haven't run by that start of a theory I've been working on with you, Aegon, have I, about the Morian blade?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so are you familiar with what the Morian blade looks like?
Get your tinfoil hat ready.
Alright, well, I got
Put on your tinfoil hat.
Refresh my memory.
Okay, well, it's up on stream right now, so you should see it momentarily. I don't know how long the delay is.
I'm gonna refresh because the delay is actually pretty lengthy.
But basically.
Morian blade or Morn blade?
Morian, like M-O-R-I.
Where do we get that again?
We get it from Uria after we kill Orbeck.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So it says that the blade itself represents the tower of the Sable Church of Londor, right? So I have on the screen I have the sword flipped to where it is like straight up and down. So if we were to try to look at it as a tower, so I take it we got the prongs going up the side. And there's 8 of those. Then we have the 2 sides of the guard, which would make 10, and then we have the very top handle piece itself, which would make about 11 prongs, if you're looking at it like a tower. And in Dark Souls 1, since we know Koth is like a really big driving force behind the Sable Church, that when you do the dark ending in Dark Souls 1, you come out and there's the primordial serpents bowing to you, and then there's the narrator's talking. It may be another primordial serpent, but it talks about Koth as if he's not actually present as you're leaving, right? It's talking about him kind of in third person, like he's not there. So with the primordial serpents that are bowing to you, and Koth would probably make up the group of primordial serpents that are, the driving force for the Age of Dark, and that would be 11 total. And so I think if Koth is behind the Sable Church and likely the head of the other primordial serpents, that would make 11 of them, and then we see the 11 prongs on this like symbolic sword that represents the Church of Londor.
That's pretty cool.
There's not much to go on, but just kind of...
No, I like it, though. That's cool. Especially, like, I've never really looked closely at the sword. That is a really cool design. That you gotta think has got to count for something. So that's pretty cool. I like that.
Yeah.
Hey, Jake.
Yo,
I think your next beside the bonfire should just be called Tinfoil Hat Time with Jake.
probably.
I did notice that Raging Junior. But I'm not going to repeat that out loud just because Jake is still spoiler sensitive to Bloodborne.
Don't look at
I think that was something that that JSF pointed out when he was on my Kanehurst episode on Let's Talk Lore.
Yeah.
But speaking of which, I'm gonna have to get going soon because I gotta go start preparing for that, and then shortly after that, I'm gonna have to steal Mitch. I feel terrible, but
No, I'm about to wrap up as well. It's been 7 hours so far, so
Shit, it's already been 7 hours?
yeah, I'm getting.
so if you
uncomfortable in
guys
this
have
chair.
donations to make, you still have time.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna keep it up another 30 minutes. So,
Why don't you read? Because I feel like it's been a while since you've read any donations.
I get the owner sends me an email at the top of every, or at the bottom of every hour.
Oh, cool. Okay, so you don't actually have them with you. Okay, cool.
No, yeah, because it's
And this is a place I did some, because I wanted to make sure that I was supporting a charity that was an actual charity. So before I looked it up and I saw that it was it's local to you, right? This charity.
Yeah,
Cool.
it's actually a good friend of mine's little sister that runs it, and she goes over to Uganda every summer. She's done it for like the past 4 or 5 years and stays there for like a month, and so yeah, it's really cool. Oh, we do have it. I just got the donations, and we do have one more donation from
All right, there you go.
Randall. Thank you so much for the donation, friend. You are a lifesaver.
Thank you, Randall.
And a gentleman and a scholar.
You gonna donate?
But yeah, dude, it's crazy. Like $1 will feed one kid there for an entire week. So like it's not one of those things where like I don't have $20 to donate. Like if you could even donate $1, you feed a child for an entire week. Like it's
Do we get to pick which one we support?
You can't actually support a child if you email them. You can support a specific child.
Is there like a catalog of children that you can choose to sponsor?
I don't think that's how it works, but
can you just be like, yes, I like the look of this one. I want this one to have a good future.
Is it like a what is it called? Like a board or a committee that kind of checks different legitimacies of charities? Because I normally I donate to like UNICEF around Christmas time each year, but I don't know how clean they are. Like in terms of like, would anyone know that?
They get audits done by accounting firms, basically nonprofits.
Yeah.
Like there were very specific rules for them, and it's been 5 years since. Because I actually did my undergrad in accounting, and that was one of the things we learned about was accounting for not-for-profit businesses and stuff.
Right. And go to this website, charitynavigator.org. I put it in the chat. You can Google type in any charity there, and it'll show you how much of a percentage of the profits that actually go to what they support, how much they put in their pockets. Shows you their tax returns, and
because some of them have very high administrative things like that. So like it's important to see how much of the money actually goes to just self-perpetuating the charity versus like actual on-the-ground initiatives.
Yes.
But so there's lots of different ways you can verify this, but the Charity Navigator I seem to recall is very helpful for that.
Yeah, they got to make sure they're not taking like absurdly high admin charges and things.
Did the money just jump big time?
Yeah, I changed it. Yeah.
195.
It was at like 165.
I think people should at least like conjoin donate another $5 just to round it off to 200.
Round it off.
If they really want to be generous, just somebody should donate $105. Round it up to 300.
But I'm gonna get going and start preparing to do some more recording off camera or off stream, I guess.
Yeah.
So Mitch, would an hour be okay? Enough time for you to get ready?
Yeah, that sounds fine. I'll probably have to head off shortly as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, just
wrapping this
I
up.
still have some here at my house.
Yeah.
But yeah, will you just contact me on Discord?
Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah, that sounds good to me, man. Just let me know when you're good to go then.
Cool, man. We'll do. Well, thank you, Jake, for having me, and thank you everyone else in the chat for
Take
for
care.
sticker. I'm sorry that I couldn't be here for 2.5 hours. It's not bad. But
Yes, yeah.
yeah, it's been a pleasure. So
man.
I will talk to y'all later.
Sounds good.
Take
Take
care,
care,
man.
dude. I'll be in
See
touch.
ya.
Okay, so let me fix the face cams again.
See, this went a lot better than we were expecting.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I found a whole bunch of I'm still trying to fix this goddamn computer of mine, like trying program after program. Like I've actually asked my cousin who works for like HP. He's like, can you just tell me something? Like what's the best thing to do? And I think this one's working. Hopefully, it's just so frustrating. I can't search anything on a browser without it like just popping up with a whole bunch of crap.
Delete System 32 from your computer.
I'm about to. I'm about that level. I'm about ready to do that.
Jake, what are you doing on the stream?
I'm trying to resize you, man. Anytime, because like if with 2 people getting the call, then the size of the video that I'm receiving from Skype changes, so I gotta go and like alter it in OBS and shit. But yeah. Yeah, guys, we're probably gonna be ending this in about 10-15 minutes. So
cool.
Get those last minute donations, and we've been live for fucking 7 hours now. Jeez, that's a long time.
Just 1 sec, guys. 1 sec.
Yep.
I like how the chat just became Leo is giant.
Leo's so giant. But yeah, definitely. If you feel called to donate, like I said, even $1 feeds a child for a week. So there's no donation that's too little here. So.
However, bigger donations equals better. It means you're a better son, and that God will not smite you in your teeth.
Aw, Tansk, thank you for the donation, man. Tansk's the classiest of assholes.
Tansk always MVP.
I have so
Tansk
many
was like losing like all of his body parts and still donating.
Alumni, thanks for posting the link in chat. Hell yeah. There's the link. There's the link. I have so many sources in this OBS scene that I can't find what I'm fucking looking for, because I've put in so many like pictures, and it's the other beside the Bonfire one, so I have like everyone's like YouTube tags in here for when we do the recordings, and everyone's face cam and the little borders and shit. There's so much. Oh wait, I think about it. There we go. Okay, I have to do math now.
Oh god, that's not a strong suit.
All right. Whoa, excuse me. All right, so in about 5 to 10 minutes, let's call it, in 5 minutes, I'm going to send out an email to ask for the last bits of the donations. So then I'll make sure everyone gets a shout out from me and gets my full affection, and I will read out, and then we'll see the amount that we raised today. $245 already, guys. It's fucking incredible. Like,
do you want to go through all the donations you've gotten so far throughout the day, or are you just gonna go over the latest ones?
yeah, we can re-highlight the name of the heroes from today. Let me scroll in my inbox, because I got a bunch of notifications from Twitch too. Okay. So Teresa Jones, Allie Sleek, Brian Goldsmith, aka Redgraves, William Woolston, Felix Wieldman, Randall, and Niels Schwager, aka Tansk Baby. Y'all are the real MVPs. Dude, I cannot believe how fucking hot it is here today. Like, literally yesterday, dude, there was like ice on the ground. And it's, dude, like, I could go outside without a shirt on for as long as I wanted, and it would be fine. I'm sweating. Like, I'm actually sweating. Schwager.
That's disgusting, Jake. We don't need to know that.
Oh, did I mispronounce it, Tansk? You know I probably did. You know me. Or is it Swager? I don't know. I'm bad at letters. I'm sorry, dude. What else am I looking for? There we go.
I'm just going to keep blowing clouds directly at the camera.
All right, 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. Throws money at Jake. I'm throwing cash at my screen, but it's not going through. I think
It just keeps bouncing up and damaging my screen.
I think there's a connectivity issue with fucking PayPal.
Oh god, he keeps disappearing in smoke.
Vape Nation.
I am a Vape Lord Walnir.
All I've had to eat today was a Cliff Bar, a Snickers bar, and some fucking Cheez-Its.
I've had a pizza and some sausages today.
Nice. My stomach does not agree with everything I've eaten.
All you've eaten is trash.
Yeah, basically.
Like, it's like, oh, I'm just gonna eat this trash, hope for the best. I'm gonna be a raccoon for the rest of my life. Why not?
But, dude, can you really go wrong with the yard-long Snickers bar? I can't even get it in full frame of the fucking camera. What if I hold it all the way back there? Oh, do we get it all? Just about. There it is. All in its glory. Fucking America.
He saved fire from fireball. That's not how vaping works. Jake, I dare you to see if you can, like, fit that thing in your mouth. Just see if you can fit the width of that in your mouth.
Nah, probably not.
Why not? I mean... Nameless Snack King. Oh my god. This is just going to turn into just like coming up with dumb names of bosses for people.
Alright, I just sent the final call out for the final donations. So we'll be wrapping up here shortly. But again, before we go, it'll still be a few minutes before we go, but I just want to say thank you to all of you. I know lots of people have been sharing this on Twitter, have been hanging out for long periods of time with our crazy asses, and I really do appreciate it. You guys are fucking awesome, and make me proud to be an asshole.
And feel free to donate to that charity, even if it's not today. If you get a chance down the line, it's not just today is not the only day you can donate to them.
Thanks, Vodka Life. Yeah, usually. I try to do like lore streams like once a week where it's something kind of like this, but I'll actually have Dark Souls 3 in front of me, and I'll kind of just be like going around with a free camera and we just talk about shit. So if you're interested in that, definitely follow me. Follow me, little child.
And if you guys want me on more of Jake's streams, bully him into getting me onto them.
Sorry, I keep running away.
That's all good.
Okay.
It's all good.
But yeah, no. So are we? Did you say we were wrapping up?
Yeah, yeah, here shortly.
Right. Well, Jay, it's really good that you do these things, man. Really using the community for some goodwill, like this kind of thing.
Even though they're cheapskates who only gave $245.
Hey, that's $245 more to someone who needs it.
That's 245 weeks of children being fed. That's
a
long ass
it
time.
is. No, it was very generous. Never chosen that much. I'm just teasing.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna try to post it on YouTube. I don't know if I will or not, because it's like it'll be like a 7-hour video.
Yeah, but
upload
it'll
that on YouTube.
It'll actually be on your Twitch, won't it? So they can watch the VOD of it.
You can,
so...
as soon as I click done with the stream, you can check back to my Twitch page in about an hour and go to the videos tab, and it'll be there, and you can just watch it there.
So if you guys want to watch the entire stream of me and Jake sitting here with our beautiful faces on cam, particularly me, you can actually just put something over the rest of the screen, just look at me.
Yeah, basically.
And remember, everyone's quick plug. Everyone subscribe to Mitch L. Let's get to 10,000. Let's do it, baby.
Oh yeah, guys,
let's
subscribe to Mitch L. He's an Australian who does good content, unlike a certain Australian who's very well known in the Dark Souls community.
I'm not even a discount value. I'm like a bargain bin old VCR.
You're like Vaddy but better, because you're
well.
I'm not getting into this, right? I'm not getting into this.
No, we're not getting into this. We're not.
All right, Michael Lavoie. I don't know if I pronounced that right. I know that I didn't because I don't. And Vodka Art Commission. Thank you guys for the final donations. Let's round the total up to what we have, and we'll see how much we fucking raised today.
Bargain bin lore. No, bargain bin lore
Boom.
is me.
$253, guys. That's fucking awesome. You guys are some classy motherfuckers. And
did any of the people who promised to show up today not show up?
I don't think so, no.
Is there nobody else that said that they were going to be on stream?
There was a bunch of maybes.
You should guilt all those guys into each donating at least $10.
Nah, I'm not gonna do that.
Why not? Emotional blackmail. It's because of those people that little black African kids are starving in the streets.
Yeah, well, this is the giving season. So if it's not this charity, try and give something to someone, because everyone, a lot of people need around this time of year. So
if you can afford it.
Yeah, if you can afford it, absolutely. I certainly have. I bought I think it was like a goat, a well, and like a donkey to some family. I don't know.
Why did you give a whale to a family?
Dude, people need whales. Okay, you can eat that for like 3 years. Good stuff. Nah, but do what you can for the best. Makes you feel good, so you can feel a bit even though the gratification's not supposed to be going to you, you can feel good too. That's the way it's supposed to be. Yeah. Or also, like, as Christmas gifts, I'm pretty sure there are charities that allow you to buy certain things on the behalf of other people. You know what I mean? Like, so if you have you want to get like a Christmas present for like your uncle or your cousin, you can buy them a goat for a family on their behalf, or something like that. So yeah, no, there's definitely ways of doing that.
Donate a pod of endangered whales today.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, those whales being so selfish with all their meat in the ocean. Why don't they donate their bodies to Sumatra or something?
The water levels are rising. If you took out all the mass of the whales in the world out of the sea, the water levels would lower again.
Yeah, the whales trying to kill Earth. They're a bunch of dickheads.
Yeah, fuck assholes.
Yeah. Screw the whales. Nah, save the whales. Well, also screw the whales, but yeah. You know what I mean?
Feed the whales to the people.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah, guys, if you guys want to do something nice and, check out the kind of charity. If you guys want to, give something to Jake for Christmas, and, you can either donate directly to him or you can give some stuff to the charities that he's been known to support, because every charity that I've seen him support so far are decent charities that are doing good things.
Mm-hmm. Doing good things.
But, even if it's not one of those charities, if you have a charity and you can donate to it, you might as well.
Well, the first one technically wasn't a charity; it was a hospital.
Well, yeah, it's a hospital that doesn't get enough funding to look after the little sick kids that they look after. I mean, they did a great job with your kid.
Yeah.
And they deserved the money. So.
Absolutely.
I'm worth about 2.5 goats. Laura, you are a goat.
But yeah, just again, thank you all for coming out. This has been awesome. We're gonna keep trying to do one charity stream a month is what I'm aiming for. And
that'd be good.
So that's the plan. Of course, you guys know I'll blow that shit up on my Twitter. So make sure you follow me on Twitter if you haven't already, at the Ashen Hollow. You can, if you just go to any website and push / the Ashen Hollow, that's me. There's no other Ashen Hollow. So find me.
I'm going to do
everywhere.
that now. I'm going to go onto like gay dating sites and make the Ashen Hollow dating site.
Yeah, well, it's already taken. So.
Uh,
But thanks for coming out, guys. And oh, actually, one more thing, because I don't know if all of you have this. The Discord channel I have is public, and we talk a lot of lore, and we have a good time in there. So there's the link to Discord if you guys want to come in there and hang out ever. But yeah, thanks again, everyone. You guys are fucking awesome. Peace 'em out.